Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Harper. The confirmation email glows on my laptop screen like a beacon, and I sit back in my desk chair with a grin that threatens to split my face in half. The Avery Hotel account? Mine. Luna Communications has been selected to represent the Avery Hotel's Centennial Celebration campaign. I read the words 3 more times, savoring each syllable. My fingers drum against the polished wood of my desk. The one splurge I allowed myself when I moved into this Tribeca office space 2 years ago. Everything else screams boutique agency on a budget. But this mahogany beauty whispers Harper Lane means business. My phone chimes with a text from my assistant Nia. Saw you doing a victory dance through the glass. Good news? I glance toward the door where Miranda's stationed at her sleek white desk, then type back, the kind that pays for your Christmas bonus. She pops her head through the doorway, her silver hoop earrings catching the afternoon light streaming through my floor-to-ceiling windows. Please tell me it's not another startup promising equity instead of actual money. Better, much better. I swivel my chair to face her fully. Remember that proposal I've been obsessing over for the past month? The one where I color-coded 17 different mood boards and you threatened to hide my laminator? Nia's eyes widen. The Avery Hotel? Harper, no freaking way. The Avery Hotel. Yes, way. I wave the laptop screen toward her like a trophy. 100 years of Manhattan history, and they want Luna Communications to tell their story. She steps fully into my office, her expression shifting from excitement to concern. But didn't you say they were hemorrhaging money? That the new owner might tear it down? The reminder dampens my victory lap, but only slightly. Which is exactly why they need someone who understands legacy, someone who can make the city fall in love with the Avery all over again. Someone who specializes in lost causes? I shoot her a look. Someone who specializes in finding the extraordinary in what others overlook. There's a difference. Nia crosses her arms, leaning against my doorframe. And the budget? Substantial enough to keep the lights on and then some? I close the laptop with a satisfying click. Plus, if I pull this off, every historic property in the city will want Luna Communications on speed dial. And if you don't? I stand, smoothing down my emerald-wrapped dress and adjusting the copper statement necklace that belonged to my grandmother. Then I'll have given the Avery Hotel the send-off it deserves, but that's not happening on my watch. Nia, emergency coffee run. I grab my purse from the desk drawer, fishing out a 20. 2 pumpkin spice lattes from Brew and Barrel downstairs. The good ones with the real whipped cream, not that styrofoam nonsense. She catches the bill with practiced ease. Are we celebrating or commiserating? Because your caffeine choices tell very different stories. Celebrating, definitely celebrating. I sink back into my chair, already mentally cataloging the treasure trove of ideas I've been hoarding like a strategic dragon. And get yourself something nice too. Today feels like a pastry day. Now I know you're serious. Nia grins, backing toward the door. Be right back with liquid victory. The office quiets, except for the distant hum of Tribeca traffic below. I pull out the leather portfolio I keep locked in my bottom drawer, the one labeled Legacy Luxury in my careful handwriting. Every concept inside represents months of late-night brainstorming, weekend research sessions, and those shower thoughts that demanded immediate capture on whatever napkin or receipt I could find. The vintage postcard campaign. I flipped through mock-ups of sepia-toned cards featuring the Avery's original facade, with modern QR codes hidden in the architectural details. Heritage meets technology without shouting about it. The Century Stories podcast series. Local historians, former guests, staff members who've worked there for decades. Everyone has an Avery tale. I imagine Oliver's British accent narrating the opening episodes, though I haven't met the man yet. My fingers trace the edge of a mood board showcasing the Ghosts of Glamour event concept. 1920s speakeasy nights in the hotel's basement, complete with period cocktails and jazz musicians. Turn the building's age into an asset instead of apologizing for it. The elevator dings in the hallway, followed by Nia's voice thanking someone for holding the door. 3 years of building Luna Communications, countless pitches to clients who saw my age and assumed inexperience. Endless nights wondering if I'd made the right choice, leaving the security of my corporate position. It all crystallizes into this moment. Every rejection letter taught me something. Every small client who trusted me with their story prepared me for this. The bakery owners who needed fresh branding, the boutique hotels in Queens looking to attract Manhattan tourists, the family restaurants trying to compete with chain establishments. They all led here. Nia returns, bearing 2 perfectly topped lattes and a paper bag that smells like cinnamon and possibility. All right, boss lady. Time to properly toast your empire. Nia settles into the chair by my desk, pulling out her tablet while I fire up my laptop's browser. All right, let's see what we're working with. I need every angle of this place burned into my brain. Starting with the New York Public Library archives, my fingers fly across the keyboard. They've got digitized newspaper coverage going back to the hotel's opening in 1924. The first image loads, a black and white photograph of the Avery's grand opening. Women in drop-waist dresses and men in tuxedos spill out onto Fifth Avenue, champagne glasses glinting under the marquee lights. Look at that lobby. Nia leans forward, squinting at her screen. Those crystal chandeliers are the size of my apartment. I zoom in on the architectural details. Art Deco flourishes frame every doorway. Geometric patterns march up the columns, and the concierge desk curves like a marble wave. The craftsmanship is insane. They don't make buildings like this anymore. Because nobody can afford to. Nia scrolls through her tablet. I found some color photos from the 1960s renovation. Oh, wow, Harper. Look at this ballroom. She tilts her screen toward me. The grand ballroom stretches across the entire frame, its coffered ceiling painted in deep blues and golds. Massive windows overlook Central Park, and the parquet floor gleams like honey. I picture myself standing in that exact spot, clipboard in hand, directing photographers as they capture every angle for the campaign. The late afternoon light would stream through those windows, casting long shadows across the floor, while I explain to the creative team why we need both wide shots and intimate details. The bar area from 1978, Nia swipes to the next image. Back when everyone wore leisure suits and ordered Harvey Wallbangers. The Avery's Oak Room Lounge spans before us in all its wood-paneled glory. Burgundy leather banquettes line the walls, and the bar itself curves in an elegant S shape, backed by mirrors that reflect bottles of top-shelf liquor. I imagine walking through that space during our first official photo shoot, pointing out the original brass fixtures to the lighting crew, while the mixologist prepares period cocktails for the styled shots. My heels would click against the hardwood, and I'd run my hand along the smooth bar rail, feeling the decades of conversations and celebrations soaked into the grain. Harper, you're getting that look again. What look? The one where you're mentally redecorating someone else's space. Nia grins, pulling up another photo. Here's the presidential suite from the 1980s, before they ruined it with that terrible mauve wallpaper. What the hell was that? The suite unfolds across multiple rooms, a sitting area with a grand piano, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and French doors leading to a private terrace. The bedroom features a 4-poster bed that could sleep 6 people comfortably. I can see the secrets of the suite's social media series already. I lean back against my chair, latte growing cold in my hands. Each post reveals one hidden detail or historical tidbit about a different room. Like what? Like the fact that 3 presidents stayed in that suite, or that Marilyn Monroe supposedly left a lipstick print on the bathroom mirror that housekeeping refused to clean for 6 months. Nia raises an eyebrow. Is that true? It will be by the time I'm done with the storytelling. Girl, you are going to eat this up, and you're not leaving any crumbs. Nia waves her latte like a conductor's baton, punctuating each word with theatrical flourish. I burst into laughter, nearly spilling my drink across the keyboard. Did you just quote TikTok at me during my professional milestone moment? Professional milestone requires professional celebration language. She takes a sip and grins. Besides, you know I'm right. The Avery Hotel won't know what hit them. Outside my window, Manhattan puts on its October show. Golden leaves spiral down from the street trees, catching the afternoon sunlight like confetti before settling on the sidewalk below. A businessman in a charcoal coat steps carefully around a puddle, phone pressed to his ear, while a woman in red heels clicks past with a dog that's wearing a sweater nicer than most of my casual wardrobe. Look at that view. I gesture toward the glass. 3 years ago, I was working out of my kitchen table in a studio apartment in Queens, and now I'm watching Manhattan from my own office. With your name on the door and everything. Nia follows my gaze. Remember when you were convinced you'd made a mistake leaving Matheson and Associates? The memory hits like a cold splash. Those first months of uncertainty, the rejection letters piling up, the nights I stared at my dwindling bank account and wondered if I'd destroyed my career for an impossible dream. James Matheson called me impulsive when I gave my notice. James Matheson still stuck representing tech bros who think kombucha is a personality trait. Nia scrolls through her tablet again. While you're about to make Manhattan fall in love with a century-old hotel. I watch another gust of wind send leaves dancing past the window. A couple stops at the corner below. The woman pointing up at something while her partner follows her gaze. The way they move together, like they're sharing a secret only they understand, reminds me why I fell in love with this city's stories in the first place. You know what the best part is? I turn back to Nia. This isn't just about Luna Communications anymore. If I pull this off, I'm proving that heritage matters, that history has value beyond square footage and profit margins. And if you don't, then at least I'll go down swinging for something that matters. I raise my latte toward the window. To leaving crumbs, Nia clinks her cup against mine. To eating it all up. Chapter 2. Harper. The Avery Hotel's entrance doors swing open with the weight of history, and I step into a lobby that makes my breath catch in my throat. Carrara marble stretches across the floor in sweeping patterns that seem to flow like water, each vein telling a story carved millions of years ago. The reception desk curves in a perfect arc of mahogany, so rich it practically glows under the crystal chandeliers, each piece of wood grain polished to mirror perfection. My heels click against the marble, the sound echoing up toward a coffered ceiling that soars 3 stories above. Art Deco sconces cast warm pools of light along the walls, illuminating oil paintings and gilded frames that probably cost more than my annual rent. A gentleman in a perfectly pressed navy suit glides past, nodding politely as he heads toward what I assume is the concierge desk. The scale of everything threatens to swallow me whole. I've walked into lobbies before, plenty of them, but this feels different. This feels like old money, like generations of privilege walking these exact floors, like exclusivity woven into the very architecture. My portfolio suddenly feels lighter in my hands, like it might float away if I'm not careful. The confidence I felt in my office starts to wobble at the edges. "You belong here," I whisper under my breath, adjusting my emerald-wrapped dress and lifting my chin. "You earned this." A couple emerges from the elevator bank, the woman's pearls reflecting the light as she laughs at something her companion said. They move with the easy grace of people who've never questioned whether they deserve to be in spaces like this. I watch them glide toward the front entrance, their conversation floating in cultured tones that speak of prep schools and summer houses. I square my shoulders and take another step forward. The marble doesn't crack beneath my feet. The chandeliers don't dim. The world doesn't end just because Harper Lane from Brooklyn walked into the Avery Hotel. "You've been fighting for this moment for 3 years," I tell myself, gripping my portfolio tighter. Every late night, every rejection letter, every client who underestimated you, it all led here. The mahogany reception desk looms ahead, staffed by a woman whose smile looks practiced but genuine. Behind her, brass mailbox grids stretch up the wall like a golden honeycomb, each compartment precisely labeled with room numbers in elegant script. I adjust my copper statement earrings, my grandmother's, and feel their familiar weight against my neck. She would have loved this place, would have admired the craftsmanship while making pointed observations about who got to enjoy it and who got to clean it. "Your Luna Communications," I remind myself, taking another step forward. "You're the woman who's going to save this place." I approach the reception desk with what I hope passes for casual confidence. The woman behind it looks up from her computer screen, her smile as polished as the marble beneath my feet. Her blonde hair sits in a perfect chignon that probably took an hour to achieve, but looks effortless. "Good afternoon. I'm Harper Lane from Luna Communications. I have an appointment with Mr. Avery." Her eyes flick over me, a quick assessment that starts at my copper earrings and ends at my pointed toe pumps. The smile never wavers, but something shifts in her gaze. Cool. Calculating. "Of course, Miss Lane." She types something into her computer with manicured fingers that click against the keys like tiny hammers. "Mr. Avery is waiting in the Astor boardroom, 7th floor." She doesn't offer directions, doesn't explain where to find the elevators, just returns to her screen as if I've ceased to exist. I stand there for a beat, waiting for more information. When none comes, I clear my throat. "And the elevators would be—" She glances up with the expression of someone who's been asked to explain how water is wet. "Through the archway, past the bar. You can't miss them." The dismissal in her tone sets my teeth on edge. I've encountered this before. The subtle freeze-out that happens when people decide you don't quite belong in their rarefied air. It's never overt enough to call out, always professional enough to maintain plausible deniability. "Thank you so much for your help," I say, injecting extra warmth into my voice. Kill them with kindness. Another lesson from Brooklyn. The elevator ride to the 7th floor gives me time to reset. I check my reflection in the polished brass doors, adjusting my dress and making sure my blood-red lipstick hasn't migrated. The soft ding announces my arrival, and the doors slide open to reveal a hallway lined with photographs of the hotel through the decades. The Astor boardroom sits at the end of the corridor, its heavy oak doors bearing a brass nameplate that gleams under the sconces. I knock twice and push inside. The room takes my breath away. A marble table stretches down the center like a gleaming runway, surrounded by leather chairs that have probably hosted a century of power lunches. floor-to-ceiling windows offer a view of Central Park, where autumn has painted the trees in shades of amber and rust. And there, standing with his back to me silhouetted against the windows, is Oliver Avery. He turns as I enter, and I feel the full weight of his attention settle on me. Tall doesn't begin to cover it. He towers over the room with the kind of presence that commands attention without asking for it. His charcoal suit fits like it was born on his frame, every line precise and purposeful. But it's his eyes that stop me cold, stormy blue-gray and unreadable, studying me with the intensity of someone solving a puzzle he's not sure he wants to complete. "Miss Lane." His voice carries the slight roughness of someone who doesn't waste words on pleasantries. "Please, sit." He moves toward me with the measured stride of someone who owns every inch of ground he walks on. Each step across the pristine floor carries deliberate weight, like he's conducting some sort of silent inspection I wasn't warned about. The space between us shrinks with uncomfortable precision. "I wasn't expecting someone so—" He pauses, his gaze traveling from my copper earrings down to my emerald dress, then back up to meet my eyes. "Young." My spine straightens automatically. I've heard this particular note before, the subtle downshift in tone that means someone's already writing me off before I've opened my mouth. 32 isn't exactly fresh out of college, Mr. Avery." "Oliver?" He extends his hand, and I notice the way his cufflinks catch the light from the windows. Real gold, probably inherited along with everything else in this building. "And I suppose it depends on your perspective." His handshake arrives like a business transaction, firm enough to acknowledge I exist, brief enough to suggest he'd rather I didn't. His palm feels cool against mine, clinical, professional, the kind of contact that measures rather than welcomes. I squeeze back with just enough pressure to remind him I'm not intimidated by marble floors and inherited authority. Luna Communications has worked with heritage brands before. I release his hand first, a small power play that makes his eyebrows lift slightly. Age isn't really relevant when you understand legacy. Legacy. The word rolls off his tongue like he's tasting something bitter. Everyone talks about legacy. What they usually mean is making the past profitable. He gestures toward the conference table, with the kind of casual authority that suggests chairs exist solely for his convenience. I remain standing, portfolio still clutched in my hands like armor. "Is that what you think I'm here to do? Make your past profitable?" "Aren't you?" Those storm-colored eyes narrow, studying my face with the intensity of someone reading fine print. Every PR firm that's walked through those doors has promised to honor our heritage, while simultaneously explaining how we need to modernize everything that makes us who we are. The edge in his voice cuts through the room's expensive polish. This isn't just skepticism, it's exhaustion, the kind that comes from hearing the same pitch too many times from people who see dollar signs where he sees history. Well, I'm not every PR firm. I set my portfolio on the table with enough force to make the sound echo. I'm the firm that's going to save this place. His mouth almost curves into what might generously be called a smile. Almost. Save us? That's refreshingly direct. He circles the table like he's stalking prey, fingers trailing along the marble edge. Most consultants prefer optimize or enhance. Save implies we're actually in trouble. Aren't you? The question hangs suspended like a challenge thrown down on expensive marble. The tension in the room feels thick enough to cut with one of those inherited silver letter openers, probably sitting in his desk drawer. I decide to shift tactics, letting some of my natural warmth surface through the professional armor. You know, I have to say, this boardroom is absolutely stunning. I gesture toward the coffered ceiling, where intricate molding creates geometric patterns that probably took master craftsmen months to complete. The detail work up there is incredible. You don't see artisanship like that anymore. Everything's so mass-produced now, but this... I trail off, letting genuine appreciation color my voice. This is the kind of craftsmanship that tells stories. Oliver's circuit around the table pauses, his fingers still against the marble edge, and for a moment, something shifts in his expression. The storm clouds in his eyes clear just enough to let me glimpse what might be fondness underneath all that practiced distance. The ceiling was installed in 1923. His voice carries the mechanical precision of someone reciting facts learned by rote. Italian artisans. My great-grandfather commissioned them specifically for this room. He doesn't elaborate, doesn't share the story behind the commission, or explain why his great-grandfather chose Italian craftsmen over local talent. The information arrives stripped of emotion, delivered like a tour guide, reading from a script he's memorized but never quite believed in. The marble is supposedly from the same quarry as Michelangelo's David. Another fact dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water. Carrara. The table was carved from a single block. I wait for more, for the warmth that should accompany such remarkable details, for the pride that should light up his features when he talks about 4 generations of family history. Instead, he straightens his already perfect tie and moves toward the windows, putting the width of the room between us. The windows are original as well. Triple-pane glass was considered quite innovative for the period. The words hover in the air like museum placards. Informative, accurate, completely devoid of the passion that should accompany such an extraordinary legacy. It's as if he's describing someone else's inheritance, someone else's responsibility. I study his profile against the autumn light streaming through those innovative windows. His jaw sits tight, shoulders held with the kind of rigid control that suggests years of practice keeping emotions in check. The way he speaks about his family's creation feels less like pride and more like duty, the kind of obligation that weighs heavy rather than lifts spirits. That's fascinating, I say, meaning it despite his clinical delivery. Do you have photographs of the original construction? That kind of documentation could be incredibly valuable for Miss Lane. He turns from the windows, cutting off my enthusiasm with surgical precision. Perhaps we should discuss why you're actually here.
Chapter 3. Oliver. Her portfolio snaps open with the precision of someone who's rehearsed this moment in mirrors and empty conference rooms. The sound echoes off the Italian ceiling like a gauntlet thrown down on Carrara marble. Picture this. She pulls out a mock-up that looks like it cost more to produce than her monthly mortgage. The Avery Hotel doesn't just host guests, it hosts stories. Every room, every corner, every piece of that incredible ceiling has witnessed a century of New York's most defining moments. The presentation board she spreads across the table blazes with color. Deep emerald backgrounds contrast with gold lettering that somehow manages to look both vintage and startlingly modern. Black and white photographs of the hotel through various decades flow seamlessly into contemporary imagery. Young couples taking selfies in ornate mirrors, business executives shaking hands beneath crystal chandeliers, families gathered around tables that have probably hosted oil barons and Broadway stars. The tagline writes itself, "Where history lives." Not where history happened. That's past tense, static, dead. Live suggests breathing, growing, continuing. She moves around the table like she owns it, fingers dancing across different elements of her presentation, with the kind of energy that makes the room feel smaller and brighter simultaneously. Social media campaigns that don't just show your beautiful spaces, they tell the stories those spaces have held. Instagram posts featuring then and now shots. The same ballroom in 1925 hosting debutante balls and in 2024 hosting tech startup launches. The same bar where Prohibition-era guests sipped illegal cocktails, now serving craft cocktails made with ingredients your current bartenders haven't even conceptualized. Her eyes catch the afternoon light streaming through those triple-pane windows, and for a moment, I forget to maintain my carefully constructed skepticism. She's painting pictures with words, Despite my better judgment, I can almost see them. But here's where it gets interesting. She flips to another board, this one showing digital mock-ups of hotel corridors filled with QR codes disguised as vintage brass placards. Interactive heritage tours. Guests scan codes throughout the hotel and unlock stories. The elevator that once carried Fitzgerald to his favorite suite. The staircase where a Hollywood starlet hid from paparazzi in 1954. The lobby corner where two rival newspaper magnates settled their differences over brandy. My father would have hated every pixel of this presentation. Technology embedded in sacred spaces, strangers wandering the halls with their phones out, treating family history like a theme park attraction. The thought should comfort me, should reinforce every instinct telling me to end this meeting and return to my original plan of selling to the highest bidder. Instead, I find myself studying the careful way she's balanced old and new in every mock-up. The QR codes don't scream their presence. They blend into the existing aesthetic like they've always belonged. The social media imagery doesn't diminish the hotel's dignity. It amplifies it. You're suggesting we turn the Avery into a museum exhibit? I'm suggesting you turn it into a living legend. She leans forward, palms flat on the marble surface. There's a difference between preserving history and celebrating it. I settle back into the leather chair, fingers finding their familiar cathedral position beneath my chin. The gesture buys me time to process what I'm seeing and what I'm not seeing. Her presentation unfolds like a symphony, where every note has been calculated for maximum impact, yet something about the orchestration feels almost too polished. She continues through mock-ups of anniversary celebrations, partnerships with local historians, even a proposed documentary series featuring longtime staff members sharing stories from decades of service. Each idea builds on the last with the kind of strategic thinking that would impress the most demanding board member, until she reaches the centerpiece. And here's the crown jewel, the Avery Legacy Experience. She unveils a rendering that makes my jaw tighten involuntarily. The main lobby transformed into something resembling a high-end retail space, complete with branded merchandise displays and what appears to be a gift shop where the original concierge desk once stood. Guests can purchase curated items that tell the Avery story, vintage-inspired luggage tags, artisanal soaps and packaging that mirrors our 1920s soap dispensers, even replica room keys from different eras. My fingers unlace themselves. You want to turn my family's hotel into a shopping mall? I want to turn your family's hotel into a destination that pays for itself. She doesn't flinch from my tone, which somehow makes it worse. These aren't cheap trinkets. They're thoughtfully designed pieces that extend the guest experience beyond their stay. Thoughtfully designed. I taste each word like it might reveal hidden poison. Tell me, Ms. Vale, have you considered what happens when guests start posing for selfies next to the memorial plaque for my great-grandfather? When they're too busy hunting for QR codes to notice the hand-carved molding that took Italian craftsmen 6 months to complete. Her amber eyes narrow slightly, the first crack in her professional composure. Have you considered what happens when those same guests never bother to look up from their phones because nothing in your hotel speaks their language? Their language being hashtags and photo opportunities. Their language being connection and story. She straightens, shoulders squaring in a way that suggests I've just crossed from potential client into worthy opponent. You're worried about cheapening the Avery legacy. But what legacy survives in a vacuum? What story gets told when the only people who can afford to hear it are the ones who already know it by heart? The question hangs like a challenge neither of us is quite ready to answer. She shifts her weight, one hand finding her hip in a gesture that's pure Brooklyn confidence wrapped in Manhattan polish. Your father's standards. Tell me, were those the same standards that saw occupancy rates drop 20% over the past 3 years? The barb lands with surgical precision. My jaw muscles work against each other like opposing gears grinding toward breakdown. My father understood that certain things shouldn't be compromised for the sake of quarterly reports. And I understand that quarterly reports determine whether those certain things survive to be compromised at all. She pulls a folder from her briefcase, fingers dancing across financial projections with the same ease she displayed with her creative mock-ups. The luxury hotel market isn't what it was in your great-grandfather's time, or your father's. Guests today want experiences, not just accommodations. Experiences. I let the word roll around my mouth like a wine I'm considering spitting out. Is that what we're calling Instagram opportunities now? I'm calling it survival. Her gorgeous eyes hold mine without wavering, and there's something infuriatingly steady about her gaze. Like she's already calculated every possible objection I might raise and prepared responses that will slice through them cleanly. But if you'd prefer to maintain your father's approach while watching the Avery become a beautiful mausoleum that nobody can afford to preserve, that's certainly your prerogative. The casual way she dissects decades of family tradition sets my teeth on edge. She's been in this building for all of 30 minutes, armed with market research and focus group findings, and she thinks she understands what the Avery name represents. What it's cost to maintain. What my father sacrificed to keep every marble surface pristine, and every staff member trained to standards that would make European grand hotels weep with envy. You speak about the Avery legacy like it's a product that needs rebranding. I speak about it like it's a treasure that deserves to survive. She closes the financial folder with a soft snap. Your father built something magnificent. But magnificent doesn't pay heating bills or staff salaries or maintenance costs on hand-carved molding that takes Italian craftsmen 6 months to complete. She's throwing my own words back at me, wrapped in that persistently sunny disposition that somehow makes them more cutting than if she delivered them with venom. The calculated nature of her responses, the way she seems to have anticipated every defense I might mount, irritates me more than outright hostility would. This woman has clearly studied the Avery Hotel the way generals study enemy fortifications, mapping every weakness and strength with the kind of thoroughness that borders on presumptuous. She waltzes into my boardroom with her color-coordinated presentations and demographic analyses, convinced she can solve problems that have kept me awake for months. The worst part is how effortlessly she delivers her arguments, like she's discussing something as simple as weekend dinner plans, rather than dismantling everything my father held sacred. It's really starting to piss me off.
Chapter 4. Harper. The autumn air bites at my cheeks as I push through the cafe door, letting the warmth wash over me like a much-needed hug. Cinnamon and fresh bread wrap around my shoulders, chasing away the lingering chill from both the weather and Oliver Avery's Arctic boardroom demeanor. Jasmine waves from our usual corner booth, already nursing what looks like her second chai latte. She's wearing one of those oversized cardigans that somehow manage to look both cozy and expensive, a skill I've never mastered despite years of trying. Girl, you look like you just wrestled a bear and aren't sure who won. She gestures to the seat across from her, with a perfectly manicured nail. Sit. Decompress. Tell Mama all about it. I slide into the booth and immediately steal a piece of her blueberry scone. I think I just pitched to a statue, a very well-dressed, very expensive statue that occasionally moved its mouth to tell me why everything I suggested was wrong. Ooh, a challenge. Girl, you love those. Jasmine signals the server for another latte. What kind of wrong? Wrong like, your ideas are trash, or wrong like, I'm scared your ideas might actually work. The server appears with coffee that smells like heaven, and I wrap my hands around the mug like it might anchor me to something solid. Wrong like, you clearly don't understand what the Avery name represents, you foolish little girl, with your flashy presentations and your modern ideas. Did he actually say that? He didn't have to. It was all there in the way he sat back and dissected every concept, like I was suggesting we turn his precious hotel into a Chuck E. Cheese. I take a sip and let the warmth settle in my chest. The man asked me if I wanted to turn his family legacy into a shopping mall. A shopping mall, Jazz. Because you suggested merchandise? Because I suggested anything that might bring in revenue from guests under the age of 70. I break off another piece of scone, this one loaded with enough blueberries to make me feel marginally better about life. He's got this whole protective thing going on, like the hotel is some sacred temple that shouldn't be touched by common commerce. Jasmine leans forward, chin propped on her palm. Sacred temples don't pay electric bills, baby. That's exactly what I told him, almost word for word. I gesture with my coffee mug, nearly sloshing foam onto the scarred wooden table. But he just sat there with his fingers steepled like some kind of corporate villain, questioning every single suggestion I made. Steepled fingers. Oh, he's definitely one of those. She grins. The kind that usually means trouble. Was he at least nice to look at while he was crushing your professional dreams? Jasmine. What? I'm just saying, if you're going to get shot down by someone, might as well be someone with good bone structure. I level her with a look that could freeze the remaining warmth out of my latte. This is my career we're talking about. The Avery account could change everything for my agency. And I'm talking about the man attached to that account. So was he gorgeous, or wasn't he? The question hangs between us, while I pretend to study the cafe's exposed brick walls. Oliver Avery's face surfaces unbidden, those storm cloud eyes, the way his lips tightened when I mentioned his father's standards, how his shoulders filled out that perfectly tailored suit like he was born wearing expensive fabric. He was fine. Fine like adequate, or fine like, damn, that man could ruin my credit score and I'd thank him. Fine like I was too busy trying to save my presentation from his systematic demolition to notice. Jasmine's laugh echoes off the cafe walls, drawing glances from other patrons. Harper Lane, you are such a terrible liar. I've known you since we were cramming for communications finals, and you've never met a handsome man you didn't at least mentally catalog for future reference. She's not wrong. But admitting that Oliver Avery's presence filled that boardroom like a fine wine would mean admitting that somewhere between his first criticism and his last pointed question, I'd started wanting to impress him. Not just professionally, though that remained the priority, but personally. Which is exactly the kind of complication I can't afford. Did he give you an answer? No, just said he'd be in touch. I stir my latte with a little more force than necessary. Which could mean anything from expect a call tomorrow to never darken my marble floors again. What's your gut telling you? I consider this while watching steam rise from my mug. My gut is telling me he's not as opposed to my ideas as he wants to be. Explain that look. Jasmine narrows her eyes at me over her chai. You've got that calculating expression you used to get before finals when you'd figured out the professor's testing pattern. I fidget with my statement earrings, the copper catching afternoon light streaming through the cafe window. It's just, the way he pushed back wasn't random. Every question he asked was precise, strategic. Like he was looking for specific answers. Like he was testing whether I'd fold under pressure or fight back. I lean forward, warming to the idea. Think about it. If you inherited a century-old hotel and your board was breathing down your neck about revenue, wouldn't you want to know your PR person could handle pushback? Jasmine steals back a piece of her scone, grinning. There's my girl, see? This isn't about him thinking you're incompetent. This is about him making sure you're tough enough for whatever corporate sharks are swimming in those mahogany-paneled waters. The weight in my chest begins to lift. I've survived boardrooms full of men who thought my ideas were cute distractions before the real professionals arrived. I've pitched to clients who questioned whether someone my age could understand their brand legacy. Oliver Avery's skepticism feels different now. Sharper, more intentional. His piercing gaze unravels me, and I've never felt that with a client before. He kept mentioning his father's standards. Dead father? Recent, I think. The way his whole body went rigid when he said it. I trace patterns in the condensation on my mug. Maybe he's not just protecting the hotel. Maybe he's protecting himself from making the wrong choice. And you walked in there representing change. Jasmine nods slowly. Baby, you're not his problem. You might be his solution. But first, he needs to know you won't crumble when things get complicated. So what do I do? What you always do when someone underestimates you. She raises her mug in a mock toast. You prove them spectacularly wrong. The bell above the cafe door chimes as new customers enter, bringing another gust of autumn air. I watch leaves swirl past the window, thinking about marble floors and storm gray eyes, and the way Oliver's jaw tightened when I pushed back on his criticism. This could still blow up in my face. Could, or it could be exactly what your agency needs. Jasmine's voice turned serious. Harper, you've spent 3 years building something from nothing. You've earned your place at that table, whether Mr. Fancy Hotel wants to admit it or not. My phone vibrates against the wooden table. Unknown number, Manhattan area code. Speaking of earning my place, I show Jasmine the screen. Answer it. What if, Harper Lane, answer that phone before I reach across this table and do it myself. I swipe to answer, pressing the phone to my ear with hands that suddenly feel unsteady. Harper Lane. Miss Lane, this is Oliver Avery. His voice carries that same measured tone from the boardroom, but something underneath sounds different, less fortress-like. I hope I'm not interrupting your afternoon. Jasmine's eyes widen, and she leans forward like she's trying to hear through the phone. I wave her back with my free hand. Not at all, Mr. Avery. How can I help you? I've considered your presentation. A pause, and I can almost see him in some pristine office, probably standing by a window that overlooks half of Manhattan. Your concepts were comprehensive. My heart hammers against my ribs. Comprehensive could mean anything. Comprehensive could be corporate speak for thanks but no thanks. I'm glad you found them thorough. We'd like to see a few more examples of your recent work, as well as a proposed revision of terms. The paperwork will be couriered to your office tomorrow morning. The words wash over me like champagne bubbles, effervescent and disorienting. I grip the phone tighter, fighting to keep my voice level and professional. I hear you loud and clear, Mr. Avery. I'm confident we can create something exceptional for the Avery brand. I should mention, this won't be a typical client relationship. The hotel board has strong opinions about direction. You'll need to be prepared for pushback that makes our meeting today look like a casual conversation. I appreciate the heads up. I can handle board politics. We'll see. There's something almost like amusement in his voice now. I'll expect your revised timeline by Friday. And Miss Lane? Yes? Don't make me regret this decision. The line goes dead before I can respond. I stare at the phone for 3 full seconds, letting the reality sink into my bones. Harper, Jasmine's voice cuts through my daze. Harper, breathe. You look like you're about to puke. I set the phone down with trembling fingers. My coffee mug rattles against the wooden table when I reach for it. I got it. The words come out as barely a whisper. I got the Avery account. Girl, I know that. I could hear the victory in your voice even with Mr. Tall, dark and brooding, being all mysterious on the other end. She grins and reaches across to squeeze my hand. So why do you look terrified? Because he just warned me that the board is going to make today's meeting look like child's play. I laugh, but it sounds shaky even to my own ears. And because I just promised I could handle it. Can you? I have to. I straighten my shoulders, feeling some of my usual confidence return. This is my shot, Jazz. 3 years of building my agency, of proving I belong in those boardrooms, and it all comes down to this. Jasmine studies my face. And the man himself, still planning to keep things strictly professional? The question brings back the memory of Oliver's voice, how it softened just slightly when he said my name. The hint of something like respect when he mentioned my presentation. The way he'd warned me about the board almost felt protective. I lift my chin, meeting Jasmine's knowing gaze. I'm going to win Oliver Avery over, even if it kills me. Professional respect only, right? Professional respect only. Even when I say it, I know I'm lying to both of us.
Chapter 5. Oliver. The hotel's lobby is quiet this late, the hum of guests replaced by the faint creak of polished wood and the echo of my footsteps on marble. I loosen my tie as I walk, the day's tension refusing to leave my shoulders no matter how many times I roll them. The air smells faintly of lemon polish and something older, dust maybe, caught in the corners of this place that refuses to change. I stop at a photograph, black and white, like most of the relics in this lobby. My father stands front and center, shoulders squared, jaw set in that way he had, like he was daring the world to challenge him. Behind him, the hotel looks almost the same. Same chandeliers, same mahogany desk, same everything. He'd hate that. You'd hate a lot of things, I muttered to the photo, my voice bouncing off the empty walls. The board meetings, the banking approvals, the endless debates about whether a new carpet in the executive lounge would compromise the integrity of the brand. I lean closer, hands in my pockets. You'd probably hate me for not saying no to that publicity campaign. The photo doesn't answer. Not that I expected it to. She's good, though. Harper, I say it like it's an admission, though there's no one here to hear it. Too bold, maybe. Too modern. But she didn't back down when I pushed her. You'd have liked that. Or maybe you'd have hated it more. Hard to tell with you. The silence stretches, broken only by the distant chime of an elevator arriving somewhere upstairs. I step back, adjusting my cufflinks out of habit. Another thing I inherited. Dad always said a man's hands should look like they've never worked a day in their life, not even if they have. Anyway, I give the photo one last look. You're not here to fix this. So I'll figure it out somehow. I turn away before the weight of that promise can settle too heavily. The corridors stretch ahead, shadows pooling where the chandeliers don't quite reach. I could head up to the penthouse, pour myself a drink, and pretend today doesn't matter. But something keeps me walking, my footsteps a steady rhythm against the marble floor. The hotel feels different at night. No guests asking for extra towels or complaining about the noise from the street. No board members lurking in the corners with their critiques and their expectations. Just me, the silence, and the faintest trace of Dad's cologne lingering in the air. Though I know that's impossible. I pause at the grand staircase, one hand resting on the polished banister. Maybe you'd have liked her, I say quietly, not sure who I'm talking to anymore. Or maybe you'd have fired her on the spot. Hard to say. The night doesn't answer. It never does. Walking these halls makes memories I'd rather avoid bubble up to the surface. The dim glow from the wall sconces casts a long, familiar shadow. Me. The heir to it all, except not really. More like the heir apparent in a performance that was always missing its standing ovation. I pass one of the formal dining rooms where echoes of tense dinners cling to the air. Dad at the head of the table like a monarch surveying his loyal subjects. Except I was less a subject and more like a gladiator. Faced with criticism served cold as hors d'oeuvre. Decisive men don't second-guess, Oliver, he'd say, dissecting every decision, every misstep, with scalpel precision. Right, Dad, because God forbid second-guessing would equate to being human. I mumbled the retort into the empty hallway. No one would dare whisper back. Attempting to push away the bitterness, I head up the stairs. Each step feels too familiar, cueing a chorus of judgments from a man who couldn't see my choices as anything but betrayal. I falter at the landing, picturing another scene, just as grim, but wrapped in the veneer of elegant decorum. The awards dinners where the shimmer of crystal chandeliers competed with the knives of expectation. And always that persistent reminder, the Avery Hotel isn't merely a business, Oliver, it's a legacy. Yes, I'm aware. Thanks for the nightly reminder, another retort, another unvoiced thought, lost like gusts of wind rattling an empty room. Gazing down the hallway now, skimming the lined-up portraits of past Averys, men steeped in achievement and rain-soaked with critical disdain. I try to remember if any of them looked less than satisfied in their portraits, shoulders draped in familial obligation. No stoic smiles all around because an Avery exudes control. Inheritances are meant to be blessings, I snipe at a particularly judgmental ancestor, guiltless under his sheen of painted arrogance. Turning down a side corridor, I pass the wing my mother insisted be decorated French Rococo style, though she'd grown tired of it within a single season. I pause, palming a fraying tapestry. Memories have a strange way of hanging on to places, like they can't find better lodgings. My old room isn't far. I know I won't go in. Some doors are best left closed. I stop at another photograph, running my fingers over the frame. Couldn't you have just said you were proud of me? The picture stays silent, my fingers tracing patterns only I can perceive. I turn away, heading for the terrace. The night air is cold enough to bite, but perhaps it will clear away the stale taste of the past. I force myself to move on, continuing down the hall and passing the grand ballroom. The chandelier crystals shiver in the ambient hum, casting sparking dots of light across the parquet floor and drawing the eye to the muted elegance that is decidedly old-world charm. An Avery hallmark, the kind that whispers sophistication without announcing itself with the garish tone of modern bravado. Keeping my steps deliberate, I glance up at the ornately carved lintel over the entrance. The wood, darkened with age, holds reminders of the legacy I've begrudgingly upheld, a sort of silent expectation embedded in its sinews. An outsider, someone like Harper Lane, can't grasp the weight of that legacy. It's as much an inheritance as the mahogany trim or the marble underfoot. Her pitch, memorable as it was, keeps revisiting my thoughts. Slick visuals, colorful, vivid, promising a revival. But can you revive what never died? Can vibrant brushstrokes add to the rich hue this place has cultivated over decades? These old rooms might resent such intrusions, like an old man grumbling at the loud antics of youth. Harper, with her confidence and vibrant ideas, wouldn't understand how this copied itself into my veins. How the Avery name stretched over centuries until every decision became an equation of risk, undermined by familial expectations. Easy for her to arrange pretty words and alluring graphics, telling stories of luminous metamorphosis. Change might look pretty on paper, but can erode the foundation one holds dear. I pause by a niche holding an antique vase, once commented on by a board member who thought it obscenely gaudy. Dad had loved the argument it caused, I suspect for the sake of argument alone. Harper, too, must enjoy a good spar. Her eyes flash with a defiance that suggests an understanding I doubt. Navigating this world, where tradition weighs on shoulders like a finely fitted jacket, isn't something you can learn with bright ideas or pretty campaigns. What would she think standing here, where her modern designs are ghostly echoes in the sepulchral silence? Could she envision success cobbled together by handshakes forged in velvet gloves? Stick to what you know, I murmur to the dignified blooms in the vase. PR battles and shiny gloss covers, the promises of new, fields best left to her capable hands. Returning to the lobby, I don't bother adjusting the lighting. The dim glow feels fitting, a mix of shadows and subdued remembrance. The polished floors reflect the muted sparkle of wall sconces, casting whispering echoes that follow my steps. Like any legacy worth its dust, the Avery Hotel wears its age with dignity. Too bad I can't do the same. The arching ceiling curves above like a cathedral, housing memories that leak from the corners. Every inch a testament to grandeur, but tonight it feels heavy, oppressive in its splendor. Breathing in, I catch scents of old leather and citrus polish, memories hidden beneath layers of varnish. They speak of more than just marble and mahogany. They echo the weight of expectations, wrapped in generations of habit and hope. This birth, this mantle of memory, together they blur the line between stewardship and bondage. In some twisted logic, my footsteps echo those of countless Averys before me, though the path beneath them changed. Here I am, like any heir thrown in a vat of time, swirling with heritage without a life vest. The days echo with solicitude, the nights with an odd sort of solitude, a contradiction as refined as the place itself. The thought creeps in. How easy it would be just to leave. Take the next flight back to somewhere sun-drenched, obscured by waves and casual existence. Yet, here I stand. The draw of departure feels distant, lodged behind the inescapable fidelity to a family name, a twin tangled as much in blood as in marrow. By the fireplace that anchors the room like an ancient sentinel, I feel my jaw set, recognizing my father's posture and how I stand. God, even in death, he crafts me in his likeness. Me, a stubborn echo, trapped in the same gilded existence. Same trap. To step away seems simple. The world keeps spinning without interference, time flowing around absences and presences alike. But ideology presses insistently, demanding a resolve that seems more a compromise held in the quiet solidarity of ancestral bonds. My heartbeat pounds in my ears. Competition or challenge, an opportunity already in Harper's hands. Her vibrant, audacious plans, reckless maybe, yet she seemed so optimistic. Is it worth the fight? Part of me just wants to walk away from everything and not look back. The other part, the most maddening part, is inexplicably intrigued by this woman, and a refusal to back down even in the face of my most icy intimidation attempts. I can't believe I'm even entertaining this. I want to see what she brings to the table.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 6. Oliver. The smaller conference room feels like a cage dressed in mahogany and glass. The skyline sprawls beyond the windows, all glitter and steel, a reminder of what's expected of me. An empire to uphold, no room for hesitation. The table gleams with polish, long enough to seat 12 board members who've all arrived in the same uniform, dark suits, practiced frowns, and eyes that weigh every gesture like currency. Oliver! Eleanor Avery inclines her head, silver bob catching the overhead light as she gestures to the chair at the end of the table. Shall we begin? I loosen my tie a fraction and sit, the leather groaning under my weight. Their gazes settle on me like birds on a wire, silent but expectant. Eleanor folds her hands neatly atop a folder embossed with the hotel crest. Her tone is calm, decisive, always has been. The board has reviewed Ms. Lane's proposal. A measured pause, as though giving me the chance to brace for impact. We've agreed the rebranding campaign will proceed under her direction. Harper Lane should be lead consultant. The name lands like a stone in my gut. Harper Lane, tethered so casually to the Avery legacy, as if she were born to it. Across the table, Samuel Drake leans back with a smug little smile, the kind that makes me feel like knocking his perfect teeth out on the polished wood. A few others murmur approval, pens scratching notes like the decision is already gospel. I clear my throat, voice sharp enough to slice through the hum. I agree that we should proceed with her contract, but I do have some reservations about handing over the future of this business to someone we know so little about. Shouldn't we go through a more lengthy probationary period before making it official? Eleanor doesn't flinch. She never does. We're telling you that Ms. Lane's vision is the only one that offers us relevance in the current market. Tradition has its place, Oliver, but survival demands more. We can't waste any more time with probationary periods or red tape when every day counts. The words hit harder than they should, her calm certainty pressing against the doubt already gnawing at me. My concern, I say, steepling my fingers beneath my chin, is that Ms. Lane's ideas lean toward spectacle. Hashtags and QR codes hidden in brass placards. Interactive tours. Merchandise displays in the lobby, I let the words linger in the air, sharp and deliberate. That isn't legacy. That's flash. Risky flash. A few heads tilt, pens poised, the faintest murmur rustling down the table. I press on, tone my cool enough to frost the windows behind me. The Avery Hotel has endured for a century because it doesn't chase trends. My father understood that. Our guests don't come here for gimmicks. They come for permanence, for the weight of history under their feet. What I don't say, I'm not ready to hand control of this place to a woman whose eyes I can't stop remembering from across the marble table yesterday. Eyes that sparked when I pushed her and only burned brighter. Samuel is the first to break the silence, his lips curving into the same smug line I've hated since I was old enough to attend these meetings. With all due respect, Oliver, you just don't understand the modern market. He leans back against his chair, lacing his fingers over his stomach like he's already won. Hotels that fail to evolve don't survive. Ms. Lane's approach is exactly what we need to remain competitive. Another board member, Langley, I think, nods along. Fresh energy could draw a younger clientele. The hotel can't survive on nostalgia alone. Their words grind against my patience, but it's my Aunt Eleanor's voice that slices through the din. Calm, steady, impossible to ignore. Your father's way is gone, Oliver. Her eyes meet mine, gray and sharp as glass. The world doesn't need another monument to the past. It needs a hotel that can adapt, or it won't last another generation. Her words settle like a verdict. Around the table, suits shift, pens scratch, and the unspoken consensus fills the room. Harper Lane isn't just an option. She's the board's decision. The chairman clears his throat, breaking the tense silence. Oliver, you still hold final approval on all campaign decisions? Nothing moves forward without your signature. It should sound like power, authority. It's actually nonsense. A leash disguised as liberty. They're giving me oversight, not control. Babysitting rights while Harper Lane drives the car. The board doesn't trust me to lead, only to nod or veto at the finish line. My jaw tightens as I incline my head, feigning acceptance. I understand, I say. The words taste like ash. When the meeting adjourns, chairs scrape against marble, and the suits file out, murmuring among themselves about projections and financial growth. I remain seated a beat longer, staring at the polished table until my reflection blurs in its surface. By the time I step into the corridor, I've made up my mind. If Harper Lane insists on flooding my hotel with hashtags and curated spectacles, I'll be the dam that holds it back. She may have won the board, but she hasn't won me. I'll keep her in line. I'll make sure Avery doesn't become a circus under her care. Beneath my irritation, something unwelcome stirs. A flicker of curiosity. She hadn't folded under my scrutiny yesterday. She'd thrived on it. How will she respond when I turn that scrutiny into a constant presence? The thought unsettles me almost as much as it intrigues me. I descend to the lobby, the air scented faintly of fresh flowers. My gaze snags on a framed clipping displayed near the concierge desk, a yellowed newspaper announcing the Avery Hotel's grand opening in 1924. Men in black tie grinning for cameras, women in feathered gowns lifting champagne flutes beneath the original marquee. For a moment, I picture Harper standing here, gorgeous eyes glowing, spinning this photograph into one of her glossy narratives. A campaign built on legacy and glamour, the kind of story that makes the past feel alive again. The image should irritate me. Instead, it lingers like a challenge. And to my irritation, I almost want to see what she'd do with it.
Chapter 7. Harper. I walk into the conference room with my portfolio clutched like armor, reminding myself that I've earned this seat at the table. The skyline stretches beyond the windows, the morning sun gilding Manhattan tan in a way that almost dares me to mess up. Around the table, the senior staff sit in perfect formation, navy suits, pearl necklaces, polite smiles that don't reach their eyes. I can practically hear their thoughts. Who let the boutique agency girl in here? Oliver opens the meeting with all the warmth of a granite monument. His voice is smooth but heavy, each phrase dropping onto the polished table like a marble block. Measured adjustments. Guarding the Avery tradition. Proceeding with caution. If I close my eyes, I could swear I'm listening to a documentary about soil erosion. I grip my pen so tightly I'm surprised it doesn't snap in half. The urge to jab it into the notepad in front of me is strong, anything to keep from yawning. He keeps droning on and on, oblivious to the fact that half the staff look like they're suppressing the same thought I am. When will this be over? My forehead hovers dangerously close to the glossy table. If the Avery ever needs a side hustle, I think dryly, they could bottle Oliver's voice and sell it as an organic sleep aid. Guaranteed 8 hours, no side effects. Instead, I paste on a professional smile, sitting straighter, waiting. Timing is everything. And when Oliver finally pauses, I know exactly when I'll slide in and light a match to this marble mausoleum of a meeting. The second Oliver finally stops speaking, I slide in like a soloist rescuing a faltering orchestra. "Thank you, Mr. Avery," I say sweetly, before leaning forward and letting my voice gather some much-needed momentum. But what if the Avery isn't just about tradition? What if it's about legacy that breathes? Half a dozen heads turn toward me. I can feel the pulse of the room shift. These statues are waking up. I stand, flipping open my portfolio, and let my energy do what his marble block monologue couldn't. Imagine guests walking these halls with more than just admiration. They're interacting with history. A ballroom where debutantes once curtsied, now hosting black tie gala fundraisers. A bar that once served bootleg cocktails, now reinvented with mixologists, honoring those recipes with a modern twist. Heritage meets innovation. A few staff members actually lean forward, eyes lighting like I've just opened a window in a stuffy room. I press on, layering old and new like brushstrokes on a canvas. We could design Instagram-worthy heritage tours, curated gala nights, even storytelling campaigns that highlight the Avery, not as a relic but as a living legend. A hotel that doesn't whisper history, it sings it. I pause just long enough for effect, then add with a grin, "And we make sure the Avery doesn't start gathering dust like that Rococo tapestry in the North Wing." A ripple of chuckles breaks out around the table. One manager nearly chokes on his coffee, quickly disguising it with a cough. And then I see it. The twitch, Oliver's jaw tightens by a millimeter, that blue-gray gaze slicing my way. His hand flexes against the edge of the table, the tendons in his wrist shifting like he's resisting the urge to strangle either me or the tapestry. He doesn't say a word, but he doesn't have to. His silence is an entire weather system pressing against me, dark clouds heavy with unshed thunder. I pretend not to notice, plastering on an even brighter smile, like his irritation is jet fuel for my performance. Inside, though, I'm grinning harder than I'd ever admit. Because if I've already cracked the jawline of doom, I'm exactly where I need to be. I settle back in my chair, letting my grin soften into something syrupy sweet. Of course, I say, voice dripping with innocence. We wouldn't want the Avery to look like a museum artifact. Unless, of course, we're charging admission at the door. In which case, I suppose we could install a velvet rope. The table erupts in laughter again. Real laughter, not the polite kind. Someone mutters something about guided tours, and another manager hides a smile behind her hand. Oliver's silence is deafening, a thundercloud hanging over crystal chandeliers. "Miss Lane," he says finally, each syllable cut as sharp as glass. "I don't believe my family built this hotel to be compared to an exhibit." I sip my coffee with exaggerated calm, meeting his stormy eyes over the rim. "And I don't believe they built it with the intention to become irrelevant, Mr. Avery." I set the cup down lightly, as though we're debating wallpaper colors instead of legacy. "But we can keep it polished and breathing at the same time. Both things can be true." His jaw tightens. "Polished and breathing," he repeats, voice low, skeptical. "You make it sound like the Avery is some kind of patient on life support." "Not life support," I counter smoothly, tilting my head. "Revitalization. You don't throw away a Stradivarius because it needs new strings. You give it what it needs to keep singing." For a beat, the room is utterly still, caught between us like spectators at Wimbledon. Or maybe the Jerry Springer show. The pulse of electricity between us spikes. I know I should dial it back, play nice, save my ammunition for the board. But watching Oliver's perfect composure strain at the edges? Addictive. "You're awfully confident in your metaphors," he murmurs, eyes narrowing. "For someone who hasn't spent a lifetime protecting this place." "And you're awfully conservative," I fire back, smile sharp as a blade. "For someone who looks like he'd rather be anywhere but here." The staff exchange wide-eyed glances, half amused, half concerned, as though they've accidentally stumbled into a lover's quarrel in the middle of their workday. The meeting limps toward its conclusion, staff members gathering papers and clearing throats, but the tension doesn't let go. As the last manager slips out, Oliver's gaze locks with mine. His expression says he'd like to throttle me, or at least escort me out personally, but there's something flickering underneath. Not approval exactly, but not dismissal either. Something sharper, hungrier. It's doing something to me I'd rather not acknowledge. I rise, sliding my portfolio under my arm, and let my smile linger just long enough to be noticed. "You'll respect me, Oliver Avery, whether you want to or not, and maybe, just maybe, I'll enjoy every second of driving you mad until you do." Chapter 8. Harper. The lobby has become my canvas, a vast expanse transformed from its previous immaculate marble stillness into an effervescent movie set, bustling with life, energy, and a touch of chaos. Every corner has been meticulously staged, each detail painstakingly considered and curated to perfection. The chandeliers overhead dangle like shimmering crowns, casting iridescent patterns of light that catch the champagne glasses just right, imbuing them with a sparkling allure that is both opulent and inviting. Across the room, the floral arch, my brainchild, stands proudly, adding a vibrant pop of color that enlivens the otherwise neutral cream walls. It's an eye-catching burst of nature, amid polished grandeur, making everything feel just a little more alive. Hold that tray higher. Yes. Tilt it just a touch to the left. I project above the gentle hum of activity, weaving nimbly between a dazzling sequin-clad model and an assistant grappling with an oversized reflector board. I swiftly intercept the board just as it begins to teeter precariously, skillfully flipping it towards the light with a practiced hand. It yields instantly to my command, the gleam perfect. I flash a wide, approving smile, not just for the camera, but for the crew. Perfect. Keep it there exactly. The photographer stands poised, his keen eye hidden behind the glint of his camera lens, anxiously awaiting my cue. 3, 2, now, I call out, synchronizing perfectly with the model's fluid movements and the commanding click of the shutter. It's a symphony, each note a shuffle of feet, a rustle of fabric, a gentle exhale, coordinated with the rhythm I orchestrate. Around me, people hustle with purposeful energy, shuffling magazines into place, straightening ties that refuse to settle, fluffing pillows that collapse under the weight of expectation. But amidst this orchestrated pandemonium, I never lose the beat. This fast, frenetic pace is my element. The quicker it gets, the more astutely my mind works, sharpening my senses like the edge of a honed blade. The thrill of orchestrating each element, of transforming frantic chaos into fluid beauty, is a high I constantly chase, and each time it proves intoxicating. In the lull between shots, I pull out my phone and slip right into another mode. My thumb flies across the screen as I live stream to the hotel's new account, framing a close-up of the champagne tray under the chandelier. Behind-the-scenes glamour, I say with a wink into the lens, before panning to a model laughing as she fumbles a pose. And yes, we keep it real here too. The comments fly in, hearts, laughing emojis, even where is this? And I grin. Someone spills a glass in the background, but I'm already filming, already captioning it, when elegance meets gravity. Within seconds, the crew is laughing along with me. The model who slipped shakes her head, embarrassed. But I loop an arm around her and say loudly enough for the phone to catch, "See, even our champagne gets stage fright." The crew roars, the tension dissolves, and the energy resets. This is my stage, my arena. I don't just control the story, I spin it, live, in real time, and everyone wants in on it. I'm in the thick of managing a stylist's fumble. No, not like that. The scarf should drape elegantly, like it's whispered silk around the neck, not a tool of survival. Remember, darling, we're selling a dream of luxury, not an escape escapade, when an imperceptible change in the air creeps in. At first, it feels like nothing more than the barest shiver of an exhalation from the room itself, an uncanny sensation that pricks at my awareness. There's a palpable shift, a change in atmosphere, and suddenly it seizes my attention. The sensation of being observed, captured under a discerning, unyielding gaze. I don't need to search for the source of this scrutiny for long. He is unmistakable amidst the flurry of fabric and flashes. Oliver Avery. He's leaning against one of the grand marble columns across the lobby, one corner of his mouth set into a near-visible line, arms firmly folded, as though he holds the weight of the entire building on his shoulders, as if sheer disapproval alone could prevent the whole edifice from crumbling into the scattered glitter and hurried whispers that fill the air. The suit he dons is impeccably sharp, too meticulously fitted, cast in an ink-dark shade that swallows up the light and starkly contrasts the playfulness of our curated chaos. Funereal attire in a setting that screams for joyous revelry and champagne effervescence. He remains motionless. Not so much as a blink distorts his keen, assessing gaze, his eyes tracing a path to me as if I were the riddle he intends to unravel. It's a gaze that corners me beneath its weight, laying bare my orchestrations under his intense scrutiny. The instant stretches out, my pulse tripping over its own rhythm, a quicksilver race beneath my skin, Here in this vibrant, dizzying spectacle of controlled frenzy, he stands unmoving, an enigma whose very presence seems to challenge the brightness of this sparkling scene. "Harper, where should the light go?" one of the assistants calls. I snap my attention back, pointing decisively. 3 feet to the left and higher. Yes, I wanted kissing the cheekbone, not blinding the poor girl. The photographer lifts a thumb in acknowledgement. The model exhales in relief, and I spin back toward the scene, but Oliver's gaze is still there. I can feel it, hot against my skin, threading through me even while I keep barking cheerful orders. Our eyes collide again mid-chaos, and this time I don't look away. For a flicker of a second, something shifts across his face, too quick for me to pin down. Admiration, irritation, suspicion. All three flash through my mind before his features smooth back into that unshakable mask he wears so well. Still, I've caught enough to know he's judging me. Of course he is. To Oliver, this probably looks like chaos dressed up in sequins and hashtags. Fluff. As disposable as last season's trend. Well, if he thinks I'm going to shrink under that gaze, he's sorely mistaken. I crank my brightest grin up to full wattage, deliberately flashy, and toss him a wink across the lobby lights. It's a challenge as much as a smile. A little silent dare. Go on, Mr. Old Money Tradition. Say something. He doesn't. He just tips his chin the barest fraction, a gesture so subtle it's almost mocking, before turning away like he's already dismissed me. The move should infuriate me, and it does. My jaw clenches before I'm able to stop it. But underneath the spark of annoyance is something else, a tug of curiosity, sharper than I'd like to admit, because if Oliver Avery really thinks I'm nothing but glitter and noise, why did it feel, for that split second, like he saw me? The cameras keep clicking, flashes of light bouncing off marble and glass, but in my head, I'm running my own private monologue. He probably wants a 3-page ad spread in the Times and calls it a day. God forbid we embrace Instagram Reels, right, Mr. Magoo? The thought makes me smirk as I gesture for the model to spin once more, her dress catching the light just right. Still, beneath my irritation, there's this undercurrent, a faint, reckless thrill. Because if Oliver Avery didn't care, he wouldn't be standing there watching me like a hawk. And he is. Every second. When the last shutter clicks and the team starts packing up, I step back, arms folded, a grin tugging at my lips. The shoot is everything I want. Modern, daring, alive, exactly the kind of bold energy Avery Hotel needs. Exactly the kind of thing Oliver would hate. I glance around for him, already preparing a smug little quip if he dares to say something, but he's gone. Slipped out without a word. And yet, the air still feels charged, like his presence is lingering in the walls, in my pulse. I let out a breath, then pull out my phone, one final upload before I call it a wrap. I select the cheekiest photo of the bunch, type out the caption with a wicked grin. The future of Avery Hotel is picture perfect. Send. Take that, Mr. Antique Marketing.
Chapter 9. Oliver. Late in the evening, long after the hotel has emptied of guests and most of the staff have clocked out, I linger. It's a habit of mine walking the halls when the place is quiet, when the weight of the Avery name feels less like a burden and more like something I can almost shoulder without buckling. The lights are dim, energy-saving mode, casting everything in a soft amber glow. The marble floors gleam faintly, as though even in stillness, they refuse to show any signs of weakness. That's when I hear it, her voice. Harper's, sharp, lively, impossible to ignore, even muffled through the walls of one of the staff offices. I stop mid-stride, my polished shoes silent against the floor. I shouldn't really care. I should keep walking. But there's something about the rhythm of her words, the way she punctuates every sentence like she's daring the world to contradict her, that makes me pause. She's on a call, her tone a mix of command and charm. No, Ethan, the font needs to be bolder. Not screaming off the page, bold, but you'd be a fool to ignore this, bold. There's a difference. I lean against the doorframe, arms crossed, listening. Her voice is a storm, but it's electric, alive. She's the kind of person who could talk someone into cleaning a toilet and have them thanking her for the privilege. It's infuriating, impressive, and, God help me, a little fascinating. And the copy, she continues, pacing the room outside the door, her heels clicking against the floor. We're not selling a hotel. We're selling an experience. Luxury is in the details, Ethan. Tell me you're hearing me. There's a pause, presumably Ethan's response. And then she laughs. It's warm, genuine, and entirely too loud for this hour. Good. Because if I have to explain this one more time, I'm charging you double. Another pause. Yes, there's a clause for that in the contract. I wrote it myself. I shouldn't be smiling. I definitely shouldn't be smiling. But there's something about the way she handles herself, the effortless authority laced with humor that catches me off guard. I push away from the doorframe, intending to leave, but the sound of her chair scraping back stops me. All right, she says, her voice softer now, almost reflective. Send me the revisions by morning. And Ethan, don't overthink it. Bold, confident. That's the Avery way. The line clicks off, and for a moment there's silence, then the sharp inhale of someone who's been holding their breath and exhaling it all at once. Through the crack in the door, I see her lean back in the chair, her hands running over her face, the vibrant energy dimmed for just a moment. I knock lightly on the doorframe and her head snaps up, eyes wide. She doesn't jump. She doesn't stammer. She just smiles that damn charming smile of hers. Mr. Avery, she says, her voice smooth as melted chocolate. To what do I owe the pleasure? Just passing by, I say, stepping into the room. She's got papers scattered across the desk, her laptop open to an email draft that's probably as sharp-tongued as she is. You're here late. So are you, she shoots back, leaning forward, resting her elbows on the desk. Don't tell me you finally caught Avery fever. The corner of my mouth twitches, despite myself. Just making sure you're not turning the place into a circus. Oh, don't worry, she says, standing and rounding the desk. Her heels click, deliberate, measured. If I were turning this place into a circus, you'd know it. There'd be clowns in the lobby by now. I raise a brow. Clowns? Or maybe a lion tamer. She tilts her head, her amber eyes glinting. You'd make a good lion, actually. All broody and growling. Charming, I say dryly. What was the phone call about? I ask. My tone is casual, but her eyes narrow slightly like she's trying to figure out if this is a question or an interrogation. She leans against the edge of the desk, her arms crossing in a way that's more defensive than casual. Micromanaging me already, she says, her voice light but laced with steel. I thought we were past that. Not micromanaging, I say, holding up a hand. Just curious. You sounded intense. She raises an eyebrow, her lips curving into a smirk. Intense is my default setting. Comes with the territory. She pauses, her fingers drumming lightly on the desk, then sighs. Fine. If you really want to know, I was finalizing the typography for the rebrand. Bold, clean, but not obnoxious. Think understated confidence. Understated, I repeat, leaning back against the wall, my arms crossing over my chest. That's a word I wouldn't normally associate with you. Her smile doesn't falter. Neither would most people. But this isn't about me. It's about the Avery. You know, that place you're so desperate to keep from turning into a circus. I ignore the jab. And the staff? Your experience angle. How does that involve them? She straightens, her expression shifting from playful to serious in a heartbeat. It's not just about the staff. It's centered on them. This hotel's history isn't just in the marble floors and the mahogany accents. It's in the people who've kept it running for decades. The concierges who remember every guest's name. The housekeepers who make sure every room feels like home. The chefs who've been here longer than I've been alive. That's the heart of this place, Oliver. Not the name on the door. Her voice softens, and for a moment, there's no trace of her usual sharp edges. It's disarming, how passionate she sounds, how much she seems to care about something that's been a weight around my neck for years. So what? I say, keeping my tone neutral. You're planning to put them all in the brochures? Not just the brochures, she says, stepping closer. Her gaze is steady, her golden brown eyes locking onto mine. We're creating a series of profiles. Short stories, really, about the people who make this hotel what it is. Guests don't just come here for the luxury. They come for the connection, for the feeling that they're part of something bigger. And that starts with the staff. I say nothing for a moment, letting her words sink in. She's not wrong. I've walked past the same faces for years, barely acknowledging them. And yet, she's managed to see something I've overlooked entirely. You're not selling out the legacy, she adds, her voice quieter now. You're building on it. Making sure it's not just a name on a building, but a living, breathing thing. I look at her, really look at her, and at last I see more than just the PR consultant who's been driving me up the wall. I see someone who's not just here for the paycheck. Someone who cares, maybe even more than I do. Her words linger in the air, heavier than the silence that follows. I glance at the scattered papers on the desk, skim over the sketches of bold fonts and clean lines, the notes scribbled in her sharp, angular handwriting. It's all so deliberate, so thoughtful. I don't know why that irritates me more than anything else. You really believe you can do this? I say flatly. She raises an eyebrow. Is that so hard to believe? Yes, I say without hesitation. Most people see the Avery name and think dollar signs. You're acting like it's something human. Her lips twitch, not quite a smile, but something close. Maybe it is. At least it could be, if you'd stop treating it like a burden long enough to see it. I stiffen, my arms tightening across my chest. You don't know what it's like. To carry a legacy? She counters, tilting her head. Oh, I think I do. Just not one with marble floors and mahogany accents. She pauses, her gaze steady, breathing now as if she's taking something in. But you're right. I don't know what it's like to have it handed to me wrapped in expectations and criticism. I built mine from scratch. Maybe that's why I'm not afraid of it. I look away, my jaw tightening. She's not wrong, again, but I'm not about to admit that. Instead, I nod toward her laptop. So, what's next? More bold fonts and staff profiles? Her smile returns, wide and unapologetically confident. Among other things. But don't worry, Mr. Avery. I'll run it all by you before we unveil the circus. Peanuts and all. I scoff, but there's no real edge to it. See that you do. I turn to leave, my shoes clicking sharply against the marble floor. But halfway to the door, something makes me stop. I don't turn around, but I can feel her watching me, her gaze sharp and unyielding. For what it's worth, I say, my voice low, you're not entirely off base. About the staff, they're important. There's a beat of silence, and when she speaks, her tone is softer than I've ever heard it. I know. I don't say anything else. I just walk out, the weight of her words settling uncomfortably somewhere in my chest. Reluctantly, I admit to myself that she might care about this damn hotel more than I do. And that's a thought I don't know what to do with. Chapter 10. Oliver. The whiskey glass is cool in my hand, the amber liquid catching the faint glow of the city lights stretching out beyond my penthouse windows. I take a sip, letting the burn settle in my chest, The view is the same as it's always been. Manhattan's skyline, glittering and endless. But tonight, it feels quieter. Or maybe I'm just louder in my head. I lean against the glass, staring down at the streets below, and unbidden, the image of Harper from earlier today flashes through my mind. She was in the lounge, surrounded by the staff and crew, her laugh ringing out sharp and clear. It wasn't the kind of laugh people force for politeness or convenience. It was real, unguarded, the kind that makes you look twice just to make sure you didn't imagine it. She'd been gesturing with her hands, her eyes looking luminous as she leaned in to say something to the photographer. Something in her energy, her confidence, made it impossible to look away. Like she was the sun, and everyone else was just orbiting her. Even now, the memory of it feels intrusive, something I didn't ask for but can't quite shake. I swirl the whiskey in my glass, the ice clinking softly. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I mutter under my breath, half to myself, half to the empty room. Harper Lane. Persistent, infuriating, and entirely too good at her job. The way she talked about the staff tonight, about the heart of the hotel, it shouldn't have mattered. It shouldn't have cut through the noise in my head like it did. But it did. And now, standing here in the silence, I can't stop thinking about it. I downed the rest of the whiskey in one go, the burn sharper this time, and set the glass on the counter with a low thud. The city doesn't answer. It never does. And neither does my empty glass. I'm not sure when the memory shifts, but suddenly I'm no longer standing in the penthouse. I'm in the conference room, the damn mahogany table stretching out between us like a battlefield, except Harper's not on the other side of it anymore. She's here, close enough that I smell her perfume, something warm like vanilla and amber, with a sharp edge of citrus that shouldn't work but does. Just like her. Her back's against the wall, my hand braced above her shoulder. Her amber-brown eyes are wide, but not with surprise. No, there's something else there, something that makes the air between us crackle. She tilts her head, a small, knowing smirk playing on her lips. "Problem, Oliver?" Her voice is low, teasing, and it hits me like a punch below the gut. I don't answer. I can't. Instead, I let my other hand brush against her side, just above the dip and swell of her waist. She doesn't move, doesn't back down, and that's enough to make me step closer, my chest nearly touching hers. "You're infuriating," I say, my voice rough, and her smirk widens. "So I've been told." Her words are light, but her breath hitches when my fingers trail up to the first button of her blouse. It's silk, dark green, the kind of thing that looks expensive and feels even better. I pop the button open with a flick of my thumb, my knuckles brushing against the soft skin of her collarbone. "You think you're clever, don't you?" I lean in, my lips almost grazing her ear. "Always pushing. Always talking. What happens when I don't let you?" She laughs, but it's shaky now, and I feel the way her pulse races when I press a kiss to the side of her neck. "You're not exactly stopping me," she says, and her hands find my waist, her fingers curling into the fabric of my shirt. I pull back enough to look at her, to really look at her. Her lips are parted, her chest rising and falling faster than before, and that smirk's gone, replaced by something darker, hungrier. My hand slides up to cradle the back of her neck, my thumb brushing the line of her jaw. "Maybe I should," I say, my voice low, and then I kiss her. It's not gentle, not careful. It's all the frustration, the tension, the heat that's been building since the moment she walked into the boardroom. Her lips are soft, but she kisses me back with the same intensity, her fingers tightening on my shirt like she's afraid I'll pull away. I don't. Instead, I press her harder against the wall, my other hand slipping under her blouse to feel the warmth of her skin. She gasps against my mouth, and I take the opportunity to deepen the kiss, my tongue sliding against hers. Her hands move up my chest, over my shoulders, and then she's pulling me even closer, like she's trying to erase the space between us entirely. I'm about to unbutton her blouse the rest of the way when she breaks the kiss, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Her eyes are dark, her lips swollen, and for a brief moment she looks as wrecked as I feel. But then that smirks back, and she tilts her head again, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're still not stopping me?" The memory of Harper's laugh reverberates in my head, sharp and confident as I stare out the window. My chest tightens and I let out a frustrated breath, running a hand through my salt and pepper hair. The city sprawls below, indifferent to the chaos inside me. I down another tumbler of whiskey, setting down the glass. My fingers fumble with the belt at my waist. There's no one to see me here, no one to judge. My living room is dark, the lights of Manhattan painting the space in streaks of gold and blue. I undo the buckle, the leather sliding free with a soft hiss, and push the suit pants down just enough. The cool air brushes my skin and I shiver, leaning one hand against the glass for support.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
The quiet of the room is deafening now, the fantasy dissipating like smoke. I pull my pants back up, fastening the belt with rough, unsteady hands. The decanter clinks against the glass as I pour another finger of whiskey, my third, or maybe fourth. I don't bother counting. The couch swallows me as I sink into it, the leather cool against my shirt sleeves. She shouldn't be here. Not in my penthouse, not in my head. But she is. Oh, she is. Harper's laugh echoes in my skull, bright and unapologetic. The way she'd leaned over the conference table earlier, that damn green blouse gaping just enough to reveal the delicate chain around her neck. The way she'd looked at me when I challenged her. Not shrinking, not flustered, just amused, like I was a puzzle she'd already figured out. I take a sharp swallow of whiskey. It doesn't help. My phone buzzes on the coffee table. A text from the hotel GM about tomorrow's meeting. I ignore it. Instead, my thumb hovers over Harper's contact, pulled up from the agency paperwork. Not that I'd admit to looking. "You're losing it, Avery." I toss the phone aside and rake a hand through my hair. This is pathetic. She's a consultant, a temporary nuisance, not whatever my brain keeps conjuring. Harper in my kitchen, stealing sips of my coffee and wrinkling her nose at the bitterness. Harper in this very spot, her legs curled under her, arguing about some inane detail of the campaign, while I pretend not to watch the way her earrings catch the light. The glass is empty again. I set it down harder than necessary. "Get a grip," I mutter. The city doesn't answer, the whiskey's gone, and Harper Lane is still everywhere.
Chapter 11. Harper. The hostess at Le Monde Étoile gives me the kind of once-over that's supposed to be discreet, but lands somewhere between admiration and appraisal. My ruby red sheath dress clings just right, the fabric catching the warm glow of the chandeliers like it was made for this room. I smile, smoothing a hand over my twist-out as she leads me past the bar, where a man in a navy suit does a double-take. I don't look back. Oliver's already at the table, his silhouette sharp against the soft lighting. He stands as I approach, his eyes roaming over me with the same precision he uses to dissect my campaign proposals. For a moment, he doesn't say anything. Just that infuriating, unreadable expression. "Mr. Avery," I say, sliding into the seat across from him. "You're early. Should I be flattered or suspicious?" "Neither," he replies, his voice dry. "I was already in the neighborhood. Meetings." "Of course." I glance at the menu, though I already know what I'm ordering. "So should we talk shop, or are we pretending this is a social call?" He settles in his chair, his fingers drumming lightly on the tablecloth. "Do you ever stop?" "Stop what?" "Scheming." I laugh, setting the menu down. Scheming implies I'm up to something nefarious. I'm just proactive. "Proactive," he repeats, like he's testing the word for flaws. The waiter appears with 2 glasses of sparkling water, and Oliver waves off the wine list before I can even glance at it. I raise an eyebrow but don't comment. "So," I say, leaning forward slightly, "are we going to discuss the campaign, or are you going to keep staring at me like I'm a problem you're trying to solve?" His gaze doesn't waver. "The campaign's fine." "Fine?" "It's adequate." I tilt my head, my earrings catching the light. Adequate. Now there's a word to make a girl feel really special. He exhales, a faint smirk tugging at his mouth. "You'd rather I lie and call it brilliant?" "I'd rather you tell me what actually bothers you about it." "It's not the campaign," he says after a beat. His tone is quieter now, less guarded. I wait, sipping my water. "It's the execution," he continues. "The way you handle everything. The staff, the press, me." "Handle you?" I repeat, my lips curving into a smile. "You know what I mean. Enlighten me." He leans forward suddenly, his voice low. "You're in every room, Harper. Every conversation. I can't turn around without tripping over you." Sounds like a you problem. It's distracting. And yet, here we are. His eyes narrow, but he doesn't refute it. The air between us feels charged, like the moment right before a storm breaks. The waiter reappears, and I order the seared scallops without looking at the menu. Oliver grumbles something about the steak, his focus still on me. When the waiter leaves, I cross my legs, the silk of my dress whispering against my skin. "So," I say lightly, "are we going to keep dancing around whatever this is, or are we finally going to talk about it?" He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he picks up his water glass, his fingers tightening around it. "Later," he says finally, "after the press arrives." "Fair enough," I say, leaning back in my chair. "But Oliver, just so you know, I'm not going anywhere." His eyes meet mine, and finally there's no irritation in them, just something I can't quite read. "Neither am I," he says quietly. The first of the journalists arrives then, sparing us both from having to say anything more. Seated beside Oliver, I watch him navigate the room with the precision of a chess player, controlled, calculated, and utterly devoid of warmth. He answers questions with clipped sentences, his jaw tightening every time a reporter leans too far into personal territory. It's like watching a man walk barefoot over glass, careful not to crack it, but ready to bleed if he does. A reporter, a woman in her 40s with a sharp bob and a sharper smile, leans forward, her pen poised over her notebook. "Mr. Avery, there's been talk that the Avery Hotel is, well, outdated. How do you respond to critics who say the brand is struggling to stay relevant?" Oliver's hand tightens around his water glass, his knuckles whitening. I can practically see the storm brewing behind those gray eyes. He opens his mouth, and I know exactly what's coming. Something biting, something defensive, something that'll give these vultures exactly the soundbite they're looking for. I cut in before he can speak, my voice smooth but firm. I think what's being overlooked here is the value of tradition. I lean forward slightly, catching the reporter's gaze. The Avery Hotel isn't just a brand, it's a legacy. And like any legacy worth preserving, it evolves without losing sight of what made it exceptional in the first place. The reporter raises an eyebrow, her pen still hovering. And what would you say makes it exceptional? I smile, the kind of smile that says, I've got this. It's the attention to detail, I say, gesturing subtly to the room around us. The craftsmanship, the history, the stories that live in these walls. Those aren't things you can replicate with a trendy logo or a flashy ad campaign. What we're doing, what Mr. Avery and his team are doing, is ensuring those details aren't lost in the noise. Oliver shifts beside me, his posture rigid. I can feel the heat of his irritation, but he doesn't interrupt. Good. The reporter nods, jotting something down. And the perception of the Avery Hotel as being stuck in the past? Perception, I say, letting the word hang for a moment, is just that, perception. It's not reality. The reality is that the Avery Hotel has stood the test of time because it's adaptable. It's not about chasing trends. It's about setting them. And with the team we have in place, that's exactly what we're going to do. The reporter seems satisfied, scribbling in her notebook. I glance at Oliver out of the corner of my eye. He's staring at me, expression unreadable. But there's something in his gaze, something that isn't annoyance for once. Curiosity, maybe? Or grudging respect. He doesn't say a word, but I don't need him to. I've knocked it out of the park, again. I notice the subtle shift in Oliver the moment I wrap up the interview. His shoulders drop ever so slightly, the tension in his jaw easing like a tightly coiled spring finally releasing. He doesn't say anything. Of course he doesn't, but he gives me the slightest nod, one I'd miss if I weren't watching him so closely. It's not gratitude, not exactly. More like acknowledgement. Like he's conceding, just this once, that I might know what I'm doing. The reporters pack up their notepads and cameras, and Oliver stands, buttoning his suit jacket with that practiced precision he has. I follow him out of the room, the click of my heels echoing on the marble floor. He doesn't wait for me, but he doesn't rush ahead either. It's a strange middle ground, this thing between us, not quite allies, but not exactly enemies. Outside, the cold air hits me like a slap, sharp and bracing. I wrap my coat tighter, my breath fogging in front of me. Oliver's already at the curb, his driver, waiting with the car door open. He looks back at me, his facial expression unreadable in the dim streetlight. You know, I say, my voice carrying just enough to reach him over the hum of the city. You owe me one. He raises an eyebrow, his tone dry. Do I? Big time. I step closer, my hands tucked into my coat pockets. Saved you from turning that interview into a one-man disaster show. His lips twitch, not quite smiling but close. I had it under control. Sure you did? I tilt my head, letting the sarcasm drip. If by under control, you mean one wrong word, away from giving them the headline, Avery Air bites reporter's head off. His mouth tightens, but there's the faintest flicker of something in his eyes. Amusement, maybe. Your delivery was effective. Effective? I laugh, the sound sharp and bright in the cold. Oliver, I just handed them the story they wanted without letting them skin you alive. I'd say that's more than effective. He exhales, a puff of white in the night air. Fine. What do you want? I pretend to think about it, tapping my chin with one gloved finger. Oh, I don't know. Maybe a thank you, for starters. His eyes narrow, but he doesn't take the bait. You'll have to settle for a drink. A drink? I repeat, feigning indignation. I save you, and you're offering me a drink? A very expensive drink, he adds, his tone dry but with just enough edge to make it clear he's not joking. I grin, stepping closer, until I'm standing right in front of him. You're on. He doesn't move, doesn't blink, but something shifts in the air, heavier than the cold. Let's go upstairs, shall we? I'll show you what austere and elegant really look like. My pulse is suddenly racing, and I'm struggling to stay calm, despite his intimate tone and the way his eyes had just darkened with something that looks dangerously like desire.
Chapter 12. Oliver. The rooftop lounge is quiet tonight, the city's skyline shimmering like a scattered constellation below us. Harper steps out of the elevator with me, her coat draped over one arm, the red dress catching the soft glow of the lounge lights. She glances around, her eyes narrowing in that way she does when she's assessing a space, like she's already cataloging ways to make it better. Cozy, she says, her tone light but edged with something sharper, almost romantic. Should I be flattered? Not quite yet, I say, leading her to a secluded table near the edge. The wind picks up, tugging at the hem of her dress, and she shivers slightly. I gesture to the seat across from me. I figured if we're going to argue about this campaign, we might as well do it somewhere with amazing wine. She sits, her lips curling into a smile that's equal parts amused and challenging. Amazing wine? Coming from you, that's certainly a compliment. I'm full of surprises. I signal the server, ordering a bottle of something expensive without bothering to check the menu. Harper watches me, her fingers idly tracing the rim of her empty glass. So, she says, leaning back in her chair, what's the real reason we're up here? Because if this is just another lecture about how I'm handling things wrong, you could have saved yourself the Cabernet. I pour the wine when it arrives, the dark liquid catching the light. You're not wrong, I say, handing her a glass. But you're not entirely right either. Her eyebrows lift. Enlighten me, please, before I walk right out of here. I take a sip, letting the silence stretch for a beat. The campaign. It's, too much. You're pushing too hard, too fast. The hotel doesn't need a revolution. It needs a facelift. She tilts her head, her earrings catching the glow of the city lights. And what's the difference exactly? Revolution burns everything down. A facelift just smooths out the wrinkles. She laughs, the sound low and warm. Oliver, if the Avery Hotel were a person, it wouldn't need a facelift. It would need a defibrillator. I set my glass down, my jaw tightening. You think you know the business better than I do. I think, she says, leaning forward, her gaze steady. You're so busy defending it from everyone else that you're not actually listening to what it needs. The wind picks up again, sending a lock of her hair across her face. She brushes it aside, her expression unreadable. I start to argue, but she cuts me off with a wave of her hand. Look, she says, I get it. This place is your legacy. It's personal. But if you don't let it breathe, let it grow, it's going to suffocate under the weight of all that history. She pauses, her tone softening just enough to take the edge off. And I don't think that's what you want. I don't respond right away. Instead, I look out at the city, the endless sprawl of lights and life. She's not wrong. She's rarely wrong, and that's what makes her so infuriating. Maybe, I say finally, my voice quiet. But you're still pushing too hard. She smiles, that knowing, sexy little smile that always feels like she's one step ahead. Good thing you're here to keep me in check, then. I raise my glass, the hint of a smirk tugging at my lips. Cheers to that. She clinks her glass against mine, her eyes never leaving mine. Cheers. Before I know it, we're on to our second bottle of wine, the conversation shifting from campaign timelines to something softer, more personal. The tension between us has eased, though I can't quite pinpoint when. Harper leans back in her chair, her glass cradled in one hand, the other gesturing as she talks. So, childhood, she says, her lips curving into a grin. Do you have a favorite memory? And don't say business dinners or I'm leaving. I chuckle, shaking my head. No business dinners. Though there was one Christmas where my father tried to teach me how to carve a turkey. I was 12. Ended up hacking it into pieces so badly we ordered tacos instead. She laughs, the sound warm and genuine, and it catches me off guard. That's tragically relatable. My mom used to make us help in her bakery. I was the designated dough roller, flour everywhere. My little brother once decided to decorate a cake with an entire jar of sprinkles. Looked like a glitter bomb went off. I can't imagine you covered in flour, I say, raising an eyebrow. You seem too polished for that kind of chaos. Oh, trust me, she says, her eyes sparkling. I've had my moments. Like the time I accidentally sent out a press release for a client with the subject line, "Biggest mistake of your life." Turns out autocorrect doesn't like "best milkshake of your life." I laugh, a real laugh, the kind that surprises me. You did not. I did. And I had to spend the next 2 days convincing the client not to fire me. Ended up pitching a whole campaign around owning your mistakes. It actually worked out okay in the end. Of course it did, I say, shaking my head. You could sell sand to the Sahara. She raises her glass in a mock toast, guilty as charged. But hey, you've got your own stories. Favorite travel spot? Somewhere you go when you're avoiding all this? I hesitate, swirling the wine in my glass. Kyoto, I say finally. There's a temple there, tucked away in the mountains. Quiet. No one knows who I am. I'd go there early in the morning just to sit and watch the mist roll in. Her gaze softens, her teasing smile fading into something more thoughtful. That sounds peaceful. It was, I say, my voice quieter than I intend. But peace doesn't last forever. She looks at me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she leans forward, her elbows resting on the table. Tell me something else. Something real. Real? I repeat, my tone dry. You're digging deep tonight. Consider it part of my charming package, she says, her smile returning. I take a small sip of wine, considering. Fine. When I was 16, I stole my father's vintage Aston Martin, took it out on the highway, got pulled over doing 90 in a 55. Her eyebrows shoot up. Did you tell him? Hell no, I say, smirking. Paid the ticket with my allowance and parked it back in the garage like nothing happened. He never knew. She laughs again, the sound light and easy. Oliver Avery? Rule breaker? Systems buster? Who knew? Not many people, I admit, my voice softer than I intend. The silence stretches, comfortable this time, the city lights flickering below us. Harper tilts her head, studying me with that sharp, assessing gaze of hers. You're full of surprises. So are you, I say, holding her gaze. She smiles, raising her glass again. Cheers to surprises, then. I clink my glass against hers, the sound echoing softly in the night air. Cheers. We've gone through 2 bottles of wine, and Harper's laugh is still echoing in my head. The city lights blur below us, and I can't remember the last time I felt this. Light. It's unnerving, how easily she's cracked through the walls I've spent years building. So, she says, what's next on the Oliver Avery tour? Do we order a 3rd bottle and start solving world hunger, or are you going to let me in on your secret love of karaoke? I smirk, shaking my head. You'll never hear me sing. Oh, come on, she says, her eyes narrowing with mischief. I bet you've got a killer voice. Probably some old Sinatra tune you've been saving for a special occasion. I don't do special occasions. She tilts her head, the curve of her cheek catching the light. Not even for me? There's something in her tone, playful but laced with challenge, that makes me pause. I sip my wine to buy myself a second. You'd be disappointed. Doubtful. She leans forward, her elbows resting on the table, and I catch the scent of her perfume. Something warm and citrusy, like sunlit oranges. I think you're just scared. Of what? Letting loose. Having fun. Being human. I raise an eyebrow. I'm human. Barely. She grins, leaning back again. You've got more layers than a Russian nesting doll, Oliver. And I'm starting to think you like it that way. I don't respond right away. Instead, I watch her. The way her fingers trace the stem of her glass. The way her lips curve into that knowing smile. She's right, of course. I've spent years building those layers, keeping people at arm's length. But with her, it's different. She doesn't push through them. She just sidesteps them, like they're not even there. You're overthinking, she says, her voice softer now. I can see all over your face. You're a terrible dinner guest. She laughs, the sound warm and rich, and it pulls something loose in my chest. And yet, here you are, still talking to me. Unfortunately, she pretends to clutch her chest. Ouch! You wound me. I can't help but smirk. You'll survive. We sit like that for a while, the silence comfortable, the city humming below us. I should end the night. It's late and there's work tomorrow, but I don't. Instead, I pour the last of the wine into her glass, her fingers brushing mine as she takes it. The touch is brief, but it lingers, a spark burning low in my gut that I can't quite ignore. So, she says, her voice light, what's the one place in the world you'd go if you could leave all this responsibility behind? I don't have to think about it. Somewhere quiet. No phones, no hotels, no expectations. She raises an eyebrow. No people? Maybe one. Her smile softens, and for a moment neither of us says anything. The wind picks up, tugging at her ebony hair, and she brushes it away with a casual flick of her hand. I should say something. Do something. But the words stick in my throat, and the moment stretches, taut and unspoken, between us. She breaks it first, standing and smoothing her dress. It's late. I should go. I nod, standing with her. I'll call you a car. She tilts her head, her smile teasing. You don't trust me to get home on my own? I don't trust New York. She laughs, the sound light and easy, and I feel that pull again, the one I can't quite name. Good night, Oliver. Good night, Harper. I watch her walk away, the city lights catching the curve of her shoulders, the sway of her hips. And at last, I'm not ready to let the night end.
Chapter 13. Harper. The hallway outside Oliver's office is quiet, the soft hum of the hotel's HVAC system the only sound. I'm halfway to his door, my heels clicking against the polished marble, when I spot him. He's standing near the window, one hand braced against the frame, his shoulders tense, his head bowed like he's carrying the weight of the world. For a moment, I consider turning around. Oliver in a mood is not exactly my idea of a good time, but I've never been one to back down from a challenge. You look like someone just told you the bar's out of whiskey, I say, my voice light, but with enough edge to let him know I'm not here to coddle him. He straightens, turning to face me. His tie's loosened, the top button of his shirt undone, and there's a weariness in his eyes that wasn't there this morning. Harper, I didn't ask for a meeting. Good thing I'm not waiting for an invitation. I step closer, crossing my arms. What's going on? You've been MIA all day, and I've got a campaign that needs your input unless you're planning to ghost me indefinitely. I've been busy. His tone is clipped, and he doesn't meet my eyes, which is unlike him. Oliver might brood, but he's never avoided eye contact. It's one of the few things I respect about him. He doesn't look away from a fight. Busy brooding in hallways, apparently. I tilt my head, studying him. You're not exactly subtle, you know. Something's eating at you. Come on, spill it. He runs a hand through his hair, the motion frustrated. It's nothing you need to concern yourself with. I laugh, short and sharp. Oh, it's definitely not nothing. You've got that I'm about to make a terrible decision look, and I'd like to know if I'm going to need to start job hunting. His jaw tightens, and for a brief second I think he's going to snap, but then he exhales, the tension in his shoulders easing just a fraction. The board's pushing for changes, faster than I'm comfortable with. They want this campaign to be bigger, louder, everything we're not. And you're resisting because? Because it's not who we are. His voice is low, almost a growl, and there's a rawness to it that catches me off guard. This hotel isn't some flashy chain. It's my family's legacy. I won't let it turn into a parody of itself. I step closer, close enough to see the faint lines of exhaustion around his eyes. Oliver, change doesn't have to mean losing what it is. I'm not here to turn the Avery Hotel into Times Square, but if you don't adapt, you're going to get left behind. And then it won't matter how many legacies you're trying to protect. He looks at me then, his gaze sharp, searching. You think I don't know that? I think you're too busy fighting the ghost of your father to see what's right in front of you. The words slip out before I'm able to stop them, and for a moment, I brace for the backlash. But he doesn't flinch, doesn't snap. Instead, he looks away, his jaw working like he's chewing on the words. The silence stretches, heavy and loaded, until he finally lets out a breath. Okay, that was overstepping a bit. You don't pull punches, do you? Never. I soften my tone, just a little. Look, I get it. This place means something to you. But you can't protect it by locking it in a glass case. You have to let it breathe, let it grow. Otherwise, it becomes a prison. He exhales sharply, like the words have been lodged in his ribs for years. My father never believed I was capable of running this place. His voice is rough, stripped down. Every decision I made was either too cautious or too reckless. Never just right. I don't touch him. He's not the type who'd want that. Instead, I lean back against the window ledge beside him, arms crossed, watching the way his fingers flex against his thigh, like he's physically holding himself together. Parents have a funny way of only seeing what they expect to see, I say. Doesn't mean they're right. He scoffs. Easy for you to say. Easy? I raise an eyebrow. Try telling my mother her bakery would have folded in 6 months if I hadn't started running their social media at 16. She still calls it a cute little hobby. That gets a flicker of amusement out of him. Just a twitch at the corner of his lips. You're comparing a Brooklyn bakery to a 5-star hotel? I'm comparing legacy to legacy. Yours just comes with more marble. I tilt my head. Look, your father built something incredible, but that doesn't mean he gets to decide who could keep it alive. Oliver's quiet for a long moment, then grudgingly, you're annoyingly good at this. Part of the charm, I grin. Also, I bill by the hour for therapy sessions, so you'll be getting an invoice. He doesn't look at me when I say it, his gaze fixed on a spot somewhere over my shoulder. Vulnerability doesn't sit well on him. It's like a too-tight suit, all stiff shoulders and forced posture. I can see him wrestling with it, trying to tuck it back into whatever corner of himself he keeps locked away. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, I say, softer this time. But just so you know, I'm not judging you. Believe it or not, I'm actually on your side. His jaw twitches and he finally looks at me, that stormy blue-gray gaze cutting through the air. Are you? Well, I'm here, aren't I? I spread my hands, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. If I wasn't on your side, I'd be halfway to the bar by now, ordering a martini and pretending you don't exist. That gets a flicker of something, almost a smile, but not quite. You drink a martini over whiskey? Oh, please. You'd drink a martini too if it was made right. But that's not the point. I lean in slightly, lowering my voice like I'm sharing a secret. The point is, you're not as alone in this as you think you are. And if you'd stop being so stubborn for 5 seconds, you might actually let someone help you. His eyes narrow, but there's no real heat behind it. You're relentless. Occupational hazard? I shrug. Or personal flaw? Take your pick. He doesn't respond right away, his gaze dropping to the floor as if the polished marble holds the answers he's looking for. For a moment, I think he might actually walk away. It's what he does, isn't it? Avoids. Retreats. But then he exhales, long and slow, and runs a hand through his hair again. I'll think about it, he says finally, his voice low. Good start. I step back, giving him space. But don't think too long. I've got deadlines, and you've got a hotel to save. He doesn't say anything to that. Just nods once, his eyes still avoiding mine. But there's something in the way he stands, less rigid, less like he's carrying the weight of the world, that tells me I've reached him, even if just a little. As I walk away, I feel a shift in the air, something unspoken but unmistakable. Winning him over suddenly feels less like a professional goal and more like something personal. And I'm not sure what to do with that. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 14. Oliver. The door to my office bursts open without so much as a knock. I glance up from the stack of contracts I've been pretending to read, ready to fire off a cutting remark, but Harper's already halfway across the room, her grin wide enough to light up the dim space. She's holding her phone in one hand and a folder in the other. The energy radiating off her is palpable, like she's about to explode if she doesn't get out whatever she's come here to say. "Oliver," she starts, her voice bright and a little breathless. "You're not going to believe this." I sink back in my chair, raising an eyebrow. "Try me." She slaps the folder down on my desk with enough force to make my coffee cup rattle. "I just got off the phone with Heritage Lux. They're doing a full feature on the Avery Hotel. Front cover, 12 pages. Exclusive." For a moment, I just stare at her, trying to process the words. Heritage Lux. The kind of publication that doesn't just write about luxury. It defines it. A feature like that could do more for the hotel's reputation than a year's worth of ad campaigns. But Harper's standing there, grinning like she's just won the lottery, and I can't resist needling her a little. "A full feature, huh?" I pick up the folder, flipping it open to skim the mock-up she's put together. "Did you bribe them? Or is this some kind of elaborate prank?" Her eyes narrow, but the smile doesn't falter. "No, I didn't bribe them. I pitched them. Brilliantly, I might add." "Brilliantly?" I glance up at her, deadpan. "That's a strong word." "It's an accurate word." She plants her hands on the edge of my desk, leaning in. "They love the concept. Heritage meets modernity, tradition with a twist. They're sending a photographer next week." I close the folder, setting it back on the desk. "And you're sure this isn't just some puff piece? I don't need the Avery name reduced to clickbait. Oliver." She straightens, her tone shifting from playful to exasperated. "This is Heritage Lux. They don't do clickbait. They do art. And trust me, it's going to be stunning." I lean forward, resting my elbows on the desk. "Stunning, huh?" "Stunning," she repeats, her voice firm. "You're going to love it." I study her for a moment, taking in the way her eyes spark with confidence, the way she's practically vibrating with excitement. It's hard not to be caught up in it, even if I'm not ready to admit it yet. "All right," I say finally. "I'll take your word for it. For now." Her grin returns, wider than before. "Good. Because I'm not giving you a choice." She grabs the folder again, tapping it against her palm. "Now let's talk details. We've got a lot to do before the photographer gets here." I settle in my chair, flipping through the folder Harper shoved at me. The mock-up is sleek, polished, more like an art book than a hotel promo. Every page drips with sophistication, from the crisp black and white shots of the lobby's marble floors to the vibrant spreads of the rooftop lounge bathed in golden hour light. It's hard not to be impressed, even if I'm not ready to admit it yet. 12 pages? I ask, glancing up at her. "You sure they didn't mishear you?" She rolls her eyes, leaning against the edge of my desk with that infuriating confidence of hers. "No, Oliver, they didn't mishear me. 12 pages, front cover, exclusive. And the photographer?" I tap the glossy image of the hotel's grand staircase. "Who's they sending?" "Elena Torres," she says, as if I'm supposed to recognize the name. When I don't react, she sighs. "Elena Torres? Only one of the most sought-after architectural photographers in the industry. Her work's been in Vanity Fair, Architectural Digest." "I get it," I cut in, closing the folder. "She's a big deal." "She's the big deal," Harper corrects, her voice firm. "And she's excited about this project. Which, in case you're wondering, is a good thing." I raise an eyebrow. "Excited? Or just paid well?" Her jaw tightens, but she doesn't bite. "Excited. Because she sees what I see. The Avery Hotel isn't just another luxury property. It's an icon, and I'm not about to let you downplay that." I push the folder back toward her, leaning forward. "Downplay?" Harper, I'm just being realistic. These glossy spreads might look good on paper, but they don't mean anything if they don't translate to actual business. Foot traffic. She crosses her arms, her amber brown eyes narrowing. Business? Oliver, this is business. This kind of exposure. It's not just about filling rooms. It's about positioning the Avery Hotel as a cultural touchstone, a destination, all by itself. People will want to stay here because they've seen it in Heritage Lux. They'll want to be part of the story. I lean back again, studying her. She's got that fire in her eyes, the kind that makes it impossible to look away. Part of the story, huh? Yes, she says, her voice softening just a touch. This isn't just a rebrand, Oliver. It's a reintroduction, and you're not going to regret it. I hold her gaze for a moment longer, then nod. All right, let's see what you've got. Her grin returns wider than before. You won't be disappointed. She grabs the folder off the desk, tapping it against her palm. We've got a lot to do before Ilana gets here. The boardroom is all polished wood and hushed murmurs, the kind of space that feels designed to intimidate. I'm at one end of the table, arms crossed, watching Harper as she stands at the other end, her laptop connected to the massive screen behind her. She's in her element, her voice steady and warm, her gestures confident but not overbearing. The room is captivated. Even old man Cartwright, who hasn't cracked a smile since the Reagan administration, is nodding along. And that's why Heritage Lux is the perfect platform for this, Harper finishes, her eyes sweeping the room. It's not just about visibility. It's about redefining what the Avery Hotel means in today's culture. There's a beat of silence, and then Cartwright leans forward, his bony fingers steepled. Impressive, he says, his voice like gravel. I haven't seen an inspired pitch like that in years. Harper's smile doesn't falter, but I can see the way her shoulders relax just a fraction. Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. I'm glad you think so. Oliver, Cartwright turns to me, his sharp eyes narrowing. What's your take? I uncross my arms, leaning forward slightly. I think it's a strong move. Ms. Lane's done her homework, and the numbers back her up. If Heritage Lux is willing to give us this kind of coverage, we'd be fools to turn it down. Cartwright nods, satisfied, and the rest of the board follows suit, murmurs of approval rippling through the room. Harper catches my eye from across the table, and there's a small flicker of something in her expression. Relief, maybe, or gratitude. I give her a slight nod, and she smiles. Just a small, private thing that doesn't reach the rest of the room. It does funny things to my insides. As the meeting winds down, I find myself watching her more than I should. She's laughing now, chatting with Cartwright about something I'm not paying attention to, her hair catching the light as she tilts her head. It strikes me, not for the first time, how she's managed to make herself indispensable in such a short amount of time. As I gather my papers, the murmurs of the boardroom fade into a low hum, and my gaze inadvertently drifts back to Harper. She's a force of nature, confident and radiant, her laughter now a melody that seems to resonate within the walls of the Avery Hotel's conference room. It's a sound that, not too long ago, would have grated on me, another reminder of the intrusion into my carefully structured world. But now it's a siren call that I find myself attuned to, against my better judgment. I watch as she tucks a stray coil of her natural hair behind her ear, the gesture revealing the curve of her cheek, the fullness of her lips. The light from the window catches the warm, deep brown tones of her skin, casting a glow that's hard to look away from. She's a blend of heritage and classic beauty, much like the campaigns she crafts so skillfully, and it occurs to me that she's woven herself into the fabric of this place just as seamlessly. When did that happen? When did her presence begin to feel like a beacon in the fog? It's a shift that's been so gradual, so imperceptible, that I can't pinpoint the moment it occurred. Yet here I am, acutely aware of the void that would be left in her absence. The thought unsettles me, rattling the cage of my well-ordered life. I don't have an answer, and that bothers me more than I care to admit. It's a puzzle, a maddening riddle that I can't seem to solve. Harper Lane, with her jewel-toned outfits and her amber-brown eyes that seem to see right through me, has become something more than just another consultant. She's become a fixture, an integral part of the day-to-day operations, and, dare I admit it, a part of my daily landscape. I'm shaken from my reverie by the sound of my name, her voice a soft melody that cuts through the noise of the room. Oliver? She's standing by the door now, her laptop tucked under one arm, her expression patient yet expectant. You coming? I push my chair back, the sound of wood against marble pulling me back to reality. Yeah, let's go, I reply, my voice betraying none of the turmoil within. As I follow her out of the room, her chic, polished figure leading the way, I can't help but acknowledge the truth that's been lurking in the shadows of my mind. I'm starting to think I'd follow her anywhere, a realization that's as disconcerting as it is undeniable.
Chapter 15. Harper. Our meeting wraps up with handshakes and the usual corporate pleasantries, but as we step out onto Fifth Avenue, the crisp autumn air hits me like a welcome hug. Golden leaves swirl around our ankles, and the sunlight cuts through the skyscrapers in sharp, honeyed angles. Oliver's already pulling out his phone, no doubt summoning a car, but I nudge his elbow before he can tap the screen. Let's walk back. His storm gray eyes flick up, skeptical. It's 20 blocks. And I tilt my chin toward the park entrance across the street, where a vendor's cart sends up curls of cinnamon-scented steam. It's gorgeous out. We've been breathing recycled air for 3 hours straight. Don't you ever just want to move? His mouth twitches, not quite a grin, but close. You say that like I'm some kind of corporate ghoul who only emerges for board meetings. Aren't you? I start walking before he can argue, tossing a grin over my shoulder. Come on, Avery. Live a little. For a second, I think he'll ignore me. Then I hear his polished Oxfords fall into step beside me, his long stride easily matching mine. This is a terrible idea, he mutters, but there's no heat in it. We cross into the park, weaving through joggers and tourists. The breeze carries the scent of fallen leaves and pretzels, and I catch Oliver glancing at the caramel-dipped apples at a vendor's stall. Want one? I nod toward the display. He wrinkles his nose. I'm not 12. Could have fooled me with that attitude. I dig out a 5 anyway and hand it to the vendor. 1 stick, extra nuts. Oliver watches as I take the first crunchy bite, caramel stretching in a glossy thread. You're going to regret that when you're wired on sugar at 4 p.m. I regret nothing. I hold it out to him. Try it. He hesitates, then leans in to take a bite. Careful, like he's defusing a bomb. His teeth sink in, and for a second, his expression does something complicated, like he's surprised by how much he likes it. Well, he chews, swallows, wipes a fleck of nut from his lip. Overrated. Such a liar. I laugh, nudging his shoulder with mine. You're just mad because I was right. About what? That you needed this. I gesture at the sunlight dappling the path ahead, the kids kicking up leaves, the whole vibrant mess of the city around us. Fresh air, movement, a break from being Oliver Avery, Hotel Scion. He doesn't answer right away, then quietly, I hate when you're right. Get used to it. I take another bite, grinning as the caramel snaps between my teeth. I usually am. He shakes his head, but when I glance over, he's not scowling, not even close. The trees are ablaze with the golden leaves, their edges catching the sunlight like they've been dipped in honey. I tilt my head back, letting the warmth of the sun hit my face for a moment. Beside me, Oliver walks with his hands in his coat pockets, his stride steady but slow to match mine. You know, I say, breaking the comfortable silence, This reminds me of Prospect Park in the fall. When I was a kid, my mom would take us there every weekend. We'd run through the leaves until we were out of breath, then grab hot cider from the stand near the carousel. Oliver glances at me, his expression unreadable for a moment. Prospect Park? That's in Brooklyn, isn't it? Yeah, where I grew up. I grin, nudging him lightly with my elbow. Bet you've never been there. He raises an eyebrow, his mouth twitching. I've been to Brooklyn. Oh, really? I stop walking, turning to face him with mock skepticism. Name one thing you've done there that wasn't in Dumbo or Williamsburg. His pause is just slightly too long, and I burst out laughing. Oliver Avery, you're a fraud. You've never seen the real Brooklyn. I've been busy, he protests, but there's no real defense in his tone. And for the record, I've been to Red Hook once. Red Hook doesn't count. That's practically Manhattan's backyard. I start walking again, shaking my head. You're missing out. There's a Mexican restaurant on the corner of Flatbush and Lefferts. Best empanadas you'll ever have. And the Botanic Garden, stunning in the spring. He falls into step beside me again, his hands still in his pockets. Sounds like you're a tour guide in disguise. Gotta differentiate. I smirk up at him. What about you? Where's your favorite place in the city? And don't say the Avery Hotel. His lips twitch, and for a second, I think he's going to say exactly that. But then he exhales, his gaze drifting toward the skyline. There's a rooftop bar in Tribeca. Quiet, mostly locals. The kind of place where you can watch the sunset without 100 tourists taking selfies. See, now we're getting somewhere. I grin, bumping his shoulder again. What's it called? He hesitates, like he's debating whether to tell me. The Velvet Hour. Terrible but fancy, I tease. Do they serve drinks in crystal glasses, or just solid gold ones? His laugh is low, almost reluctant, but it's there. Clever, but no, it's not pretentious. I believe you. I grin wider, enjoying the way his shoulders seem to loosen ever so slightly as he walks beside me. You know, I might have to check it out sometime, for research purposes. Research? He glances at me sidelong, his blue-gray eyes narrowing slightly. Yeah, I say, feigning seriousness. I need to see if your taste lives up to the hype. It's not hype, he says, deadpan. It's fact. Sure it is, I shoot back, laughing as we pass under a canopy of golden leaves. The park feels alive around us, the city's hum softened by the rustle of branches and the crunch of leaves underfoot. For a moment, it's easy to forget we're supposed to be working. Easy to forget everything, except the way his small, rare smiles seem to linger a little longer each time. We're crossing a narrow path near the Bethesda fountain when our hands brush, just a fleeting graze of skin against skin. I pretend not to notice the way it sends a sharp, electric jolt up my arm, a shiver that has absolutely nothing to do with the crisp autumn air. I keep my eyes forward, my pace steady, but I can feel him glancing at me again, like he's trying to figure something out. Or maybe I'm imagining it. Maybe I'm the one who's hyper-aware of every tiny movement, every shift in the space between us. You're staring, I say lightly, not looking at him. I'm not. His voice is cool, defensive, but there's a thread of something else underneath, something that makes me feel like pushing. Okay, fine, you're not staring. I glance over, catching the way his jaw tightens for a fraction of a second. But if you were, at least now you're admitting it. I didn't admit anything. He adjusts his coat cuff, avoiding my gaze. You're doing it again, I press, unable to resist. Doing what? Looking at me. I stop walking and turn to face him, hands on my hips. What? Did I spill caramel on my face? Or is this some kind of silent judgment where you mentally critique my wardrobe choices? His eyes meet mine, and for a moment, he looks genuinely caught. Then he shakes his head, exhaling a small, exasperated laugh. You're impossible. But you consented to walk 20 blocks with me. I raise an eyebrow. Admit it, Avery. You're enjoying this. Enjoying what? Your relentless need to needle me? His upper lip twitches, and I know I've got him. Yes, exactly that. I grin, resuming our walk. I think deep down you like it. Keeps you on your toes. Or drives me to the brink of sanity, he mutters, but there's no real bite to it. For a moment, we walk in silence. The leaves crunch underfoot, and the city sounds fade into the background. It's just us, the crisp air, and this strange charged energy I can't quite place. You know, I say after a while, breaking the quiet. You could just admit that you like me. It wouldn't kill you. His steps slow, and he turns to gaze at me full on, his expression unreadable. What makes you think I don't? The question catches me off guard, and I laugh, soft, nervous, because I don't know how to answer it. I don't know. Maybe the fact that you've spent the last 6 weeks acting like I'm a thorn in your side. Maybe you are. His voice is low, quiet, and there's something in it that makes my stomach flip. Maybe you're taking up entirely too much real estate in my head these days. Maybe. I hold his gaze, trying to keep my tone light even as my pulse picks up. Or maybe you just don't know what to do with someone who doesn't let you sulk in peace. He watches me for a moment longer, then shakes his head, a small, almost imperceptible smile tugging the corners of his mouth upward. Your trouble, Harper Lane. Guilty. I grin, nudging his shoulder with mine. But you knew that already. Unfortunately. He sighs, but there's no real regret in it. Just something softer. Something that makes the space between us feel charged in a way I can't quite name. We keep walking, the golden leaves swirling around us, and I don't ask any more questions. I don't need to.
Chapter 16. Oliver. The wind on the rooftop is sharp, slicing through my coat like it's got a personal vendetta. I'm standing off to the side, hands in my pockets, watching Harper direct the photographer with the kind of energy that makes me wonder if she's ever taken a break in her life. She's in a camel coat that clings to her curves like it was tailored just for her, and that scarf, deep burgundy, silky, is catching the light just right. It's distracting, which is annoying because I'm supposed to be supervising, not ogling at her. Oliver! Her voice cuts through the chaos of the shoot. She's waving me over, her eyes bright against the overcast sky. Come here. I need your approval on this angle. I walk over, trying not to think about how she's already turned this whole thing into her own personal stage. What's the issue? No issue. I just thought you might want to feel involved. She grins, and it's the kind of grin that says she knows exactly how much she's getting under my skin. I'm involved, I say, my tone drier than the martinis at the Velvet Hour. I'm standing here, aren't I? She rolls her eyes. Biggest contribution yet. Wait here while I go get your plaque. Before I can come up with a retort, a gust of wind whips across the rooftop and her scarf goes flying. It's almost comical, the way it flutters like a flag in a storm. Harper lunges for it, but the wind's too quick and it sails past her, tumbling toward the edge. Damn. She starts, but I'm already moving. Long strides, a quick grab, and I've got the scarf in my hand before it can make its escape. I turn to hand it back to her, and she's standing there, slightly out of breath, her hair a little wild from the wind. The scarf is soft in my hands, still warm from her skin. Harper's watching me, lips slightly parted like she's about to say something, but the wind steals whatever it is. Come here, I say. Her eyebrows lift. Excuse me? Unless you want it to fly off again, let me tie it properly. She hesitates, then pivots with a little huff, presenting herself to me. The nape of her neck is exposed, smooth and warm where my fingers accidentally graze as I loop the scarf around. She inhales sharply, and I freeze. Ticklish? Not usually. Her voice is lighter than usual, almost playful. But then again, most people don't manhandle my accessories. Manhandle. I tug the silk just enough to make her sway back half a step. I saved it from a tragic rooftop demise. You're welcome. She laughs, and the sound is bright, cutting through the crisp air. Fine. Consider me indebted. I finish knotting it, my fingers lingering a beat too long against the curve of her shoulder. She turns back around, and suddenly we're standing too close, the space between us charged with something I can't name. Her eyes flick down to my hands, then back up, and for a second, neither of us moves. She doesn't back away immediately. Neither do I. The wind howls around us, but it feels muffled, like we're in some kind of bubble where time's slowed down. Her scarf brushes against my wrist, still warm from her neck, and I catch the faint scent of her perfume, something crisp with a hint of vanilla. She's watching me, her eyes narrowing just slightly, like she's trying to figure out if I'm about to say something, or just stand here like an idiot. Thanks, she says finally, her voice a little softer than usual. She steps back, breaking the moment, and adjusts the scarf, like it's suddenly the most interesting thing in the world. You're surprisingly good at scarf rescue. Maybe you missed your calling. I'll add it to my resume. Professional scarf wrangler at your service. My tone's dry, but there's an edge to it I can't quite place. Like I'm annoyed she broke the silence first. Don't quit your day job just yet, she says, smoothing the scarf with a little too much focus. You'd have to smile more for that kind of work. I smile. She raises an eyebrow. When? During thunderstorms? Tornadoes? Only when I'm actually having a good time. I shove my hands back in my pockets, feeling the bite of the wind again. Which, so far, this windy rooftop shoot hasn't qualified for. She lets out a laugh that's more air than sound. Well, I'll try to keep the excitement level up. Wouldn't want you to die of boredom before we're done. Generous of you. I glance toward the photographer who's pretending not to eavesdrop as he fiddles with his camera. Speaking of, shouldn't you be over there, directing? Or is this part of the shoot too? This part's optional, she says, tilting her head like she's considering something. But if you're offering to be in the shots, I'm sure the crew would love that. You've got that whole brooding, mysterious hotel air thing going on. Hard pass. I turn away, but not before catching the way her lips curve into a smirk. I'm here to supervise, not be your model. Good, she says, falling into step beside me as I move toward the edge of the rooftop. I think the camera might crack if it had to capture you smiling. I do smile, I say again, more out of stubbornness than anything else. She stops walking, turning to face me with a look that's equal parts challenge and amusement. Prove it. Excuse me? Smile. Right now. Let's see it. I stare at her, caught off guard. You're serious? Deadly. She crosses her arms, waiting. Come on, Avery. One smile. For posterity. I want to see if the rumors are true. I huff out a breath, shaking my head. You're ridiculous. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing about you. She leans in a little, her eyes sparking with mischief. But if you're too shy, I'll let you off the hook this time. I'm not shy, I say, more sharply than I mean to. I just don't perform on command. Fair enough, she says, stepping back with a shrug. I'll just have to catch you in a moment of weakness. Good luck with that, I mutter, turning back toward the city skyline. She laughs softly, the sound lingering in the air like the tail end of a note. For the rest of the shoot, I catch myself glancing in Harper's direction more than I should. It's not intentional. At least that's what I tell myself. She's just everywhere, moving, talking, laughing. Her presence is like a current pulling me in, whether I want to or not. When the photographer asks her opinion on the lighting, she pauses, tilts her head, and then looks straight at me. "What do you think, Oliver? Too moody? Not moody enough?" I shrug, leaning against the rooftop railing. It's a hotel campaign, not a film noir. She grins, that devilish glint in her eye. "Good point. But you'd make a great detective, you know. Brooding, mysterious, perpetually annoyed, slightly constipated." "Flattering," I say dryly, but there's a corner of my mouth that wants to twitch upward. I force it down. "Let's stick to the task at hand, Lane." She saunters over, her heels clicking against the concrete. "Fine. But you're missing out on your true calling." She stops just close enough that I catch the faintest scent of her perfume again. Vanilla and something dark, almost sensuous. Seriously, though, what do you think? Too dark. I glance at the setup. It's fine. Fine? She raises an eyebrow. High praise from Oliver Avery. Should I etch that in stone? I roll my eyes, but there's no bite to it. If it lights up the hotel without making it look like a haunted mansion, it's fine. She laughs, and it's a sound I'm starting to find irritatingly pleasant. Your standards are inspiring. Truly. Glad I could elevate your day, I say, but she's already turning back to the photographer, tossing a comment over her shoulder about adjusting the shadows. As she walks away, I realize I'm still watching her. It's not just her energy, though that's undeniable. It's the way she commands the room without seeming to try. Even here, on a windy rooftop, she's in control. And it's maddening that she knows it. A few minutes later, she's back, standing beside me as the crew adjusts the equipment. "So," she says, leaning casually against the railing, "what's the verdict so far? Am I meeting your exacting standards?" "You're doing fine," I say, echoing her earlier teasing. She smirks. "Careful, Avery. You might actually admit you're impressed." "Don't push your luck," I mutter, but she's already laughing again, her scarf fluttering in the wind. For the rest of the shoot, it's like this. Little moments where our eyes meet, or she tosses a comment my way, or I find myself walking over to where she's standing just to say something unnecessary. It's subtle, but it's there. And by the time the crew starts packing up, I'm uncomfortably aware that I've been seeking her out just as much as she's been seeking me. "Wrap it up," Harper calls, clapping her hands. "Great job, everyone. Oliver, you survived. Barely." "Thanks to your expert leadership," I say, shoving my hands into my coat pockets. She grins, and for a moment, we're just standing there, the city skyline stretching out behind us. The wind whips around us, but it doesn't feel cold anymore. "See?" she says, softer now. "You're smiling." I freeze, realizing she's right. "Don't get used to it," I say quickly, but the damage is done. She laughs, pulling her scarf tighter around her neck. Too late. And as she walks away, I can't help but watch her go, wondering when exactly she became the center of my attention, and what the hell I'm going to do about it.
Chapter 17. Harper. I step into Oliver's office, the faint hum of the city filtering through the windows. The room is dimly lit, save for the warm glow of his desk lamp, casting long shadows across the pristine furniture. He's sitting at his desk, sleeves rolled up, tie loosened, and his usual air of polished distance slightly frayed. "Late night for you too, huh?" I say, dropping my bag onto the chair across from him and pulling out my laptop. His eyes flick up, and there's something in his expression, something guarded but curious. Someone has to keep this campaign from turning into a carnival. Oh, right, because I'm the ringmaster. I grin, setting my laptop on the edge of his desk. Should I start juggling next? Please don't. He sinks back in his chair, his gaze steady on me. I'm still recovering from your scarf rescue. I laugh, shaking my head. You're just mad because I stole your thunder. Admit it. You secretly love being the hero. Hero is a stretch, more like a reluctant participant. His lips tug into the barest hint of a smile, and I feel a little flicker of triumph. I prop my chin on my hand, leaning forward. So are we reviewing milestones or just trading insults tonight? Can't we do both? He slides a folder across the desk, and our fingers brush briefly. Neither of us pulls away immediately. Milestones first, I say, opening the folder. Then we can move on to your glaring personality flaws. Deal. He leans forward too, his elbows resting on the desk, and suddenly the space between us feels smaller, more intimate. We go through the updates, social media engagement, press coverage, the upcoming Heritage Lux feature. His feedback is sharp as always, but there's a looseness to his tone tonight, like he's letting his guard down, just a little. You're quiet, I say after a moment, glancing up from the screen. Usually you'd have 20 critiques by now. Maybe I'm learning restraint. His eyes meet mine, and there's a glimmer of something in them, something that makes my stomach do a little flip. Careful. People might start thinking you're human. He leans back again, his chair creaking softly. Let's not get carried away now. I smile, closing my laptop. You're so hard-headed, you know that? So I've been told. His gaze lingers on me, and for a moment, the air between us feels charged, like the quiet before a storm. The room is so still I can hear the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. I break the silence first. You're staring. Am I? He doesn't look away. Either that or you're zoning out, which is more flattering, I wonder. A small smile lights up his whole face. I'm just trying to figure you out. Good luck with that, I say, my voice softer than I mean it to be. He doesn't respond, but his eyes stay on me, steady and searching. And for once, I'm not sure if I want to break the tension or let it linger. So, Oliver says, leaning back against his chair and crossing his arms, how did you end up running your own PR firm? Most people don't just wake up one day and decide to start an agency. When did you feel the call? I smirk, flipping through the campaign mock-ups on my laptop. You mean most people don't wake up and decide to turn their life into a stress-fueled roller coaster? Can't imagine why. His lips twitch, almost a smile. Come on, humor me. I sigh, setting my laptop aside. Fine, but don't blame me if it's not glamorous. It was me, a borrowed laptop, and a whole lot of grit. My mom's laptop, actually. She let me use it after hours at the bakery. His eyebrows lift. Tell me about the bakery. Yeah, my mom ran a small one in Brooklyn. She let me use the laptop for schoolwork, but after closing, I'd sit there and draft proposals, cold call potential clients, and basically will this agency into existence. I shrug, like it's no big deal, but I can still smell the faint scent of sugar and yeast from those late nights. Sounds lonely? He says, his tone softer than usual. It was, but also kind of thrilling. Every tiny win felt huge. First client, first paycheck, first time someone actually took me seriously. I pause, glancing at him, which, by the way, wasn't often. He tilts his head, curious now. Why not? I let out a dry laugh. Because I'm a Black woman in a mostly white, male-dominated industry. You wouldn't believe the number of times I've walked into a room and seen the look on people's faces, like they're waiting for me to trip up or apologize for being there. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees. It's exhausting, honestly. But every time someone underestimates me, it just makes me want to prove them wrong twice as hard. He's quiet for a moment, his gaze steady on me. They're idiots. I blink, surprised. Excuse me? The people who underestimate you, they're idiots. He says it like it's the most obvious thing in the world, like he's stating a fact, not offering sympathy. I laugh, a real one this time. Well, thank you. I'll add that to my motivational quotes board. He smirks, leaning back again. Don't mention it. We fall silent for a moment, the hum of the city filling the space between us. Then he clears his throat, picking up a pen and flipping through the mock-ups. So, this campaign of yours? I grin, leaning back in my chair. Let me guess. You're about to tell me it's too flashy. I was going to say it's bold, but yes, also flashy. I flip open the laptop and bring up the campaign mock-ups, the vibrant visuals glowing on the screen. Okay, so here's the updated concept. We're keeping the heritage elements, but giving them a modern twist. Think classic with a pulse, not a museum piece. Oliver leans forward, his elbows resting on the desk, his eyes locked on the screen. His expression is unreadable, but there's an intensity to his focus that makes the back of my neck prickle. He doesn't say a word, just watches as I scroll through the images. Gilded chandeliers juxtaposed with sleek, contemporary furniture. The lobby alive with people. The rooftop bar glowing under a twilight sky. The idea is to show the Avery as timeless, but not stuck in a particular time period. I explain. My voice steady despite the way the air feels heavier now, like the room's shrinking around us. It's about honoring the past without letting it weigh the future down. He nods, almost imperceptibly, his gaze still fixed on the screen. And the tagline? Elegance reimagined, I say, leaning back slightly. Thoughts? He finally looks up, his eyes meeting mine, and there's a flicker of something in them. Appraisal, maybe, or curiosity. It's bold, not what I expected. Is that a compliment? Or are you just trying to soften the blow before you tear it apart? A small, almost imperceptible smile crosses his lips. Let's call it an observation. Careful, Oliver. If you keep this up, I might start thinking you're actually impressed. Don't get ahead of yourself, Lane. He settles back in his chair, the leather creaking under his weight. I'm still not convinced it's not too flashy. Flashy gets attention, I counter, tilting my head. Attention gets guests, guests get revenue, and I'm pretty sure even you can't argue with that. He raises an eyebrow, shooting me a quirky grin. You're relentless. I prefer persistent. It sounds less exhausting. Same difference. His gaze lingers on me a beat too long, and suddenly the air between us feels thick, heavy, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. I can't tell if it's the caffeine or the tension, but my skin feels electric. Like every word, every glance is its own current. So, I say, breaking the silence, are you actually going to give me constructive feedback? Or are we just going to keep trading barbs? He leans forward again, his voice low, deliberate. What if I said I was enjoying the barbs? I feel a grin tugging at my lips. Then I'd say you're finally warming up to me. He doesn't laugh, but there's a glint in his eyes that tells me he's close. Don't push your luck? Oh, it's not luck. I shoot back. It's skill. The room seems to shrink around us, the walls drawing in ever so slightly, as if to contain the energy crackling in the space between Oliver and me. The city's heartbeat, a constant symphony of honking cars and hurried footsteps, fades to a whisper beyond these four walls. It's as though we're in our own private bubble, where only our conversation exists. Oliver's gaze is fixed on me once more, his stormy eyes veiled by that enigmatic expression that I've come to associate with him. Yet, there's a subtle shift in his demeanor, a newfound warmth that softens the edges of his usual guardedness. It's not the cool appraisal of a businessman assessing a potential ally. This is different, tinged with a hint of personal interest that I haven't detected until now. I can't help but study him in return, taking in the way his broad shoulders fill out his tailored suit, the way his dark blonde hair catches the soft glow of the room. His gaze, intense and probing, holds a glimmer of something undefinable, a spark that wasn't there before. It's as if we've crossed an invisible threshold in our relationship, one that promises more than just the cut and thrust of business negotiations. There's an undercurrent of mutual respect, perhaps even the beginnings of admiration, that's starting to color our interactions. And something much darker, something I'm not ready to name just yet. Just the thought of his hands on my skin is enough to make me breathless. It's hard enough to concentrate with the scent of his cologne permeating my senses. What the hell is happening here?
Chapter 18. Oliver. I find Harper in what she's claimed as her temporary workspace, a conference room on the 3rd floor she's transformed into something that looks like a hurricane had a baby with a Pinterest board. Papers scattered across every surface, fabric swatches pinned to the walls, her laptop surrounded by 3 different coffee cups in various stages of abandonment. She doesn't look up when I enter, too focused on whatever she's scribbling in her notebook. Her hair's pulled back in a messy bun, and she's traded her usual polished look for jeans and an oversized sweater that keeps sliding off one shoulder. Even disheveled, she commands the room. "We need to talk about the investor dinner," I say, closing the door behind me. "Hello to you too, sunshine." She finally glances up, pen still poised over her notes. "Let me guess. You hate everything." "I don't hate everything." I move to the table, picking up one of her mood boards. "Just most of it. Specific. I love that about you." She leans back in her chair, arms crossed. "What's the problem this time?" "The theme. Avery reimagined? With projection mapping on the walls and interactive displays?" I set the board down harder than necessary. "It's a dinner for potential investors, not a tech conference. It's called innovation, Oliver. Maybe you've heard of it." "I've heard of subtlety, too. Class, apparently you haven't." Her amber eyes narrow, and I can practically see her shifting into battle mode. "Right, because nothing says invest in our future like dusty chandeliers and small talk about the weather. Those dusty chandeliers have been welcoming guests for over a century. They represent stability, tradition. They represent fear." She stands, jabbing her pen in my direction. "Fear of change, fear of progress, fear of admitting that maybe, just maybe, your father's way isn't the only way." The words hit like a slap. "Excuse me." "You heard me." She moves around the table, closing the distance between us. "Every time I propose something that pushes boundaries, you shut it down. Not because it's bad, but because it's different. I shut things down because they're inappropriate for our brand. Our brand is dying, Oliver." Her voice rises, frustration bleeding through her professional composure. "Revenue's down, occupancy's down, and you're worried about whether projection mapping is too flashy? Wake the hell up! You think I don't know the numbers?" I step closer, my own temper flaring. "You think I don't see what's happening? But there's a difference between evolution and revolution, Harper. You're trying to tear down everything the Avery stands for." "I'm trying to save it!" She throws her hands up, exasperated. "But you're so wrapped up in preserving some mythical version of what this place used to be that you can't see what it could potentially become. Maybe because I understand what we'd be losing. Maybe because you're scared." The word hangs like a challenge. I feel my jaw clench, every muscle in my body going rigid. "Scared?" My voice drops dangerously low. "Of what exactly? Of change, of risk, of admitting that maybe your father was wrong about some things." She doesn't back down, doesn't flinch under my stare. "Of letting someone else have a voice in decisions about your precious hotel." "This isn't about my father." "Everything with you is about your father!" The words explode out of her, raw and honest. You're so busy trying to prove you're worthy of his legacy that you've forgotten it's supposed to be yours now. The silence that follows feels like standing on the edge of a cliff. Part of me wants to walk away, to retreat to the peace and quiet of my office, where conversations don't cut this deep. But another part, a part I'm not ready to examine, is drawn to her fire, to the way she challenges everything I thought I knew about myself. You don't know what you're talking about, I say finally, but the words sound hollow, even to me. Don't I? She tilts her head, studying me with those penetrating eyes. Then prove it. Prove the dinner concept. Let me show these investors that the Avery isn't just surviving, it's thriving. The charged silence between us snaps like a rubber band pulled too tight. Before either of us can think, I cross the room in 2 strides, my hands reaching for her before my brain even catches up. My mouth crashes into hers, cutting off whatever retort was forming on her lips. Her gasp is swallowed by the heat of our kiss, her body stiffening for a split second before she melts against me. Her hands fly up to my shoulders, fingers digging into the fabric of my suit jacket, like she's trying to anchor herself. I don't let her. My hands roam, searching, claiming, one tangling in the loose coils of her hair, the other sliding down her back to press her hips against mine. She's soft, warm, alive, and every inch of her feels like a victory I didn't know I was fighting for. Oliver, she breathes when I finally break the kiss, her voice ragged, her eyes wide and wild. Stop talking, I growl, my lips trailing down her neck, tasting the faint salt of her skin, the lingering hint of her perfume. Her pulse hammers under my tongue, frantic and perfect. Her laugh is breathless, half disbelieving. Oh my God, you're infuriating, I murmur against her collarbone, my hand slipping under the hem of her blouse, skimming the curve of her hip. Her skin is smooth, warm, and she shivers as my fingers trace the dip of her spine. Her hands slide up into my hair, tugging hard enough to make me groan. Is this your idea of winning an argument? This isn't an argument. I pull back just enough to look into her eyes, stormy blue meeting amber fire. This is surrender. Her lips curve into that infuriating smirk of hers. Funny, feels like I'm the one winning. I kiss her again, harder this time, cutting off her words. She responds with equal intensity, her nails scraping against the nape of my neck, sending a jolt of heat straight through my groin. Her breath hitches as my hands find the curve of her hips, lifting her onto the edge of the table. Papers scatter to the floor, forgotten.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
So, she starts, her voice uncharacteristically uncertain. Yeah, I reply, equally awkward. Neither of us knows what to say, so we don't say anything. Christ, it's like I'm back in high school all over again. She grabs her bag off the floor, slinging it over her shoulder as she heads for the door. Good night, Oliver, she says, her tone clipped, professional as if the last 10 minutes never happened. See you tomorrow, Harper, I reply, my voice just as formal. And then she's gone, leaving me standing alone in the wreckage of the conference room, wondering what the hell just happened.
Chapter 19. Harper. I arrive at the hotel 45 minutes early, which is ridiculous even by my standards. The lobby gleams under the morning light streaming through the tall windows, and I clutch my coffee like it's liquid courage while studiously avoiding the third floor, where Oliver's office sits like a minefield I'm not ready to navigate. My phone buzzes furiously as I settle into my commandeered conference room, and I snatch it up with embarrassing eagerness before realizing it's just Nia with a vendor question. Harper Lane, I answer, injecting my voice with enough professional briskness to convince myself I'm totally fine. Morning, boss. The photographer for the Heritage Lux shoot wants to confirm the timeline for next week. Right, yes. I shuffle through my notes, grateful for something concrete to focus on. Tell him we'll need the full day. I want shots of the lobby during golden hour, the rooftop at sunset, and... My voice catches as footsteps echo in the hallway outside. Heavy, measured, definitely male. Definitely not Oliver's stride, thank God, but my pulse spikes anyway. Damn him. And the restaurant during dinner service, I finish, hoping Nia doesn't notice the slight breathlessness. Got it. Also, the wine distributor called about the investor dinner. They need final numbers by Friday. The investor dinner. The same event that sparked last night's confrontation. Heat floods my whole body as I remember the way Oliver's hands felt on my hips, the desperation in his kiss, the way he looked at me right before. Harper, you there? Yes. Sorry, bad connection. I clear my throat and flip to a fresh page in my notebook. Set up a call with them for this afternoon. I'll have the final guest list by then. After I hang up, I stare at my phone for a solid 60 seconds, debating whether to text Oliver, something casually professional, something that says I'm a mature adult who can handle workplace relationships, without also saying, please don't make this weird. Instead, I open my laptop and dive into emails, with the fervor of someone trying to avoid thinking about how good it felt to finally shut him up for once. How good it felt for him to fill me completely. This might be harder than I thought. My phone rings again, and this time it's Marcus from the marketing team. Harper, thank God you're here early. We've got a situation with the social media campaign. What kind of situation? I switch to speakerphone and pull up the hotel's Instagram account, scrolling through recent posts. Apparently, some influencer posted a review calling our afternoon tea aggressively beige, and it's getting traction. The comments are, not great. I snort despite myself. Aggressively beige? That's actually kind of brilliant. I don't think Mr. Avery will see it that way. My stomach flips at the mention of Oliver's name, but I force myself to stay focused. Forward me the post. I'll handle damage control and spin it into something positive. Timeless elegance instead of aggressively beige. You're a lifesaver. Also, there's been a change to this morning's staff meeting. It's moved to 9:30 instead of 10. The staff meeting, where I'll have to sit across from Oliver and pretend my brain isn't replaying every detail of last night, where I'll need to discuss campaign strategies without remembering how his voice sounded when he moaned my name. Perfect. I lie. I'll be there. My email inbox pings with 3 new messages, and I attack them like they're enemy combatants. Vendor confirmations, budget approvals, timeline adjustments, all beautifully mundane tasks that require zero emotional processing. Just what I need right now. The conference room door creaks, and I freeze, fingers hovering over my keyboard. But it's just Maria from housekeeping, apologizing for interrupting and asking if I need fresh coffee. I'm good, thanks. I manage, though my current cup has gone cold and tastes like bitter regret. By 8:30, I've responded to 17 emails, confirmed 6 vendor appointments, and successfully avoided any situation that might require me to venture near the executive offices. It's a masterclass in professional avoidance, and I'm oddly proud of my commitment to the performance. My phone pings with a text from Jasmine. Coffee later? You sounded weird last night. I stare at the message. knowing I should probably talk to someone about the Oliver situation, but also knowing I'm nowhere near ready to put last night into words, especially not to Jasmine, who has the annoying habit of being right about everything. Rain check? Crazy busy with hotel stuff? I type back. Everything okay? Perfect. Just perfectly professional and totally normal. 3 hours of strategic email warfare later, I need caffeine that doesn't taste like liquid regret. The trek to the hotel's cafe requires navigating the main hallway, a marble-lined gauntlet I've been avoiding since arriving this morning. I'm halfway there, mentally rehearsing my latte order, when I spot him. Oliver emerges from the elevator bank, immaculate as always in his navy suit, but there's something different about the set of his shoulders. More rigid, like he's bracing for impact. Our eyes meet for a fraction of a second before we both execute the world's most awkward course correction. Him veering toward the concierge desk, me suddenly fascinated by the oil painting of some long-dead Avery patriarch. But the hallway is only so wide, and we're both walking towards each other. The mathematical inevitability of intersection looms. Harper. His voice carries that crisp professional tone I haven't heard in weeks. Oliver. I match his formality, though his name tastes strange on my tongue now. Last night he was breathless gasps and desperate hands, not this polished stranger treating me like a vendor invoice. I trust the Heritage Lux coordination is proceeding smoothly. Flawlessly. The photographer confirmed for next Tuesday, and the editor wants to feature our afternoon tea service. We're walking parallel now, maintaining exactly 18 inches of space between us. This is ridiculous. Excellent. The board will be pleased? The board. Right. Because that's what matters here. Shareholder satisfaction and financial gain, not the way his fingers traced my spine or how he whispered my name like a prayer. I've also drafted talking points for your interview segment, I continue, matching his clipped pace. Nothing too detailed, just key themes about heritage and innovation. I'm sure they're great. The compliment lands flat, devoid of the grudging respect that used to color his praise. Now it's just courtesy, the kind you'd offer a competent stranger. We reach the cafe entrance, and I pause, expecting him to continue past. Instead, he stops too, creating this horrible moment where we're both standing there like actors who've forgotten their lines. After you, he says, gesturing toward the door with surgical politeness. The barista greets us with the kind of perky enthusiasm that makes me want to crawl under the marble floor. Good morning, Mr. Avery. The usual. Please. And whatever Miss Lane would like. Miss Lane, not Harper. Definitely not the way he said my name last night, when his control finally cracked. Large vanilla latte. Extra shot, I tell the barista, avoiding Oliver's heated gaze. We stand in silence while our drinks are prepared, the espresso machine's aggressive hiss filling the cavernous space where easy conversation should flow. The cafe's morning rush swirls around us, tourists snapping photos of the ornate ceiling, business executives barking into phones. The gentle clink of china against marble tabletops. But we exist in this suffocating bubble of unspoken tension. I study the pastry display with the desperate focus of someone cramming for finals, cataloging every croissant in Danish, like they hold the fundamental secrets of human existence. Anything to avoid looking at Oliver, who's checking his phone with the white-knuckled intensity of someone diffusing a particularly volatile bomb. His jaw works silently, that muscle jumping the way it does when he's fighting some internal battle. The barista calls our names with theatrical flourish, and I notice how Oliver's shoulders tense at the sound. When our drinks arrive, his black coffee looking as bitter as his mood, my latte adorned with an unnecessarily cheerful heart in the foam, he places exact change on the marble counter, with mathematical precision, despite the young woman's earnest protests about covering mine. I wrap my fingers around the warm ceramic, using it as an anchor against the storm of awkwardness, threatening to pull me under. Thank you for the coffee, I manage, my voice sounding foreign even to my own ears, because apparently this is what we're doing now, pretending last night was just another routine business meeting that happened to run past normal hours, complete with PowerPoint presentations and quarterly projections instead of stolen kisses, and screwing me senseless against the desk. Of course, professional courtesy. Professional courtesy. The words hit like ice water, confirming what I've been dreading all morning. This is his exit strategy. Wrap everything in corporate speak until the memory suffocates under layers of polite indifference. Well then, I lift my cup in a mock toast. Here's to maintaining professional standards. My snarky tone lands exactly where it needs to, much to the dismay of the slightly embarrassed barista witnessing our exchange. Something flickers across his face, too quick to interpret, before the mask slides back into place. Indeed. We part ways at the elevator bank, him heading up to the executive floor, while I retreat to my temporary conference room kingdom. But I catch his reflection in the polished elevator doors, and for just a moment, his carefully constructed composure cracks. He looks as miserable as I feel. Chapter 20. Harper. Lunch arrives as a sad desk salad that I pick at while mentally replaying this morning's coffee encounter on an endless, mortifying loop. Every stilted exchange, every painfully polite pause, every moment where Oliver treated me like a particularly troublesome vendor who'd overstayed her welcome. Professional courtesy. The phrase sits in my stomach like a lead weight, heavier than the wilted greens I'm pretending to stuff down my throat. I scroll through emails with aggressive determination, responding to client inquiries and vendor confirmations with the kind of manic efficiency that screams, I'm totally fine, and definitely not thinking about how my boss's hands felt on my chest last night. The Heritage Lux photographer wants to discuss lighting setups. The wine distributor needs final headcounts for the investor dinner. Normal, boring, blissfully uncomplicated business. My phone vibrates with a text from Nia. 3 more interview requests came in for Mr. Avery. Should I coordinate through you? The thought of managing Oliver's media schedule, of having to sit across from him discussing talking points and sound bites while pretending we haven't seen each other naked, makes me want to throw my laptop out the glistening windows. Handle them directly, I type back. I'm swamped with campaign logistics. It's not entirely a lie. The Heritage Lux feature alone requires coordinating 17 different moving pieces, from the photographer's assistant, who speaks only in Instagram captions, to the magazine's editor who changes her mind every 6 hours about which rooms to highlight. By 3 o'clock, I've successfully avoided any situation requiring face-to-face interaction with Oliver, which feels like a minor miracle in a building where his presence seems to permeate every marble-lined corridor. The conference room has become my fortress of professional solitude, complete with vendor contracts spread across the mahogany table like a defensive barrier against unwanted personal revelations. But even fortresses need supplies. The copy machine sits at the end of a hallway I've been studiously avoiding, but the Heritage Lux contracts need duplicating for the legal team. I gather the papers with the grim determination of someone heading into battle, mentally mapping the fastest route there and back. The executive floor feels different at this hour, quieter, more serious, like the weight of important business decisions hangs heavier in the air. My heels click against marble with unfortunate precision, announcing my presence to anyone within a 50-foot radius. I'm almost past the corner office when Oliver's voice stops me cold. The rebranding campaign is proceeding as planned, but I want to be clear about expectations. My feet root to the polished floor. The office door sits slightly ajar, offering a perfect slice of conversation I definitely shouldn't be hearing. The PR consultant is competent enough for our current needs, Oliver continues, his tone carrying that ridiculously crisp formality I know too well now. However, I'm not planning to keep it. The papers in my hands suddenly weigh nothing. Everything weighs nothing. I'm floating in this horrible bubble where sound travels through water, and my pulse thunders in my ears. When the Heritage Lux feature publishes, and we see the immediate impact, we'll reassess the arrangement. Find someone more established for the next phase. The response comes from someone older, gravelly, probably Richardson from the board. Smart approach. Keep the overhead manageable while we test market response. My lungs forget how to function. The hallway tilts slightly, marble floors becoming treacherous terrain beneath my designer heels, not planning to keep it long term. The words loop through my brain like a broken record, each repetition driving the knife deeper. This whole time, every late-night strategy session, every moment I thought we were building something together, every kiss that felt like a promise, he's been planning my exit strategy, planning to sell the hotel. My feet move before my brain catches up, carrying me away from Oliver's voice and the cold brutality of his words. The marble beneath my heels feels slippery now, treacherous, like everything solid has shifted into quicksand. Competent enough. The phrase follows me down the hallway like a vengeful ghost. I turn the corner with mechanical precision, muscle memory guiding me toward the copy room while my mind fractures into 1,000 sharp pieces. Each step echoes too loud in the suddenly suffocating space, announcing my retreat to anyone paying attention. The copy room door handle feels ice cold against my palm. I slip inside and lean against the closed door, pressing my back to the wood like it might hold me together. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead with industrial indifference, casting everything in harsh, unforgiving white. My body shakes as I feed the Heritage Lux contracts into the machine. The mechanical whirring fills the silence, but it can't drown out Oliver's voice playing on repeat. Find someone more established for the next phase. The copier spits out pages with methodical efficiency while my stomach churns. This morning's coffee threatens to make a reappearance, bitter and acidic at the back of my throat. I grip the machine's edge, knuckles straining against my dark skin. Competent enough? Like I'm some placeholder. Some interim solution until the real professionals show up, like everything I've poured into this campaign. The late nights, the careful research, the genuine care for preserving the hotel's legacy amounts to adequate temp work. The last page slides into the output tray with a soft thud. I gather the papers with trembling fingers, watching the typed words blur slightly as my eyes water. Professional documentation of my own professional obsolescence. I crack the door open and peer into the hallway. Empty. Oliver's voice has mercifully disappeared behind closed doors, leaving me free to navigate back to safety without another accidental eavesdropping session. But I can't face that same corridor again. Can't risk walking past his office and remembering how stupid I'd been to think we were partners in something meaningful. The service elevator sits at the far end of the floor, used mainly by maintenance staff and room service. I've never taken it before, too aware of appearances, of maintaining the polished professional image that apparently fooled no one where it mattered. The narrow hallway leading to the service areas feels like a different building entirely. No marble here, just practical carpet and plain walls painted in sensible beige. The elevator doors open with a mechanical wheeze that speaks of function over form. I slip inside and punch the button for the 3rd floor, where my makeshift conference room office awaits. The descent feels longer than usual, giving me too much time to think about how thoroughly I've miscalculated everything. The conference room feels like a mausoleum when I return, all polished mahogany and suffocating silence. I spread the Heritage Lux contracts across the table with mechanical precision, each page a reminder of work that apparently means nothing beyond its immediate utility. Competent enough. The phrase lodges itself between my ribs like a splinter, sharp and impossible to ignore. I pull up the campaign timeline on my laptop, staring at weeks of carefully orchestrated milestones that suddenly feel hollow, empty. Every media placement, every photo shoot, every painstakingly crafted press release, all of it designed to showcase a hotel that Oliver never intended to keep running long term. The pieces clicked together with nauseating clarity. His constant resistance to bold creative choices. The way he always seemed to be holding something back during our strategy sessions. That angry look in his eyes when I talked about preserving the Avery legacy for future generations, like I was speaking a foreign language. He's planning to sell. Has to be. Why else would he need me to polish the brand just enough to attract buyers, then toss me aside for someone with the credentials to handle a major acquisition? My fingers linger over the keyboard, cursor blinking accusingly in the search bar. Oliver Avery hotel sale rumors. The words form themselves before I can try to stop them, muscle memory taking over rational thought. The first few results are standard industry coverage, financial reports, board meeting announcements, the usual corporate theater. But halfway down the page, a real estate blog post from 6 months ago makes my stomach drop. Manhattan legacy properties? Which historic hotels might hit the market? The Avery Hotel sits prominently in the speculation, complete with estimated valuations and potential buyer profiles. The article cites insider sources suggesting the current management might be more open to offers than publicly acknowledged. I close the laptop, furious. The sound echoes in the empty conference room like a gunshot. How could I have been so stupid? All those late-night conversations about his father's legacy, about carrying the family name forward, I'd read them as reluctant duty, the burden of inherited responsibility. But maybe they were something else entirely. Maybe they were the words of someone already planning his escape route, and I'd helped him. Spent weeks crafting the perfect marketing strategy to make the Avery Hotel irresistible to potential buyers. Increased its visibility, highlighted its unique selling points, positioned it as the crown jewel of Manhattan hospitality. I've been the unwitting architect of my own professional demise. The irony tastes bitter as hotel coffee. Harper Lane, the scrappy PR consultant who thought she could save a historic hotel and win over its cynical heir. What a beautiful fairy tale. Too bad fairy tales don't pay the bills or build careers that last beyond the next quarterly review. My phone buzzes with a notification from Nia. Coffee, running 10. Want your usual or something stronger? Something stronger, I type back. Much stronger. Coffee isn't going to do it this time. Chapter 21. Harper. By 8:30, the hotel feels eerily quiet. Most of the staff disappeared hours ago, leaving behind the kind of institutional quiet that makes every keystroke echo like gunfire. Perfect. The last thing I need right now is forced small talk about campaign timelines, while my professional life implodes in slow motion. I've commandeered the admin office on the 4th floor, a cramped space that smells like toner cartridges and broken dreams, but it has the industrial-grade printer I need for tomorrow's Heritage Lux materials. The conference room's elegant little machine would take 3 hours to spit out what I need tonight. At least someone's getting use out of this place, I mutter, feeding another stack of photo proofs into the document feeder. The machine whirs to life with mechanical enthusiasm, completely unaware that it's printing promotional materials for a hotel its owner plans to abandon. My phone sits face down on the desk, deliberately ignored. Jasmine's called twice, probably wondering why I missed our usual post-work debrief, but I can't face explaining how spectacularly I've misread every signal, every conversation, every moment I thought meant something. The printer churns through page after glossy page. Hotel room layouts, restaurant menus, historical timeline graphics that suddenly feel like elaborate set decoration for a performance I never knew I was giving. Each sheet slides into the output tray with a soft whisper, the sound of my own professional obituary being written in real time. Competent enough, I repeat under my breath, the words acquiring new layers of sting with each repetition. Not planning to keep the hotel long term. The machine jams on page 47, with a mechanical screech that cuts through the silence like a wounded animal. Of course. Even the printer wants to make this night's revelations more miserable. I yank open the side panel, hunting for the crumpled paper that's surely wedged somewhere in the mechanical bowels. The fluorescent lights flicker overhead, casting everything in harsh, unforgiving white that makes my reflection in the window look like a ghost. My fingers find the jam, a single sheet twisted around the drum like it's making some kind of protest statement. I tease it free with the delicate precision of someone who's unjammed enough printers to qualify for a mechanical engineering degree, cursing under my breath as toner dust coats my fingertips. That's when I see it. A document left behind in the machine's memory, queued up and ready to print. The header catches my eye first. Confidential. Board review only. Below that, in stark black letters, Property Divestment Timeline. Q1 Analysis. My heart stops, then starts again too fast, like it's trying to make up for lost time. I shouldn't look. Every professional instinct screams that opening this document would be career suicide, the kind of boundary violation that gets you blacklisted from entire industries. But my finger hovers over the print button anyway, curiosity and dread warring in my chest. The machine spits out a single page with mechanical indifference. Avery, Hotel Manhattan. Sale Preparation Timeline. The words slap me like ice water. Below them, a neat table breaks down the next 6 months in clinical detail. Phase 1, complete. Brand refresh and media positioning. Phase 2, in progress. Heritage Lux feature and press coverage. Phase 3, January. Independent property valuation. Phase 4, March. Formal market listing. Phase 5, June. Expected closing. My hands tremble as I scan the rest of the document. Estimated sale price, $47 million. Target buyers, luxury hotel conglomerates and private equity firms. Current obstacles, none significant. None significant, I whisper, the words scraping against my throat like broken glass. What about Harper Lane? There it is, laid out in brutal corporate efficiency. Everything I've worked for, everything I've poured my heart into, reduced to a neat little timeline designed to package and sell a century of history to the highest bidder. The Heritage Lux feature isn't a celebration of the hotel's legacy. It's a sales brochure. Every photograph I've coordinated, every story I've crafted about timeless elegance and historic preservation, all of it serving one purpose: making the Avery Hotel irresistible to buyers who'll probably gut it for condos within a year. And I've been the perfect little marketing puppet, dancing on strings I never even knew existed. The paper crumples in my grip before I force myself to smooth it out again. Every word burns into my retinas like acid. Phase 4, formal market listing. Phase 5, expected closing. 6 months or less. That's all the time left before everything I've built here gets auctioned off to some faceless corporation that'll gut the place faster than you can say luxury condominiums. I sink down into a nearby chair, the document trembling in my hands like autumn leaves caught in a storm. The leather creaks beneath me, a sound that once felt luxurious and now seems ominous, like the hotel itself is groaning under the weight of its impending doom. All those late nights crafting the perfect messaging about preserving heritage while embracing innovation, hours spent hunched over my laptop in the conference room, fueled by coffee and the conviction that I was doing something meaningful. All those conversations with staff members about how the rebrand would celebrate their dedication, not erase it. Maria from housekeeping, her eyes lighting up when I explained how we'd showcase the artistry in her work. James from the concierge desk, practically glowing when I told him his stories about regular guests would be part of our narrative. Every single word I've written, every photograph I've coordinated with painstaking attention to capturing the hotel's soul, every moment I've spent falling for this place, and God help me, for Oliver. It's all been window dressing for a liquidation sale. Beautiful, compelling, heartfelt window dressing designed to make some corporate vulture salivate over the potential profit margins. The Heritage Luxe feature isn't going to save the hotel. It's going to gift wrap it with a bow for whatever soulless conglomerate decides they want to turn Manhattan's last bastion of old-world elegance into another glass tower full of sterile luxury units that'll sell for millions to people who'll never appreciate what was destroyed to build them. My phone sits on the desk like an accusation, its black screen reflecting the overhead light like a dead eye. I need to call someone, need to hear a voice that isn't my own spiraling thoughts, threatening to drag me under. But my fingers hover over the contacts without landing anywhere. What do I even say? Hey, remember that dream job I've been gushing about for weeks? The one that was supposed to put my agency on the map and prove I could handle heritage brands without selling my soul? Turns out I'm just the marketing department for my own professional funeral. The phone rings before I can decide, Jasmine's name lighting up the screen like divine intervention. Thank God, I breathe, swiping to answer. I was just about to call me and explain why you've gone radio silent all evening when you're usually texting me play-by-plays of every board meeting. Jasmine's voice carries that particular blend of concern and attitude that only best friends can perfect. I've been sitting here wondering if you finally murdered Oliver Avery with a PowerPoint presentation. A laugh bubbles up from somewhere dark and desperate. Close, very close. Okay, that tone is not your usual frustrated with difficult client voice. That's your "the world is ending and I'm taking everyone down with me" voice. What happened? I stare at the document, the timeline blurring as my eyes water. Remember how I said this job was going to put my agency on the map? Make me the go-to person for luxury heritage brands? The career-defining account that was going to change everything? Yes. Did Oliver shoot down another campaign idea? Because I told you, some men just need their egos stroked before they can appreciate genius. He's selling the hotel, Jazz. The words taste like ash in my mouth. The whole thing, everything I've been working on is just marketing materials for a sale. The silence stretches long enough for me to wonder if the call dropped. I'm sorry, what now? Jasmine's voice has gone flat, dangerous. He's doing what? Selling. In 6 months. There's a whole timeline. Property valuation, market listing, expected closing. I found the documents. Found them how? Accidentally. In the printer queue. I press my palm against my forehead, fighting the headache building behind my temples. God, I'm such an idiot. All those conversations about preserving the hotel's legacy, about making sure it survives for future generations. He was probably laughing at me the entire time. Hold up. Back the truck up. I can hear Jasmine moving around, probably pacing her apartment the way she does when she's processing bad news. You found confidential documents accidentally, or you went looking for them because something felt off. What difference does it make? My suspicions were confirmed. Huge difference. One makes you Nancy Drew, the other makes you a woman following her instincts. I lean back in the chair, the crumpled timeline crinkling between my fingers. Nancy Drew, then. I overheard Oliver talking to a board member yesterday. Something about no plans to keep it long term. My stomach dropped, but I told myself I was being paranoid. And then you found the smoking gun in a printer. Exactly. The fluorescent light above flickers again, casting weird shadows across the document. The paperwork just confirmed what I already suspected. God, I feel so stupid. For what? Having instincts that turned out to be dead-on accurate? For believing him when he talked about preserving the hotel's legacy? For thinking. I trail off, unable to voice the rest of it. For thinking that what's happening between us meant something. For thinking he saw me as more than just a useful tool for polishing his family's reputation before he cashed out. Harper Lane. Jasmine's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts like a knife through butter. You know what you have to do, right? Hide in this office until my contract expires and pretend this never happened? No, you dramatic disaster. You march your fine black butt up to his office and confront him. The suggestion hits me like ice water. Absolutely not. I'm not giving him the satisfaction of knowing I found out. Besides, what's the point? The sale's happening whether I approve or not. The point is that you deserve the truth. The point is that he played you, and Oliver Avery doesn't get to walk away clean after using your talent to package his family's history for the highest bidder. I stand up, pacing the small space between the desk and the window. The city sparkles below. All those lights representing people who don't know their favorite hotel is about to become luxury condos. What if he denies it? What if he makes me look like some paranoid contractor who couldn't handle the pressure? Then you show him the documents that I obtained illegally, that you found by accident while doing the job he hired you to do. Jasmine's tone brooks no argument. Stop making excuses for him, Harper. This man has been lying to your face for weeks while you poured your heart into saving something he was planning to destroy. The truth of her words settles in my chest like lead. She's right. She's absolutely right. And deep down, beneath all the fear and professional anxiety, I know it. Oliver doesn't get to use my expertise to increase his sale price while feeding me pretty lies about preservation and legacy. I hate when you're right, I mutter. I know. It's one of my most endearing qualities. I stare at the timeline again, each phase of the sale process burning itself into my memory. 6 months, maybe less if they find the right buyer quickly. All that history, all those stories, reduced to a real estate transaction. He's probably already gone home for the night. So corner him tomorrow morning, bright and early, before he's had his coffee and constructed his daily armor of corporate deflection. My reflection stares back from the darkened window, tired, betrayed, but still standing, still fighting. You know what the worst part is? I actually started to care about him. Not just the job, but him. I know, honey. That's exactly why you need to do this.
Chapter 22. Oliver. My office door explodes open with enough force to rattle the mahogany paneling on the walls. Harper storms in like a force of nature wrapped in burgundy wool, her golden brown eyes blazing with the kind of fury that could melt steel. She doesn't knock, doesn't announce herself. Just charges straight toward my desk with a crumpled paper clutched in her fist like evidence of war crimes. We need to talk. Now. I look up from my laptop, coffee cup halfway to my lips. She's magnificent in her rage, shoulders squared, chin lifted, every inch of her radiating indignation. Her natural curls frame her face in a way that makes her look fierce and untouchable, like some ancient goddess of retribution who's decided to visit modern Manhattan. Good morning to you, too. She slams the paper down on my desk with enough force to make my coffee cup jump. Don't you dare pretend this is a social call. I glance at the document, recognizing the board letterhead immediately. My blood turns to ice water, but I keep my face neutral. Years of dealing with hostile investors have taught me that showing weakness only makes predators circle closer. Where did you get this? The printer in the executive lounge. Your little timeline for destroying everything I've worked to build. We've worked to build. Her voice shakes with controlled fury. Phase 1, brand refresh and media positioning. Phase 2, heritage, lux, feature, and press coverage. Should I continue, or do you want to explain why I've been marketing your family's legacy as a liquidation sale? I set down my coffee cup with deliberate care, buying myself time to think. The smart move would be deflection, maybe even denial. Gaslighting. Make her prove she didn't steal confidential documents. But something about the way she's standing there, proud and wounded and absolutely furious, makes corporate strategy feel like cowardice. Harper! No. She plants both palms on my desk, leaning forward until I can smell her perfume. Something warm and spicy that cuts through my morning fog like a blade. I can already feel myself start to harden under my desk. You don't get to Harper me. Not after weeks of listening to you talk about preserving the hotel's legacy while you were planning to sell it to the highest bidder. Heat floods my system, and I can't tell if it's anger or something far more dangerous. She's close enough that I see the golden flecks in her eyes, the way her chest rises and falls with each sharp breath. Her blazer gaps slightly where she's leaning over, revealing a glimpse of black silk beneath. This is exactly the wrong time to notice how beautiful she looks when she's ready to commit murder. The decision isn't final. Phase 5. Expected closing. June. She straightens, crossing her arms. Sounds pretty final to me. I stand, matching her energy with my own. The desk between us feels like a battle line. You have no idea what you're talking about. Then explain it to me. Explain how everything you've said about this place, about preserving its history, squares with selling it to developers who'll gut it for condos. The accusation hits exactly where it's supposed to hurt. She's not wrong, hasn't been wrong about much, actually. But admitting that would require explaining things I've never said out loud, not even to myself. Sometimes preservation isn't an option. Nonsense. The word cracks like a whip. I call nonsense. You're scared. You're terrified of actually caring about something your father built, so you'd rather burn it down than risk failing. My hands clench at my sides. She's standing there in my office, dismantling me with surgical precision, and every instinct screams at me to shut this down, to remind her exactly who signs her checks and what happens to contractors who overstep their boundaries. Instead, I find myself moving around the desk toward her. You don't know anything about my father. I know enough. She doesn't retreat, doesn't back down, even though I'm close enough to touch her. I know he raised a man who'd rather run than fight for something beautiful. The words hit like a physical blow, and suddenly we're standing toe to toe, the air between us electric with tension I can't name. Her eyes flash with challenge and hurt and something that makes my pulse hammer against my collar. I've never met a woman who could make me feel stripped raw and hungry at the same time. I step forward, my hands clenched into raging fists at my sides. You think this is simple? You think I haven't considered every angle? My voice drops to a growl. You waltz in here with your color-coordinated presentations and your sunny-side-up optimism, acting like you understand what it means to carry this burden. Her eyes narrow to amber slits. Burden? The Avery Hotel is one of the most prestigious properties in Manhattan. People would kill for what you're casually throwing away. People would kill for the fantasy, not the reality. I rake a hand through my hair, pacing toward the window. You see marble floors and mahogany paneling. I see 30 years of debt restructuring, aging infrastructure, constant repairs, and a board that's been circling like vultures since my father died. So fight them. I spin back toward her. With what army? You've met these people. They eat idealists for breakfast and wash them down with champagne that costs more than most people's rent. God, listen to yourself. She throws her hands up, and her necklace catches the morning light. Poor little rich boy. Too intimidated by his own board to stand up for what he supposedly believes in. Heat flares in my chest. Excuse me? You heard me. You're a coward. All that brooding intensity, all those meaningful silences about legacy and responsibility, it's performance art. When push comes to shove, you'd rather cash out than get your hands dirty. Hard work? I step closer, voice cutting. You mean the kind of hard work that involves sleeping with the client to close the deal? The words leave my mouth before I can help it, and the silence that follows feels like standing in the eye of a hurricane. Harper goes perfectly still, her face transforming from anger to something cold and deadly. "What did you just say to me?" My stomach drops, but pride keeps me from backing down. I said what everyone's thinking. Ambitious young agency owner lands the contract of a lifetime, then conveniently ends up on the boss's desk. Classic power play. "Get out!" Her voice is quiet now, which somehow makes it infinitely more terrifying than when she was shouting. "This is my office." "Then I'll leave." She turns toward the door, then stops. "But first, let me be crystal clear about something. Everything that happened between us, that was me making a mistake. Not a strategy. A mistake. Because I actually thought there might be something decent underneath all that expensive tailoring. Look, if you can't handle the professional arrangement we have here, then maybe you should walk away." Even as I hear the words, every fiber in my body screams against it. I don't want her to leave. I want to grab her shoulders, shake some sense into myself, take back the poisonous accusation that just destroyed whatever fragile thing we'd been building. But my father's voice echoes in my head. Weakness invites attack. Vulnerability gets you eaten alive. And I can't seem to find my way back to solid ground. Harper's laugh cuts through the air like broken glass. "Professional arrangement? Is that what we're calling it now?" She moves toward the door with measured steps, each one deliberate and final. Her burgundy blazer catches the morning light streaming through my office windows, and I notice how straight she holds her spine, how she refuses to let me see her crumble. "You know what, Avery? You're absolutely right. This is a professional arrangement, and professionally speaking, you just made the biggest mistake of your life." Her hand rests on the brass door handle, and she turns back one last time. The look she gives me could freeze whiskey. "You had one chance to kiss my bum and apologize for that insulting piece of garbage that just fell out of your mouth. One chance to act like the man I thought you might actually be underneath all that entitled nonsense and family privilege." The door opens with a soft click that sounds like a gunshot in the silence. "And you blew it?" She steps into the hallway, then pauses in the doorframe. For a split second, I think she might turn around, might give me the opening I need to grovel my way back into her good graces. Instead, she straightens those proud shoulders and delivers the killing blow. The Heritage Lux feature runs next week. The media buzz is building exactly like I promised. The hotel's reputation is about to get the boost of a lifetime, and you know what? You don't deserve a single second of it. Her voice drops to something quiet and deadly. Enjoy explaining to your board why the best thing that ever happened to this place just walked out your door. The sound of her heels clicking down the marble hallway fades until there's nothing left but the hum of the heating system and the weight of my own stupidity pressing down like lead. I sink into my desk chair, staring at the crumpled sale timeline still lying where she left it. The paper seems to mock me, evidence of my cowardice, my inability to fight for anything that matters. My hands shake as I reach for my coffee cup, but the liquid has gone cold. Just like everything else in my life. Chapter 23. Oliver. The clock on my desk ticks like a metronome counting down to my own execution. Each minute that passes makes the memory of what I said to Harper feel more poisonous, more unforgivable. I've replayed the conversation 17 times, and each replay makes me feel smaller. Sleeping with the client to close the deal. Christ. What kind of man says that to a woman who's worked twice as hard for half the recognition? I stare at my laptop screen, but the spreadsheets blur together into meaningless numbers. My coffee has gone cold 3 times, and I keep forgetting to answer emails that require actual thought. The truth sits in my chest like a stone. I don't believe what I said, not for 1 second. Harper earned this contract with pure talent and relentless determination. What happened between us was something else entirely. Something that scared me enough to lash out like a cornered animal. My father's voice echoes in my head. When you feel weak, attack first. Show no mercy, especially to those who matter. Apparently, even dead, the bastard's still pulling my strings. I try Harper's office 3 times. Then her cell. Her assistant says she's in meetings. I check the conference rooms, the lobby, even the staff break room. Nothing. By 4 o'clock, I'm pacing my office like a caged predator, practicing apologies that sound more pathetic with each attempt. I was a jerk. Too simple. What I said was inexcusable. Too formal. Please don't destroy my reputation in every industry publication from here to Tokyo. Too honest. The sun starts its descent behind the Manhattan skyline, painting my office windows gold and amber. I loosen my tie, roll up my sleeves, and admit defeat. She's avoiding me, and I don't blame her. If someone had accused me of using sex as a business strategy, I'd probably burn down their entire world. The rooftop lounge calls to me like a siren song. It's where we had our first real conversation, where I watched her face light up, talking about her vision for the hotel. Maybe she'll be there. Maybe I can find the words to undo the damage. The elevator ride to the top floor feels eternal. When the doors open, cool fall air hits my face, carrying the scent of approaching winter and distant wood smoke from someone's fireplace. I spot her immediately. Harper stands at the far railing, silhouetted against the city lights beginning to twinkle in the dusk. She shed her blazer, and her black silk blouse catches the wind. Her hair moves in the breeze, and even from here I can see the rigid set of her shoulders. She knows I'm here. I can tell by the way she doesn't turn around, doesn't acknowledge the sound of my footsteps on the slate tiles. Harper. Congratulations! Her voice carries across the space between us, sharp as winter air. You managed to find me. You get a gold star for persistence. I move closer, close enough to see her hands gripping the metal railing. We need to talk. Oh, do we? She turns then, and the look she gives me could strip paint. Because I thought we covered everything this morning. Your feelings about professional arrangements, your theories about ambitious women, and their networking strategies. The words hit like physical blows, and I deserve everyone. What I said was disgusting, insulting, beneath you. She steps away from the railing, arms crossed. Pick your adjective. They all fit. Harper, please sit with me. I gesture toward the wrought iron table where we've shared wine and campaign reviews in better times. Have a drink. Her laugh carries no warmth. You think alcohol will make this better? I think 5 minutes of honesty might. She takes a step backward, shaking her head. I've heard enough of your honesty for one lifetime, thanks. The rejection stings, but I press forward. Just hear me out. If you still don't believe me after that, then walk away. Something in my voice catches her attention because she stops moving. Her amber eyes study my face in the growing twilight, searching for whatever truth she thinks might be hiding there. 5 minutes, she says finally. And I'm timing you. We settle into the chairs we've occupied dozens of times before, but our easy camaraderie is gone. Harper perches on the edge of her seat like she's ready to bolt at the first wrong word. I pour 2 glasses of whiskey from the bottle I keep up here, sliding one across the small table. She doesn't touch it. The city sprawls below us, a carpet of lights beginning to twinkle as darkness claims the sky. Usually this view calms me. Tonight it feels like watching a world I'll never truly belong to. Running the hotel was never my dream. The words fall between us, like stones dropped in still water. Harper's eyebrows lift slightly, but she doesn't speak. When I was 12, I told my father I wanted to be an architect. Design buildings that would outlast me. I take a sip of whiskey, letting the burn ground me. He laughed, said Averys don't build things, we inherit them. Harper's posture shifts almost imperceptibly, some of the rigid tension leaving her shoulders. Every summer, while other kids went to camp, I worked in this hotel. Bellhop, concierge, kitchen prep. He wanted me to understand the business from the ground up. I stare into my glass, watching the amber liquid catch the light. What I learned was that I hated every minute of it. Then why? Because he made it perfectly clear there was no other option. The Avery name comes with obligations, not choices. My voice sounds foreign to my own ears, stripped of its usual armor. I spent 15 years overseas managing investments, hoping he'd find someone else to carry the torch. When he died, the board made it clear: take over or watch everything crumble. Harper finally reaches for her glass, taking a small sip. So you took over. I took over. I meet her gaze across the table, and I've been looking for an exit strategy ever since. This place is a gilded cage. I gesture toward the hotel's glowing windows below us, each one representing rooms filled with guests who see luxury where I see obligation. Beautiful, prestigious, worth millions, and every bit as confining as iron bars. Harper's fingers trace the rim of her glass, her eyes fixed on my face with an intensity that almost makes me want to look away. The anger that blazed there earlier has banked to something cooler, more calculating. You know what's funny about cages? Her voice carries a note I can't quite read. Most people would kill to be trapped in one made of gold. Would you? She sets her glass down with deliberate precision. That's not the point, isn't it? I settle deep in my chair, studying the way the city lights reflect in her eyes. You've built something from nothing. Your agency, your reputation, all of it earned through your own effort. You can't understand what it's like to inherit a life you never wanted. No, I can't. Her tone sharpens slightly, though not with the fury from this morning. What I can understand is having every door slammed in your face and still finding a way to kick it down. A gust of wind carries the scent of roasted chestnuts from somewhere far below. Harper pulls her blouse tighter around her shoulders, and I resist the urge to offer my jacket. Do you know how many meetings I sat through where men twice my age explained why my ideas wouldn't work? She picks up her glass again, taking a larger sip this time. How many times I was told I was too aggressive or difficult to work with, when a white man saying the exact same things would be called decisive. I watch her face in the growing darkness, seeing the steel and strength beneath her polished exterior. The difference between us, Oliver, is that I fought for my cage. I built it bar by bar, until it became strong enough to protect me instead of trap me. Her words hit harder than any accusation. Harper, I'm not finished. She holds up one hand, stopping me mid-sentence. You want to know what really pisses me off about this morning? It wasn't just the insult. It was the waste. The waste! You have something extraordinary here. This hotel, its history, the trust people place in the Avery name. Her voice drops, becoming almost gentle. And you're so busy resenting it that you can't see what everyone else does. Harper leans across the table, her forearms resting on the iron surface, bringing her face closer to mine. The city lights catch in her amber eyes, making them look like molten gold against her dark skin. Start seeing it differently. Her voice carries the weight of someone who's fought for every inch of ground she's claimed. The anger still burns there, but it's controlled now, focused like a laser rather than the wildfire that scorched me this morning. You think I haven't tried? I lean back, putting distance between us that feels both necessary and insufficient. Every morning I walk through those halls and try to see what my father saw. What the board sees. What you see. And what do you see instead? The question hangs out there, harsh and unforgiving. I swirl the whiskey in my glass, watching the amber liquid catch the light the same way her eyes do. Obligation. Expectation. A beautiful prison with a lifetime sentence. The words taste bitter, like admitting a weakness I've never spoken aloud. Every decision filtered through committee approval. Every innovation weighed against stodgy tradition. Every day planned around maintaining something I never chose. Harper's expression shifts, the calculating edge in her gaze becoming something more thoughtful. She doesn't interrupt, doesn't offer empty reassurances or platitudes about finding purpose in duty. When I was overseas managing portfolios in Hong Kong and London, I could make decisions based on merit, on potential, on what made sense. I take another sip of whiskey, letting the burn ground me. Here, every choice carries the weight of 4 generations. Every risk could destroy something that survived the Depression, 2 world wars, and countless economic crashes. So don't destroy it. Her words cut through my self-pity like a blade through silk. Evolve it. I study her face in the growing darkness, searching for some hint that she understands the impossibility of what she's suggesting. Instead, I find the same unwavering confidence that convinced the board to hire her in the first place. You make it sound so simple. I make it sound possible. She straightens in her chair, her posture radiating the kind of certainty I've never felt about anything connected to this place. Because it is. You're just too busy mourning the life you think you lost to see the one you could build. The accusation hits like a painful physical blow, forcing me to confront a truth I've been avoiding for months. Part of me, the larger part, if I'm honest, has been treating this role like an extended funeral for my own dreams. And if I fail, if I modernize the wrong thing or change something that shouldn't be touched, the questions come out rougher than I intended, scraped raw from a place I don't usually let people see. The Avery name doesn't get second chances. One mistake and everything my great-grandfather built becomes a cautionary tale. Harper picks up her glass again, taking a slow sip while she considers my words. When she sets it down, her fingers remain wrapped around the crystal, and I notice the slight tremor in her hands despite her composed exterior. Is that what this morning was about? Her voice drops to something almost gentle, though the steel underneath remains unmistakable. You were so terrified of failing that you decided to push me away first. She leans forward again, her gaze piercing right through to my soul. Oliver, it's time to fight for the life that you want. She's absolutely right.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 24. Harper. The conference room feels smaller this morning, like the walls have crept closer overnight. I spread campaign materials across the polished table, while my team filters in with their usual Monday morning energy. Nia clutching her oversized coffee like a lifeline. Marcus already scrolling through his tablet, and Zoe balancing a stack of mood boards that threaten to topple. I can't shake Oliver's voice from last night. Every decision filtered through committee approval. Every innovation weighed against stodgy tradition, The raw vulnerability in his tone when he called the hotel a gilded cage keeps replaying in my head, mixing with the memory of his hands gripping that whiskey glass like it might anchor him to something real. Earth to Harper, Nia waves a hand in front of my face. You've been staring at that photo for 5 minutes. I blink, focusing on the black and white image in my hands, the Avery Hotel's grand opening in 1923. Men in three-piece suits and women in drop-waist dresses crowd the marble lobby, champagne glasses raised in celebration. The hope in their faces is infectious, even across a century. Sorry, late night. I set the photo down and lean against the table. Let's dive in. We need something that goes beyond surface-level heritage marketing. Marcus looks up from his tablet. Beyond? I thought we were already pushing the envelope with the lifestyle photography. We need to go deeper. I pick up another photograph, this one showing the hotel during the 1943 blackouts, when the staff lit candles in every window to guide people home. Oliver thinks this place is a prison. We need to show him it's a sanctuary. Zoe arranges her mood boards along the far wall. What kind of sanctuary? Because luxury escape is pretty standard messaging for high-end hotels. Not that kind. I pace to the window, watching pedestrians hurry past on the street below. Think about what the Avery has been through. The Depression, 2 world wars, 9/11s, the 2008 crash. It survived everything by being more than just a place to sleep. Nia pulls out her laptop. Okay, I'm following. You want to position it as, what, a historical anchor? A constant. The word comes out before I fully form the thought, but it feels right. When everything else in the city changes or crumbles, the Avery stands solid. Marcus nods slowly. That's actually compelling. But how do we prove it without sounding like a history textbook? I move to the mood boards, studying Zoe's careful arrangement of colors and textures, warm golds, rich burgundies, timeless whites, everything designed to evoke both elegance and comfort. Stories, real ones. I turn back to my team, feeling the first spark of genuine excitement I've had since our rooftop conversation. Not just famous guests or fancy events, the human moments that happen within those walls. Zoe tilts her head. What kind of human moments? I pick up another photograph from the pile, this one showing hotel staff celebrating Christmas in 1961, their faces glowing with authentic joy despite the formal uniforms. A soldier on leave in 1944 who proposed to his girlfriend in the lobby because it was the most beautiful place he'd ever seen. A jazz singer who wrote her biggest hit in room 812 during the 50s. A family who spent their last Christmas together in the penthouse before the grandfather passed. The room goes quiet for a moment. Nia sets down her coffee cup with deliberate care. That's actually brilliant. But how do we find those stories? Hotel archives, staff interviews, guest logs going back decades. I'm pacing again, ideas building momentum like a snowball rolling downhill. We create a campaign that shows the Avery isn't just a luxury hotel. It's where life's most important moments happen. Marcus starts typing notes furiously. We could do video testimonials, find people who had significant experiences there, and let them tell their own stories. Yes, but not slick corporate testimonials. I grab a marker and move to the whiteboard. Intimate, documentary-style pieces, raw and real. Zoe steps closer to study the photographs spread across the table. This is good, really good. But won't Oliver resist anything too emotional? He seems like the type who prefers facts and figures. I pause mid-sentence, marker hovering over the whiteboard. Last night's conversation floods back. The pain in Oliver's voice when he talked about inheriting obligations instead of choices. the way his whole body tensed when he mentioned his father's expectations. He spent so long seeing the hotel as a burden that he's forgotten why it matters. I capped the marker and turned to face my team. We're not just selling rooms or amenities, we're selling belonging. Nia spreads a dozen vintage photographs across the conference table like tarot cards, revealing the hotel's soul. These are pure gold. Look at this one, New Year's Eve, 1955. I lean closer to study the image. Couples dance in the ballroom, their faces radiant with hope and champagne bubbles. The women's gowns cascade like waterfalls, and every smile looks genuine instead of posed. That's perfect. What else? Marcus slides his laptop around so we can see the screen. I've been digging through social media mentions going back 10 years. Listen to this review from 2019. My grandmother brought me here for tea when I was 7. 30 years later, I brought my own daughter. The same waiter remembered my grandmother's order. Earl Grey, 2 sugars, lemon on the side. Stop! I hold up my hand, feeling goosebumps prickle along my arms. That's it. That's exactly what we need. Zoe looks up from her mood boards. Generational loyalty? That's not exactly revolutionary marketing. It is when you can prove it spans decades. I move to the whiteboard and start sketching rough concepts. We're not selling a product. We're selling continuity in a world that changes way too fast. Nia pulls up another photograph on her tablet. This one's from 1987. A couple celebrating their 40th wedding anniversary in the same suite where they honeymooned. Beautiful. Keep going. And this. Marcus clicks through to another social media post. A Broadway actress who stayed here before every opening night for 20 years. Says it's her lucky charm. I cap the marker and step back to survey our growing collection of evidence. Stories of first dates that became golden anniversaries, business deals sealed over decades-old friendships, children who grew up visiting the hotel's lobby like it was their grandmother's living room. This isn't just nostalgia marketing, I say, feeling the pieces click into place. This is proof that some things are worth preserving. Zoe nods slowly. So the pitch becomes, what? That selling would break something irreplaceable? Exactly. I pick up the 1955 photograph again, studying the joy captured in black and white. Hotels come and go. Luxury is temporary. But institutions, true institutions become part of people's lives, their family histories. Nia starts typing notes rapidly. We frame it as stewardship instead of ownership. Oliver isn't just running a business. He's protecting something that belongs to the city. Yes, but we have to be careful not to guilt trip the board. They'll see right through emotional manipulation. I turn back to the whiteboard and start outlining our approach. We lead with data, customer retention rates, repeat bookings, multi-generational loyalty statistics. Then we hit them with the stories as proof. What about visuals? Zoe gestures toward her mood boards. We need something that captures this continuity concept without looking like a museum exhibit. I study her color palette, those warm golds and rich burgundies that somehow feel both timeless and contemporary. Split-screen imagery, past and present moments in the same spaces. A couple dancing in the ballroom in 1955, next to another couple in the same spot today. That could work. Nia looks up from her laptop. Especially if we can find guests willing to recreate their parents' or grandparents' photos. The room falls quiet as we all process the scope of what we're proposing. This isn't just a rebranding campaign anymore. It's a love letter to permanence in an impermanent world. We also need to track down the original architect's blueprints. I spread another set of photographs across the table, my fingers lingering on a 1920s image of construction workers laying the foundation. If we can show the craftsmanship that went into building this place, it reinforces the irreplaceable angle. Nia pulls up a contact list on her tablet. I know someone at the city planning office. Give me an hour. Perfect. I move to the window again, watching a food truck set up across the street. The same corner where a hot dog vendor has operated for 30 years, according to Oliver. Another constant in a shifting city. Marcus, can you pull occupancy rates during major economic downturns? I want to show how people turn to the Avery during uncertain times. Already on it. His fingers fly across the keyboard. Preliminary data shows occupancy actually increased during both the 2001 and 2008 crises. Because comfort becomes more valuable when everything else feels unstable. I turn back to my team, but my mind keeps drifting to Oliver's expression last night. The way his jaw clenched when he talked about board meetings, like he was bracing for impact. This campaign will work. The data supports it, the stories are compelling, and the visual concepts practically sell themselves. Any reasonable board would see the value in preserving something this deeply rooted in the city's identity. But that's not why my pulse quickens every time I think about presenting it. Zoe holds up 2 mood boards side by side. What if we create a timeline installation for the presentation? Physical displays showing the hotel's evolution through different eras? Brilliant. Make it tactile. Something they can walk through. I grab a marker and start sketching on the whiteboard again. We turn the boardroom into an immersive experience. That's a lot of work for what might be a lost cause, Marcus says quietly. If they've already decided to sell, then we change their minds. The words come out sharper than I intended. I catch Nia's knowing look and force my voice back to professional calm. This isn't just about saving a contract. It's about proving that some things matter more than quick profits. Nia raises an eyebrow. Since when do you turn down quick profits? Heat creeps up my neck. Since we have a chance to preserve something genuinely important. She doesn't look convinced. And this sudden passion for historic preservation has really nothing to do with a certain grumpy hotel heir. I focus intently on my whiteboard sketches, drawing architectural details that definitely don't need this level of precision. Oliver Avery is a client, a difficult one, who happens to be sitting on a gold mine he can't see the value of. Right, a gold mine. Marcus closes his laptop and settles back in his chair. Not a man who looks at you like you hung the moon when he thinks nobody's watching. My marker freezes mid-stroke. That's ridiculous. Is it? Zoe gathers her mood boards into a neat stack. Because during the photo shoot, he spent more time watching you direct the crew than actually reviewing the shots. I cap the marker forcefully. He was probably making sure I didn't turn his precious hotel into an Instagram backdrop. Sure, Nia's grin is insufferable. That's definitely why he stepped in to fix your scarf like he was starring in a romance novel. I do my best to shake off her comments, but I can't ignore the fluttering in my chest, hoping to God she's right.
Chapter 25. Oliver. Harper knocks twice before entering my office, carrying a leather portfolio that looks expensive enough to house state secrets. She's wearing a deep emerald blouse that makes her amber eyes even more striking, though I pretend not to notice how my chest tightens as I gesture toward the chair directly across from my desk. You said you had new ideas. I lean back, arms crossed, prepared for another round of flashy concepts that miss the mark entirely. I do. She opens the portfolio with deliberate precision, pulling out a collection of photographs that she spreads across my desk like evidence in a case she's determined to win. But first, tell me what you see here. I glance down at the images, black and white shots of the hotel spanning decades. Wedding parties in the ballroom, businessmen shaking hands in the lobby, families celebrating holidays in the penthouse restaurant, standard archival material. Old photographs. The The kind every hotel has collecting dust in storage. Look closer. She points to a 1955 New Year's Eve shot. That couple dancing in the center? Their granddaughter got engaged in the same spot last month. Posted about it on Instagram with the hashtag family tradition. My attention sharpens despite myself. Coincidence, huh? Here's another one. Harper slides a different photograph forward, this one showing afternoon tea service in 1978. The woman in pearls brought her daughter here every Christmas for 20 years. The daughter now brings her own children. Waiter still remembers what they ordered every year. I study the image more carefully, noting the obvious joy on the faces around the elegantly set table. Where did you get this information? Social media, guest surveys, staff interviews. Harper's voice gains momentum, like she's building towards something larger. Your hotel isn't just a place people stay, Oliver. It's where they mark the important moments of their lives. I pick up another photograph. Hotel staff celebrating Christmas in 1961, their genuine smiles cutting through the formal uniforms. You're suggesting we market nostalgia. I'm suggesting we market permanence. She leans forward slightly, her energy infectious despite my resistance. In a city where everything changes overnight, the Avery has been constant for a century. That's not nostalgia, that's trust. The logic is sound, I'll admit, but the execution worries me. Trust doesn't pay for renovations or staff salaries. Emotion without substance is just manipulation. Who said anything about emotion without substance? Harper pulls out a tablet and swipes to a spreadsheet. Customer retention rates at the Avery are 30% higher than industry average. Repeat bookings span multiple generations and over 200 families. During economic downturns, occupancy actually increases here, while competitors struggle. I lean forward to study the data, genuinely surprised by the numbers. These statistics are accurate? Verified through your own booking system. She slides the tablet closer. People don't just choose the Avery for luxury amenities. They choose it because it feels like coming home. Home. The word sits strangely in my mouth. I've never thought of this place as home. More like an elaborate mausoleum where I'm the reluctant caretaker. Yes, home. The kind of place where the concierge remembers your coffee order after 5 years, where your children can play in the same lobby where you proposed. Harper's amber eyes hold mine steadily. That's not something you can replicate with marble countertops and thread counts. I set down the tablet and lean back in my chair, processing. The campaign she's describing would require delicate handling. Too heavy-handed and it becomes maudlin sentiment. Too subtle, and the message disappears entirely. What about implementation? Sentimental storytelling doesn't translate to practical marketing materials. Split-screen visuals, past and present moments in identical locations. Harper pulls out mock-ups that show before and after shots of the same spaces across decades. A couple dancing in 1955 next to another couple in the same ballroom today. Continuity made visible. The concept is more clever than I expected. Visual storytelling that makes the abstract idea of permanence concrete and immediate. The board will want to see projected returns, not feel-good photography. Then we give them both. Harper spreads out additional materials. Market research, competitor analysis, projected booking increases based on enhanced brand loyalty. The emotional connection drives the financial results, not the other way around. I study her presentation materials, noting the thoroughness of her research and the careful balance between sentiment and strategy. This isn't the surface-level flash I initially expected from her agency. She's good. Damn good. At everything she does. You've put considerable work into this. It matters. She meets my gaze directly. Some things are worth preserving, even when, especially when, the quick money suggests otherwise. Something in her tone makes me look up from the documents. There's conviction there that goes beyond professional obligation, though I can't quite identify its source. The timeline for presenting to the board? 2 weeks, enough time to gather additional testimonials and finalize the visual components. Harper begins collecting her materials with practiced efficiency, unless you have fundamental objections to the direction. I consider the question seriously. The approach she's outlined acknowledges the hotel's history without being trapped by it, creates emotional connection without sacrificing sophistication. No fundamental objections. Though I reserve the right to push back on specific executions. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Harper closes her portfolio with a decisive snap. Strictly professional from here forward. Campaign first, everything else, nowhere. I nod, though the words feel heavier than they should. Clean slate. Focus on the work. Exactly. She stands, smoothing down her emerald blouse with hands that don't quite steady. 2 weeks to board presentation, no distractions, no complications, none whatsoever. The silence stretches between us, filled with the weight of everything we're not saying. Harper adjusts her earrings, a nervous habit I've noticed she has when conversations venture into uncomfortable territory. I should get back to my office. Start pulling together the testimonial footage. Of course. I walk around my desk to open the door for her, keeping careful distance between us. I'll review the budget projections you left and have feedback by tomorrow. Perfect. She pauses at the threshold, portfolio clutched against her chest like armor. This is going to work, Oliver. The campaign, is the right direction. I believe you're correct. Harper takes 2 steps into the hallway before turning back. You know what struck me most about those photographs? I should tell her we agreed to keep things professional. Should remind her that personal observations fall outside our newly established boundaries. Instead, I find myself asking, what's that? The staff faces. In every decade, from the 1950s through last week's shots. Her beautiful eyes catch the light from the hallway sconces, and something warm flickers there. They're not just employees going through motions. They genuinely care about making moments special for people. They're well-trained. No. She shakes her head, curls shifting with the movement. Training creates consistency. This is different. The concierge who remembers anniversary dates, the housekeeping manager who leaves handwritten notes for returning guests. That's not procedure, that's pride. I watch her face as she speaks, noting how her expression softens when she talks about the hotel staff. The professional mask slips just enough to reveal genuine warmth underneath. The Avery has always inspired loyalty from its employees, I say carefully, because it stands for something. Harper's voice gains that particular energy it gets when she's passionate about an idea. Not just luxury service or convenient location. It represents the idea that some things stick, that in a world where everything feels temporary, there are still places that matter enough to preserve. The conviction in her tone catches me off guard. This isn't marketing speak or calculated sentiment. She actually believes what she's saying about my family's hotel. You sound personally invested in that philosophy. Maybe I am. Her smile turns slightly rueful. Call it a character flaw. I lean against the doorframe, studying her. Most consultants maintain emotional distance from their projects. Most consultants haven't spent weeks watching 3 generations of families book their important celebrations in the same venue. Harper shifts her portfolio to one arm. Hard to stay detached when you realize you're working on something that actually matters to people. The way she talks about the hotel, with genuine respect and enthusiasm, creates an odd tightness in my chest. She sees value in something I've spent years viewing as an obligation. I'll send over the venue usage statistics tomorrow. The data might interest you. I'll review them. Harper steps backward down the hall. Strictly for campaign purposes, of course. Naturally. I find myself walking beside her toward the elevator, though I can't quite explain why. My feet move of their own accord, keeping pace with her measured steps across the marble lobby. The presentation timeline is aggressive, I say, filling the silence with something safe. 2 weeks doesn't leave much room for revisions. I work best under pressure. Harper adjusts her grip on the portfolio, her expression stoic. Besides, the concept is solid. Implementation is just details. We reach the elevator bank, and I press the call button without thinking. The brass gleams under my fingertip, polished to mirror brightness by staff who take pride in their work. Exactly the kind of dedication Harper noticed in those photographs. About the staff interviews you mentioned, I begin, then catch myself. That's venturing into personal territory, asking about her process because I'm genuinely curious about how she sees the people I work with every day. What about them? Nothing, forget I asked. The elevator chimes softly, its doors sliding open to reveal the same mahogany paneling and brass fixtures that have graced this space for decades. Harper steps inside and turns to face me, eyebrows raised. You can ask, you know. We're still allowed to have normal conversations. I step forward, then halt at the threshold. Going up with her means another 2 minutes of close proximity, breathing the same air, fighting the urge to say things that have nothing to do with campaign strategies. I should get back. Board reports to review. Of course. Her amber eyes flicker with something I can't quite read. Disappointment, maybe, or relief. I'll send over the preliminary testimonial footage by Friday. The elevator doors begin to close, creating a narrowing frame around her emerald blouse and determined expression. My hand moves toward the sensor to stop them, words forming on my tongue about how proud she should be of the work she's doing, how her passion for the project is evident in every detail. Instead, I step back and let my arm fall to my side. Friday works. The doors seal shut with a soft whisper, leaving me alone in the hallway with my reflection staring back from the polished brass. I drag a hand through my hair and turn toward my office, forcing myself to focus on quarterly projections instead of the way Harper's voice softened when she talked about family traditions. Strictly business. Professional boundaries. Clean slate. The mantra feels hollow as I walk back through halls that suddenly seem too quiet without her determined footsteps echoing alongside mine. I pause at my office door, hand on the brass handle, and almost turn around to call the elevator back. Almost follow the impulse to tell her that the way she talks about permanence and trust makes me want to believe this place could be more than just an inherited burden. Almost. But almost doesn't count in business relationships, and I've already crossed too many lines to risk crossing another. The hotel needs her expertise, and I need to stay focused on the sale timeline that will finally free me from this marble and mahogany cage, even if freedom is starting to feel less appealing than it once did. Chapter 26. Oliver! I'm making my daily obligatory trip through the rooftop lounge when the sky opens without warning, turning the late afternoon into a gray-washed nightmare of sheets and torrents. I come up here to check on some maintenance issues, and Harper had followed with questions about lighting for tomorrow's photo shoot. Now we're both trapped behind floor-to-ceiling windows while the storm turns Manhattan into an impressionist painting. Well, this is inconvenient. Harper sets her tablet on one of the low tables and peers out at the deluge. Water streams down the glass in rivulets, distorting the city lights into golden smears. The weather service didn't predict this. I moved to the bar area, more for something to do than any real need. Forecast called for light showers. Since when do weather forecasters get it right in this city? She settles into one of the leather armchairs, tucking one leg beneath her. Remember that sunny and mild day last month when it hailed? I pour myself a scotch, then glance at her. Want anything? Whatever you're having. I add ice to a second glass, noting how the amber liquid catches the refracted light from outside. The storm has created an odd cocoon effect, warm and dry inside while chaos reigns just beyond the windows. This place looks different at night. Harper accepts her drink, fingers brushing mine briefly. More intimate than the daytime corporate fortress vibe. It wasn't designed for corporate meetings. I take the chair across from her, maintaining safe distance. My grandfather built this as a private retreat, somewhere to escape the hotel business without actually leaving the building. Smart man. She sips her scotch, eyes widening slightly at the strength. Did it work? For him, apparently. He spent most evenings up here, planning renovations or just reading. I gesture toward the built-in bookshelves lining one wall. Those are his books. Philosophy, architecture, some surprisingly racy novels for a man of his generation. Harper laughs, the sound warmer than it should be in our current situation. Racy novels? Now I'm curious. Hemingway mostly, but there's some Anais Nin tucked behind the business journals. Your grandfather had hidden depths. You have no idea. The rain pounds harder against the glass, creating a percussion that fills the spaces between our words. Lightning flickers somewhere over the East River, illuminating the storm clouds in brief, dramatic flashes. This is going to last a while. Harper curls deeper into her chair, seeming to settle in. I should probably text Nia. Let her know I'll be late getting back. Good idea. I watch her thumbs move across her phone screen, noting how the warm light makes her skin glow. The elevator should still be running, but I wouldn't want to risk the subway in this. The subway's probably flooded anyway. She sets her phone aside and takes another sip of scotch. Tell me something about your grandfather I can't find in the hotel's official history. Why? Because we're stuck here, and official histories are boring. Her amber eyes catch the light from outside, gold flecks dancing. Also because you actually smiled when you mentioned him, which doesn't happen often. I consider deflecting, steering us back to safer conversational territory. But something about the enclosed space and the steady rhythm of rain against glass loosens my usual defenses. He used to sneak down to the kitchen at 2 a.m. to make grilled cheese sandwiches. The memory surfaces unexpectedly, complete with the smell of butter and bread. The night staff thought it was charming. My father was mortified. Different management philosophies. My father believed the owner should maintain distance from staff, set an example through formality. I swirl the scotch in my glass, watching it catch the stormlight. My grandfather thought good management meant knowing everyone's name and birthday. Which approach do you prefer? The question hangs suspended between us, more loaded than it should be. Because the honest answer involves admitting that watching Harper interact with the hotel staff has made me reconsider everything I thought I knew about leadership. I'm still figuring that out. Harper sits back, slinging one arm casually across her chair like she's got all the time in the world. Her face is highlighted by the flickering lightning from the storm, giving her an almost ethereal glow as her gaze pierces me. So, we've got some time, Oliver. Let's dig in. You say you didn't want an Avery legacy. You must have had childhood dreams at some point. What did you want to be when you were 8? Harper swirls her scotch, the question emerging from nowhere like the storm outside. 8? I lean back, caught off guard. That's oddly specific. 8 is when kids still believe anything's possible, before reality crushes their dreams. Her smile carries a hint of mischief. Come on. What was little Oliver Avery's grand ambition? My first ambition is to become a marine biologist. The answer escapes before I can filter it through my usual caution. I wanted to study whale migration patterns in the Pacific. Harper's eyebrows shoot up. Seriously? That's about as far from hotel management as possible. Exactly my point. I take a longer sip, the alcohol warming paths I usually keep frozen. I'd read this book about humpback whales swimming thousands of miles just to sing to each other. It seemed like the most important job in the world. What changed? Boarding school, then prep school. Then my father explaining that Averys don't play with fish for a living. I gesture around the lounge. Apparently we build monuments to hospitality instead. Monuments can be pretty impressive. Harper's voice carries something I can't quite identify. But what about now? if you could wave a magic wand and be anywhere tomorrow morning. Probably somewhere with coral reefs and no cell service. The admission feels dangerous, like revealing a weak point in armor. You. Brooklyn, in my mom's bakery at 5 a.m., watching her pull the first batch of croissants from the oven. Harper's expression softens, decades falling away from her features. She'd let me arrange the display case while she prepped the coffee. Made me feel like the most important person in the world. Why'd you leave? Because 18-year-old me thought there was something bigger waiting in Manhattan. She laughs, but it carries an edge. Turns out bigger doesn't always mean better. Thunder rolls overhead, punctuating her words with nature's own editorial comment. Though I have to admit, Harper continues, your 8-year-old career choice explains a lot about your management style. How so? Whales are solitary creatures who prefer deep water and avoid human contact. Her grin turns wicked. Sound familiar? The comparison hits with unexpected accuracy, and something breaks loose in my chest, a laugh that starts low and builds until I'm actually grinning back at her. That's either very insightful or mildly insulting. Can it be both? Harper's guard visibly dissolves, shoulders relaxing as she tucks both feet under her now. I mean, you do spend most meetings looking like you'd rather be swimming with the fishes. Swimming to the fishes. There's a difference. Another rumble of thunder, closer this time, and Harper's laugh joins mine in the warm space between us. The relentless drumming of rain against the windows fades to occasional taps, then stops entirely. We sit in the sudden quiet, neither of us moving toward the door. Outside, the clouds begin their slow retreat across the Manhattan skyline, revealing patches of unexpected amber light. Look at that. Harper points toward the western windows, where the sun breaks through in dramatic slashes. I've never seen the city look quite like this. The storm has washed everything clean, and now the dying light catches on wet surfaces, building facades, car roofs, puddles reflecting neon signs. Steam rises from the warm pavement below, creating an almost mystical haze between the towers. It's like someone took a watercolor brush to the whole place. I move closer to the windows, drawn by the unusual display. My grandfather would have loved this view. The marine biologist in you appreciating nature? Harper joins me at the glass, close enough that I catch her subtle perfume mixing with the lingering scent of rain, and it's absolutely intoxicating. Something like that. I watch a flock of gulls wheel between buildings, probably blown inland by the storm. Though I suspect actual marine biologists don't get views quite this elevated. The clouds continue their retreat, revealing more patches of sky painted in shades of rust and gold. The wet streets below reflect the light back up, doubling the effect until the entire city seems to glow from within. You know what this reminds me of? Harper leans against the window frame, her profile outlined by the changing light. Those old postcards from the 50s. Greetings from the New York City, with the impossibly perfect colors. Except this is real. Sometimes real is better than perfect. She glances at me, something unreadable flickering across her features. Though, I bet your photographer brain is cataloging all the technical reasons this lighting shouldn't work. Actually, I was thinking how no camera could capture what we're seeing right now. The admission surprises me with its honesty. The way the light keeps shifting, steam mixing with the reflection patterns. You'd need to paint it. Hidden artistic streak. Dormant appreciation for the impossible to reproduce. Harper laughs, the sound mixing with the distant hum of traffic resuming on the wet streets below. That's the most philosophical thing you've said since I've known you. Don't get used to it. But even as I say the words, I find myself reluctant to break this strange spell the storm has cast. The city spreads before us in its rain-washed glory, and, for once, the weight of expectation and legacy feels distant. Here, 20 floors above the street, watching nature paint Manhattan in impossible colors, I almost understand why my grandfather built this retreat. For the first time ever, I see his vision for his future generations against the backdrop of a rainbow sky, and it's breathtaking.
Chapter 27. Harper. The Avery's grand ballroom transforms into something that would make my 8-year-old self believe in fairy tales. Crystal chandeliers cast warm pools of light across the pristine walls, while strategically placed spotlights illuminate the new campaign displays I've spent weeks perfecting. The scent of white orchids mingles with the subtle aroma of champagne and expensive cologne as Manhattan's elite filter through the entrance. Harper, the Times photographer, wants to know where you'd like the group shots. Nia appears at my elbow, tablet in hand, looking sharp in her emerald-wrapped dress. Set them up near the Heritage Timeline display. Natural lighting from those windows will be perfect. I adjust my updo and scan the growing crowd. Any word from the mayor's office? Confirmed arrival in 20 minutes. And the food critic from Heritage Lux is already here, sampling the hors d'oeuvres. Perfect. I smooth down my midnight blue silk dress, the one that cost half my monthly coffee budget, but photographs like $1 million. Tonight needs to be flawless. Miss Lane? A waiter approaches with a tray of champagne flutes. Compliments of Mr. Avery. I accept a glass, noting Oliver across the room in animated conversation with a board member. He's chosen a black tuxedo that makes his shoulders look impossibly broad, and when he glances my way, something electric shoots down my spine. Focus, Harper, I mutter into my champagne. Did you say something? Maggie Johnson, the hotel's event coordinator, materializes beside me with her usual efficiency. Just admiring the turnout. You've outdone yourself with the setup. Your vision made it easy. The way you've woven the hotel's history into the displays. Maggie gestures toward the timeline installation, where vintage photographs blend seamlessly with modern campaign images. It tells a story without beating guests over the head with nostalgia. That was the goal. I watch a group of journalists cluster around the interactive digital archive, their smartphones already capturing content. Heritage that feels alive, not preserved in amber. Harper, Jasmine glides over in a stunning burgundy gown, wine glass already in hand. This is incredible. You've basically made the hotel's history sexy. Careful. The board members might hear you. But I'm grinning because she's right. The displays showcase the Avery's evolution through decades of New York social history, from jazz age parties to modern corporate events, all unified by an underlying thread of timeless elegance. A photographer snaps pictures of guests examining the then and now photo series, side-by-side comparisons showing the ballroom hosting everything from 1940s society weddings to contemporary product launches. Ladies and gentlemen, Oliver's voice carries across the ballroom as he steps to the small stage we've set up near the windows. The crowd gradually quiets, champagne glasses pausing mid-sip. Welcome to the Avery Hotel's celebration of past, present, and future. His eyes find mine across the room, and for a moment, the prepared speech seems to falter. Then he recovers, launching into remarks about tradition and innovation that sound surprisingly natural coming from someone who usually delivers presentations, like he's reading tax code. Tonight, we unveil the first phase of our rebranding initiative, guided by the vision of Harper Lane and her exceptional team. Applause ripples through the crowd, and I feel the familiar rush of professional validation, mixed with something almost heated when Oliver's gaze lingers on me during the acknowledgement. The goal isn't to reinvent the Avery, but to remind the world why it became legendary in the first place. More applause, and I notice several board members nodding approvingly, the kind of nods that translate into extended contracts and glowing references. As Oliver steps down from the stage, the crowd's energy shifts into something electric. I watch guests gravitate toward different displays. their conversations animated in ways that make my chest tight with pride. This is extraordinary. Margaret Rothschild, the philanthropist whose donations could fund the hotel's operations for months, stops beside the Jazz Age photo collection. You've made the past feel immediate without losing its mystique. That's exactly what we hoped for. I join her, noting how she lingers over the 1920s ballroom shots. The Avery has always been where history happens, not where it gets buried. Charles, Margaret waves over her husband, checkbook practically materializing in her Hermes bag. We simply must contribute to the preservation fund. This hotel deserves to continue making history. My heart hammers as other donors cluster around us, their enthusiasm contagious. Within minutes, pledges start flowing, restoration funds, event sponsorships, even offers to host private fundraising dinners. Harper Lane knows what she's doing, someone murmurs behind me, and I resist the urge to spin around and high-five whoever said it. If I may have your attention once more? Oliver's voice cuts through the growing excitement, and the room settles again. He's moved closer to the heritage display, his usual rigid posture somehow more relaxed. I want to share something personal about tonight's success. The ballroom goes quiet, except for the soft clink of champagne glasses. When Harper first presented her vision for this campaign, I'll admit I was skeptical. His eyes find mine across the crowd, and something in his expression makes my breath catch. I thought she was trying to fix something that wasn't broken. A few chuckles ripple through the audience. I was wrong. The admission lands with surprising weight. What Harper understood, what she made me understand, is that preserving tradition doesn't mean refusing to grow. Tonight, you're seeing the Avery Hotel not as it was, but as it's meant to be. The applause starts slowly, then builds until my cheeks burn with more than champagne. Oliver's gaze hasn't left mine, and there's something unguarded in his expression that makes my pulse race. Harper didn't just create a campaign. She reminded us all why the Avery matters, not as a relic, but as a living part of New York's story. Here, here, someone calls out, and suddenly I'm surrounded by congratulations, business cards, and promises of future collaborations. The warmth spreading through my chest has absolutely nothing to do with the champagne. I watch Oliver navigate through clusters of guests, fielding compliments about the campaign with something I've never seen from him before, genuine enthusiasm. Not the polite acknowledgments he usually offers, but real engagement. Your boy cleans up nice when he's not scowling, Jasmine murmurs, appearing at my elbow with a fresh glass of champagne. He's not my boy. But I can't pull my eyes away from where Oliver's explaining the heritage timeline to a group of potential investors, his hands animated in ways that make my stomach flutter. And I'm not already mentally planning your wedding colors. Jasmine, burgundy and gold, by the way. Very autumnal, very you. I finally tear my gaze away to glare at her. Could you focus on the professional triumph happening here instead of playing matchmaker? I can multitask. Speaking of which, she nods toward the entrance where more guests stream in, including several faces I recognize from New York's most exclusive social circles. This turnout is insane. Half of these people probably haven't set foot in a hotel ballroom since their own debutante balls. She's right. The Vanderbilts are examining the digital archive with the intensity of art collectors. Mayor Bloomberg's deputy is deep in conversation with 2 board members near the bar. Even the notoriously picky food critic from Vanity Fair looks engaged rather than bored. Harper, Margaret Rothschild approaches, with her husband in tow, both beaming. Charles and I were just discussing the Preservation Fund. We'd like to host a private donor dinner next month. Something intimate, maybe 30 couples. Would you be interested in coordinating the campaign? My heart does a little skip. I'd be honored. Wonderful. Charles, didn't you say the Weatherbys were asking about booking their anniversary party here? Yes, I was. 50 years of marriage deserves the Avery treatment. Charles extends his hand. Miss Lane, you've reminded us why this place matters. Not just as a hotel, but as a piece of our city's soul. The pride swelling in my chest threatens to crack my professional composure. This is what I've worked toward for years, not just landing a prestigious client, but proving I can elevate their stories in ways that create genuine impact. Thank you. That means everything. As the Rothschilds move on, I catch Oliver watching our exchange from across the room. When our eyes meet, he raises his glass in a subtle toast, and something passes between us that has very little to do with business partnerships or professional courtesy. Now that, Jasmine says, following my gaze, is not the look of a man planning to sell the family hotel. The thought hits me like ice water. She's right. The Oliver I'm watching tonight, the one engaging with donors, sharing stories about the hotel's history, actually smiling at guests, doesn't look like someone counting down to an exit strategy. He's different tonight. People change, Harper, especially when someone shows them what they're capable of becoming.
Chapter 28. Oliver. The last of the guests filter out through the marble lobby, their laughter and animated conversations echoing off the vaulted ceiling. I watch from the mezzanine as staff begin the practiced choreography of post-event cleanup, but my attention keeps drifting toward the elevator bank where Harper stands with her assistant, both of them clutching tablets and looking reluctant to call it a night. The evening exceeded every expectation I didn't realize I had. Watching Harper work the room, effortlessly charming donors, fielding questions from journalists, making the hotel's history feel immediate and essential, something shifted in my chest that I'm not ready to examine too closely. Not yet. Excellent turnout, Mr. Avery. Margaret Rothschild's husband shakes my hand one final time before heading toward the exit. That preservation fund is going to change everything for this place. Harper Lane deserves the credit. Smart man, knowing when to let talent lead. He glances toward where Harper's explaining something to a photographer. Don't let that one get away. The comment hits closer to home than it should. As the elevator doors close behind the last guests, I find myself making a decision that would have seemed impossible 3 hours ago. Harper's voice carries across the lobby as she wraps up final details with her team. Nia, make sure the photographer gets those group shots to us by Friday. And call the caterer tomorrow. They more than exceeded expectations tonight. Harper. I approach as her assistant Nia heads toward the exit, leaving us alone except for the distant sounds of cleanup crew. Moment. She turns and the professional mask she's worn all evening slips slightly. The midnight blue silk of her dress catches the lobby's soft lighting, and I notice the way her updo has loosened just enough to frame her face with escaped curls. If you're about to tell me the champagne budget was excessive... The opposite, actually. I gesture toward the elevator. Care for a nightcap? There's something I'd like to discuss. Her eyebrows arch with curiosity mixed with wariness. Official hotel business or... Definitely not official. The elevator ride to the 32nd floor passes in charged silence. Harper studies her reflection in the polished brass doors, while I wonder what exactly I'm doing, inviting her to the penthouse suite, the one I typically reserve for visiting dignitaries or board members who need impressing. Jesus, Oliver! Harper's voice goes soft as we enter the suite's sitting room. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcase Manhattan's glittering skyline, the city spreading out like scattered diamonds on black velvet. You've been holding out on me. The presidential suite has its perks. I move to the bar cart, needing something to do with my hands. Whiskey? Wine? I think there's champagne if you're not tired of it yet. Whiskey neat sounds perfect. I pour 2 glasses of the 18-year Macallan, watching her explore the space. She pauses at the baby grand piano, her fingers ghosting over the keys without making sound, then moves to the windows where the city sprawls beneath us. You know, I've lived in Manhattan my entire life, but I've never seen it from this angle. She accepts the whiskey, our fingers brushing as she takes the glass. It's different up here. Like you're floating above all the chaos. It's like you're untouchable. Sometimes that's the only way to process it all. The chaos or the responsibility. The question lands with unexpected precision. I join her at the window, the whiskey burning warm down my throat. Both. Tonight was incredible, Oliver. The way you spoke about the hotel. I haven't heard you sound that passionate about anything since I've known you. Maybe I just needed the right perspective. She turns to face me fully, amber eyes searching my expression. What changed? You did. The admission slips out before I can stop it, raw and unguarded in ways that make my chest tight. Tonight, watching you work that room, seeing how people responded to your vision. Our vision. No, Harper. It was yours. I was just smart enough to stop fighting it. The space between us feels electric, charged with everything we've been carefully not acknowledging for weeks. Manhattan glitters beyond the glass, but all I can focus on is the way Harper's looking at me, like she's seeing something she didn't expect. So what happens now? The whiskey glass clinks softly as I set it down on the side table, the sound barely registering over the hum of the city below. Harper turns, her back to the window, the city lights framing her like a halo. I cross the room, my steps deliberate, the tension pulling me forward like a magnet. Oliver, she starts, her voice low, a question hanging in the air. I don't answer with words. Instead, I reach up, my hand brushing against her cheek, the warmth of her skin sending a jolt through me. Her breath hitches, and for a moment, she hesitates, her warm brown eyes searching mine. But then she leans into my touch, her lashes fluttering shut, as if she's letting go of something she's been holding on to for too long. This is complicated, she murmurs. But she doesn't pull away. It doesn't have to be, I say, my voice rough, the words barely more than a whisper. Her hand comes up to rest on my wrist, her fingers trembling slightly. Complicated is kind of our thing, isn't it? I let out a low laugh, the sound strained. Maybe we've been overthinking it. Her eyes open, and she looks at me with a mix of curiosity and something deeper that causes my chest to stir. Is this you being direct, Oliver? Because I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Neither am I admit, my thumb brushing lightly over her cheekbone. But I'm tired of pretending I don't want this. Her lips part, a soft exhale escaping, and I can't wait any longer. I close the distance between us, my mouth meeting hers in a kiss that's slow, deliberate, and achingly tender. It's not like the first time. There's no urgency, no desperation. Just a steady burn that threatens to consume us both.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I'm not thinking about the hotel, the board, or the weight of my father's legacy. All I can think about is her warmth, her laughter, the way she feels in my arms. Tonight is perfect, and for once, I'm not in a hurry to let it go. Not now, not ever.
Chapter 29. Harper. The morning light spills through the windows of the suite, casting everything in a soft golden glow. Oliver's already at the table, dressed impeccably in a crisp white shirt and dark slacks, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He's sipping coffee, his gaze fixed on the city skyline, as if it holds the answers to questions he hasn't asked yet. I take my seat across from him, the plates between us, scrambled eggs, fresh fruit, and flaky croissants, still steaming. "Sleep well?" I ask, pouring myself a cup of coffee. My voice is casual, but my fingers tighten around the handle of the carafe. "Well enough." He glances at me, his expression neutral. "You?" "Like a rock," I lie. Truth is, I spent most of the night replaying the evening in my head. His hands on my skin, the warmth of his breath against my neck, the way he whispered my name like it meant something. But now, with daylight cutting through the haze of last night, reality kicks in. I pick at a croissant, tearing off a piece and popping it into my mouth. Butter and warmth melt on my tongue, but I barely taste it. "So," I start, my tone deliberately light. "I was thinking about the hotel, about what's next." Oliver's hand pauses midair, his coffee cup hovering inches from his lips. He sets it down slowly, his eyes narrowing. "What about it?" "Well," I say, spreading butter on another piece of croissant, "we've got momentum. People are talking. Donors are excited. It feels like we're at a tipping point." His jaw clenches, and he leans back against his chair, his posture rigid. "We're not discussing this." "Oliver, come on. You can't just—" "Harper." His voice is sharp, cutting through my words like a blade. "It's not open for discussion." I drop the croissant onto my plate, the butter knife clattering against the china. "Why not? You're planning to sell it, aren't you? After everything we've done, everything I've done, you're just going to hand it over to some buyer who'll strip it down to the bones." His eyes flash, stormy and unreadable. "It's my hotel, my decision." "Your hotel?" I lean forward, my voice rising despite my best efforts to keep it steady. "Oliver, this place isn't just a piece of real estate. It's history. It's legacy. It's a burden," he snaps, his tone cold. "One I didn't ask for. One I'm tired of carrying." The words slap me, and I sit back stunned. His expression hardens, the mask slipping back into place, and I realize I've crossed a line I didn't even know was there. "Oliver," I say softly, reaching out to touch his hand, but he pulls away before I can make contact. The silence stretches between us like a chasm, and I feel something hot and sharp unfurling in my chest. My hands shake violently as I set down my coffee cup, the porcelain clicking against the saucer sharply. "Seriously?" I push back from the table, the chair legs scraping against the hardwood floor. "That's it? That's all you have to say?" Oliver's face remains impassive, but his knuckles whiten around his coffee cup. "We should focus on the work." "The work?" I laugh, but there's no humor in it. The sound comes out harsh, bitter. "Is that what last night was to you? Work? Is this all tax deductible?" His jaw ticks, the only sign that my words land. "Last night was a mistake." The words wash over me like ice water. I stand abruptly, my napkin falling to the floor. "A mistake, right. Of course it was. Harper, no, you know what? I get it now." I pace to the window, staring down at the bustling street below where people move with purpose, their lives uncomplicated by men who kiss you like you matter and then act like you're a business transaction the next morning. This is what you do, isn't it? Hot and cold, in and out. One minute you're human, the next you're made of stone. "You're being dramatic." I whirl around, my amber eyes flashing. "Dramatic? Oliver, 12 hours ago you had my legs in the air, telling me..." I stop myself, heat flooding my cheeks. And now you're sitting there like I'm some contractor you barely tolerate. He stands, his movements controlled, deliberate. Our relationship is fine as it is, neat, professional. Professional? The word tastes like ash in my mouth. Then what exactly was professional about you backing me against that desk in my office earlier this week? About the way you... Enough. His voice cuts through the air like a blade. What happened between us doesn't change anything. The hotel is still going to be sold. Your job is still to complete the campaign. Nothing more. I stare at him, searching his face for any crack in the armor, any sign of the man who whispered my name like a prayer. But all I see is ice blue distance and that familiar, infuriating mask of control. What is your deal? The question bursts out of me, raw and unfiltered. What happened to you that made you this way? Because normal people don't flip a switch like this, Oliver. Normal people don't go from tender to Arctic in the span of 8 hours. His shoulders stiffen, and for a moment, something flickers across his expression. Pain, maybe, or fear. But it's gone before I can be sure. We should finish getting dressed. His tone is flat, businesslike. We have meetings today. All business, then. I cross my arms, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Got it. Message received loud and clear. Fine. 2 can play this game. I take a deep breath, feeling the ice crystallize in my veins. If Oliver wants professional, I'll give him professional. If he wants to pretend last night was nothing more than a momentary relapse in judgment, then that's exactly what it was. He'll get the freaking Ice Queen if that's what he wants. You're absolutely right. My voice comes out smooth, controlled. I walk back to the table and pick up my napkin, folding it neatly before placing it beside my untouched plate. We should focus on the work. Oliver's eyes narrow slightly, as if he's trying to read something in my tone, but I force my expression to stay neutral, pleasant even. I'll need those reports by noon if we're going to present to the board on Friday. I gather my purse from the side table, checking my phone with the same detached efficiency I'd use with any other client. And I think we should schedule a walkthrough of the renovated suites this afternoon. The Heritage Luxe photographer will want options. Harper. Also, I continue, cutting him off with the kind of professional smile that could slice glass. I'll need confirmation on the catering for next week's investor dinner. The menu we discussed yesterday should work perfectly. He watches me move around the room, collecting my things with mechanical precision. My blazer from the chair, my earrings from the nightstand, each item retrieved without a trace of the intimacy that put them there. What are you doing? Getting dressed for work. Isn't that what you suggested? I slip on my blazer, the burgundy fabric falling into place like armor. I have 3 client calls before 10, and Nia's probably wondering where I am. I catch my reflection in the mirror by the door. Professional, composed, untouchable, perfect. The campaign timeline hasn't changed, I say, turning back to face him. 6 weeks to launch. Assuming all deliverables are met on schedule, I'll send you an updated project brief by end of business today. Oliver's jaw ticks, but his voice remains steady. Good, that's good. Excellent. I shoulder my purse, the leather strap settling against my blazer with practiced ease. I'll see you at the 2 o'clock review session. Conference room B, correct? Yes. I pause at the door, my hand on the handle, and look back at him one last time. He's still standing by the table, his coffee growing cold, that storm brewing in his eyes. Oh, and Oliver, my voice is honey sweet, professional warmth with absolutely nothing beneath it. Thank you for breakfast. It was lovely. The door closes behind me with a soft click, and I'm alone in the hallway. My heels tap against the marble floor in a steady rhythm as I make my way to the elevator, each step carrying me further from whatever the hell just happened upstairs. Except it did happen. My lips still feel tender from his kisses. My skin still hums with the memory of his touch. The taste of him lingers on my tongue despite the coffee and croissants. My heart hurts at the swift, violent rejection I just experienced. But if Oliver Avery wants to pretend otherwise, then Harper Lane can pretend better than anyone. Chapter 30. Harper. The office feels different at 9 p.m. Quieter, emptier, like a theater after the last curtain call. The overhead lights cast harsh shadows across my desk, and the hum of the HVAC system is the only sound keeping me company. I've been here for 3 hours since everyone else went home, meticulously polishing the final deliverables for the Avery campaign. My fingers move across the keyboard with mechanical precision, adjusting font sizes and color palettes that are already perfect. The truth is, I finished the real work an hour ago. Now I'm just avoiding going home to my empty apartment, where I'll have nothing to distract me from replaying this morning's disaster on loop. Harper Lane, what are you still doing here? I look up to find Nia standing in the doorway, her burgundy coat draped over one arm and her oversized tote bag slung across her shoulder. Her locks are pulled back in a sleek bun, and she's wearing that expression I know well, the one that says she's about to call me on my workaholic tendencies. Just finishing up the Avery materials. I gesture at my computer screen, where a pristine presentation layout glows back at me. Wanted to make sure everything's locked and loaded for the final review tomorrow. Nia drops her coat on the chair across from my desk and crosses her arms. And this couldn't wait until morning because I believe in thorough preparation. Right. And it has so little to do with you avoiding whatever happened between you and Mr. Tall, handsome, and emotionally unavailable. I lean back against my chair, considering how much to share. Nia's been with me since the early days of the agency. She knows when I'm deflecting, and she's never been shy about calling me out on it. Let's just say the professional boundaries are firmly back in place. Ouch. Nia settles into the chair, her attention fully focused on me now. That bad, huh? That's the thing. I'm not sure it was bad. It was just... I pause, searching for the right words. Complicated and apparently temporary. Men, Nia shakes her head, her expression shifting from concern to mild disgust. They really know how to take something beautiful and turn it into a dumpster fire, don't they? Speaking of dumpster fires, I say, minimizing the presentation and turning to face her fully. I've been thinking about something. Oh no, that tone never leads anywhere good. I'm considering stepping back after the launch. The words tumble out faster than I intended, and I immediately want to take them back, but they're out there now, hanging in the air between us. Nia blinks. Stepping back from what exactly? The Avery account? Maybe transitioning it to Marcus, or bringing in a freelancer to handle the ongoing work. I fidget with my pen, rolling it between my fingers. It would free me up to focus on new business development. We've got 3 potential clients in the pipeline, and they're all going to need dedicated attention. Harper, Nia's voice carries that no-nonsense tone she uses when she thinks I'm being an idiot. Are you seriously about to walk away from the biggest account we've ever landed because Oliver Avery hurt your feelings? This isn't about hurt feelings. It's about strategic resource allocation. Nonsense. She punctuates each word with a tap of her pen on my desk. This is about you running scared because someone got under your skin. I'm not running scared. I'm being practical. I straighten in my chair, falling back on the professional demeanor that served me well all day. The campaign launches in 2 weeks. After that, it's mostly maintenance and monitoring. Any competent account manager could handle it. Any competent account manager? didn't spend 3 months building relationships with the hotel staff, learning the ins and outs of their operations, or crafting a campaign that's about to put us on the map. She's right, and we both know it. But admitting that means acknowledging how much this project, how much he, has come to mean to me. Maybe that's exactly the problem. Nia leans forward, her expression shifting from playful to concerned. Harper, what's really going on here? Because this doesn't sound like the woman who convinced 3 Fortune 500 companies to switch agencies last year. I stare at the presentation still glowing on my computer screen, months of work distilled into slides that showcase every corner of the Avery Hotel I've come to know by heart. The marble lobby, where guests pause to admire century-old paintings. The rooftop terrace where the city spreads out like a promise. The staff break room, where Maria from housekeeping always keeps homemade cookies. You want to know what's really going on? I close my laptop angrily. I can't watch him destroy it. Destroy what? The hotel. Everything we've built. Everything I trail off. Because finishing that sentence means admitting how deeply I've let this project burrow under my skin. Nia's eyes widen with understanding. Oh, Harper. He's going to sell it, Nia. Sometime in the next quarter. I found the timeline myself. The words taste bitter. All this work, all these campaigns about heritage and legacy, it's just window dressing to make the property more appealing to buyers. Are you sure? Maybe there's another explanation. I confronted him about it. He didn't deny it. I pushed my chair back from the desk, needing the distance. And you know what the worst part is? I actually believed him when he started talking about the hotel differently. When he looked at those old photos with something other than resentment. Maybe he still does. No. I stand up, pacing to the window that overlooks the street below. A few late commuters hurry past, their coats pulled tight against the November chill. He made it very clear this morning that his personal feelings don't factor into business decisions, which I respect, by the way. It's just what? I press my forehead against the cool glass, watching my breath fog the surface. I fell in love with that place, Nia. The way the afternoon light hits the lobby chandelier, the stories the concierge tells about guests who've been coming for 30 years. The kitchen staff who've perfected recipes that have been on the menu since the 50s. And Oliver, the question hangs in the air. I don't answer immediately because the truth is complicated and messy and not something I'm ready to examine too closely. Oliver is beside the point. Girl, please. The man is exactly the point and we both know it. I turn back to face her, crossing my arms defensively. Fine. Maybe I care about him too. But caring doesn't change the facts. He's selling. I'm finishing this campaign. And then I'm moving on to clients who actually want to build something instead of tear it down. Nia insists on walking me from the subway for what she dramatically calls moral support and potential witness protection. The November air bites through my wool coat as we head toward the hotel, and I pull my burgundy scarf tighter around my neck. You know, there's still time to reconsider this whole noble sacrifice thing you've got going on. It's not a sacrifice. It's good business sense. I sidestep a puddle left over from yesterday's rain, my heels clicking against the wet pavement. Clean breaks are always better than messy entanglements, says the woman who once spent 6 months convincing a client to keep their original logo because it had emotional resonance. That was different. How? I don't answer because we've reached the hotel's entrance, where the familiar brass doors gleam under the street lamps. Through the glass, I can see the lobby I've memorized, every marble vein, every mahogany panel, every crystal drop on the chandelier that catches the light like captured stars. I'll wait out here, Nia says, settling onto a nearby bench. Try not to do anything dramatically stupid, okay? Inside, the hotel wraps around me like an old friend's embrace. The evening shift staff nod as I pass. Carlos at the front desk, Elena adjusting flowers in the lounge, Benjamin polishing already spotless surfaces. They don't know this might be one of my last walks through these halls. I take the elevator to the executive floor, my reflection multiplied in the polished brass. The woman looking back at me appears composed, professional, ready for whatever comes next. She's a good liar. Oliver's office door stands slightly ajar, warm light spilling into the hallway. I can hear him on a phone call, his voice carrying that crisp, controlled tone he uses for business. No, I understand the timeline. Spring remains feasible. My stomach drops. The sale date I found on those documents, he's confirming it with someone, making it real. The property assessment should be complete by then. Yes, the rebranding will add significant value to the offer. I step back from the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. The rebranding, my work, the months I've spent crafting campaigns to showcase the hotel's soul, turned into nothing more than marketing polish for a transaction. The call ends, and I hear his chair creak. Now or never. I knock on the door frame, pushing the door open wider. Harper. His voice holds surprise. Maybe a flicker of something warmer before it disappears behind his professional mask. I wasn't expecting you this late. I brought the final campaign materials. I hold up the flash drive containing everything: layouts, copy, media assets, months of my life distilled into digital files. Thought you might want to review them before tomorrow's presentation. He gestures to the chair across from his desk, but I remain standing. Distance feels safer tonight. Actually, there's something else I need to discuss with you. His eyebrows lift slightly. The only indication he's noticed the formal tone that's crept into my voice. I'll be transitioning the account to Marcus after the launch. He's been briefed on all the ongoing initiatives and will handle the post-campaign monitoring. The words come out steady, professional, perfect. Oliver's expression doesn't change, but something shifts in his eyes. Surprise, maybe disappointment. Or maybe I'm imagining it because that's what I want to see. I turn on my heel, not bothering to give Oliver a chance to reply. The silence behind me feels heavy, loaded with all the words we're not saying, but I don't look back. Can't look back. My heels click against the marble floor as I navigate the hallway, past the oil paintings of long-dead, Avery patriarchs whose eyes seem to follow my retreat. The elevator doors can't open fast enough. Good thing, too, because the tears are welling up in my eyes, hot and unwelcome. I blink rapidly, staring at the brass buttons until my vision clears. Professional exits don't include crying in executive hallways. The elevator descends with mechanical smoothness, carrying me away from everything I've built over the past 3 months. Floor by floor, I watch the numbers drop. Executive level, guest floors, mezzanine. Each ding feels like a countdown to the end of something I wasn't ready to finish. When the doors slide open in the lobby, I force my shoulders back and my chin up. Carlos waves from behind the front desk, his usual warm smile faltering slightly when he sees my expression. Everything okay, Miss Lane? Perfect. The word tastes like a lie. Just wrapping up some final details. I walk through the lobby, past the chandelier that caught my breath the first day I walked in here, past the mahogany check-in desk where I've spent countless hours chatting with the staff about the campaign. The brass doors reflect my image as I approach, still composed, still professional, still lying beautifully about everything falling apart inside. The November air hits like a slap when I step outside. Nia jumps up from the bench, her expression shifting from bored to concerned in the space of a heartbeat. Well, how did... She stops mid-sentence, studying my face. Oh, honey. It's done. I adjust my scarf, the burgundy wool suddenly feeling scratchy against my neck. Clean break, just like I planned. Harper, No post-mortem? Not tonight. I start walking toward the subway, my pace brisk enough that Nia has to hurry to keep up. I delivered the files, made the transition announcement, and maintained professional boundaries throughout. Textbook account handoff. And how did he take it? The question I've been avoiding echoes in my head. Oliver's face when I made the announcement, that flash of something across his features before the mask slipped back into place. Surprise? Disappointment? Relief that he wouldn't have to navigate the complications we'd created? He took it like a professional, which is exactly what I'd expected and exactly what I'd hoped wouldn't happen.
Chapter 31. Oliver. My leather chair creaks beneath me as I stare at the agenda spread across my mahogany desk. The board meeting schedule glares up at me like an accusation, each line item a step closer to something I thought I wanted. Final vote on sale, Meridian development offer. The words blur slightly as I rub my temples. 3 months ago, this would have been a relief. Freedom. An escape from the gilded prison my father built and locked me inside. Now it feels like signing a death warrant. I pick up my pen and tap it against the agenda, the rhythmic clicking echoing in the empty office. Outside, Manhattan hums with its usual evening energy. Taxis honking, people rushing to dinner reservations, life moving forward while I sit here paralyzed by a decision I've already made. Haven't I? My phone buzzes with a text from board member Whitman. Looking forward to closing this chapter tomorrow. The Meridian deal will benefit everyone involved. Except the staff who've worked here for decades. Except the guests who return year after year for anniversaries and celebrations. Except Harper, who saw something in this place worth fighting for. I drop the pen and push back from the desk, walking to the window that overlooks the lobby. Even from here, I can see Carlos training a new night clerk, his patient gestures familiar after 15 years behind that desk. Elena arranges fresh flowers in the lounge below, the same way she has every evening since I was a teenager sneaking down for late-night snacks. The knock on my door interrupts my brooding. Come in. Margaret from accounting enters, her arms full of files. Mr. Avery, I have the final financial projections for tomorrow's meeting. Leave them on the desk, please. She hesitates, unusual for someone who's worked here longer than I've been alive. Sir, if I may. You may not. The words come out sharper than intended. I'm sorry, Margaret. It's been a long day. Of course. She sets the files down carefully, then pauses again. I just wanted to say that Miss Lane's campaign has generated more positive response than we've seen in years. The reservation inquiries alone. Thank you, Margaret. That will be all. After she leaves, I pick up the financial projections. The numbers tell a story I don't want to read. Increased bookings, higher guest satisfaction scores, renewed interest from corporate clients. Harper's work isn't just beautiful, it's effective. I flip through the pages until I find the revenue projections for next year. If trends continue, the hotel could be profitable again within 18 months. Not just surviving, but thriving. The agenda catches my eye again. Final vote on sale. Final, as in irreversible, as in no going back once the paperwork is signed and the Meridian Development Group starts gutting the lobby for their modern renovation. I grab my phone and scroll to Harper's contact. My thumb hovers over her name for a long moment before I set the device down. What would I say? That I'm reconsidering? That I might have been wrong about the hotel's future? That watching her walk away felt like losing something I didn't know I valued? She made her position clear tonight. Professional distance. Clean break. Smart woman. I pour myself a scotch from the decanter on my credenza, the crystal catching the lamplight. The amber liquid burns as it goes down, warming me from the inside, but doing nothing to ease the knot in my chest. The board expects my recommendation tomorrow. They've already made up their minds. The Meridian offer is generous. The hotel's reputation is restored thanks to Harper's work, and selling while the market is favorable makes perfect business sense. Everything I've told myself for months. So why does the thought of signing those papers feel like betrayal? I walked to the portrait hanging behind my desk, my father at 35, standing in this very office with his hand resting possessively on the back of this same chair. The brass nameplate reads, Richard Avery, 1987 to 2019. 32 years of his life devoted to this place. You never gave me a choice, did you? I speak to the oil painting, my voice echoing in the empty room. From the moment I could walk, you had me shadowing the concierge, learning the guest registry, memorizing wine pairings I was too young to drink. The painted eyes stare back, stern and unforgiving even in death. I remember being 12, stumbling through a presentation about occupancy rates while he corrected my posture and pronunciation. 15, working summers at the front desk while my friends sailed in the Hamptons. 25, when he called my investment banking career in London a phase and demanded I return to learn the family business. The Avery name means something, he'd said during our last conversation, his voice already weakened by the cancer he refused to acknowledge. You can't just walk away from legacy, Oliver. Some things are bigger than personal happiness. Personal happiness. As if wanting a life of my own was selfish. But then Harper arrived with her infectious laugh and her ridiculous confidence, treating this place like it was worth saving instead of escaping. I remember the first time I saw her work, really watched her, directing that photo shoot with the easy authority of someone who belonged exactly where she was. She moved through the lobby like she could see its potential, not just its past. This isn't about preserving some dusty museum, she told me during one of our early meetings, her amber eyes bright with conviction. It's about honoring what came before while creating something people actually want to experience. She made it sound so simple, like the weight of generations didn't matter, like expectation was just another obstacle to overcome rather than a prison to inherit. I pour another scotch and return to the window. The lobby below pulses with quiet evening energy. A couple checking in for their anniversary, business travelers settling into the bar, Elena still fussing with those flowers. All of it familiar, all of it mine to protect or destroy. Harper saw life here where I only saw obligation. She found stories worth telling in the same halls, where I heard my father's voice reminding me I wasn't good enough. Wasn't dedicated enough. Wasn't him. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, I muttered to my reflection in the glass. The thought catches me off guard. For 38 years, I've measured myself against his standard and found myself lacking. But Harper never knew my father. When she looked at me, she saw someone capable of making his own choices, even when those choices frustrated her. A chilly November breeze rattles the window, the sound sharp enough to cut through my brooding. The glass trembles in its frame, and I watch the city lights blur and refocus with each gust. Tomorrow's deadline looms like a specter, the board meeting that will determine whether the Avery Hotel lives or dies. I drain the rest of my scotch and set the empty glass on the windowsill. The amber residue catches the light from my desk lamp, reminding me of Harper's eyes when she's passionate about something. When she believed in this place more than I did. Stop it, I mutter to my reflection. She made her choice. Professional distance. Clean break. Her words echo in my head like a mantra I can't quite believe. After everything we've shared, the late nights, the arguments, the moments when her guard dropped completely, she's ready to walk away. Probably already has one foot out the door. The wind picks up again, sending loose papers across my desk. I grab them before they scatter, my hands moving automatically while my mind churns. Margaret's financial projections stare up at me, full of promising numbers and optimistic forecasts. Harper's work has given this place new life, turned it from a fading relic into something people actually want to experience. But what do I want? I've spent so many years defining myself in opposition to my father's expectations that I never stopped to consider what I might choose if the choice were truly mine. Freedom has always meant escape, selling the hotel, Walking away from the Avery name, starting fresh somewhere my last name doesn't carry the weight of 3 generations. The phone on my desk rings, startling me from my thoughts. I glance at the caller ID and consider letting it go to voicemail, but habit wins out. Avery. Oliver, it's Whitman. Just wanted to confirm you'll have your recommendation ready for tomorrow's meeting. Board member Whitman's voice carries that particular blend of authority and condescension that makes my jaw clench. I'll be prepared. Excellent. The Meridian people are very pleased with how the rebranding turned out. Should make the transition much smoother when they take over. Transition. As if the hotel is just another corporate acquisition instead of a piece of Manhattan history. About that, I know you had some reservations initially, but you have to admit the timing couldn't be better. Miss Lane's campaign has restored the property's reputation beautifully. We'll get top dollar. The way he talks about Harper's work, like it was just a clever marketing ploy to inflate the sale price, makes something hot and protective flare in my chest. Her campaign was about more than just increasing value. Of course. But the end result is what matters, isn't it? Your father would be proud to see you making such a sound business decision. There it is. The trump card everyone always plays when they want me to fall in line. What would Richard Avery do? What would he think? As if his approval still matters when he's been dead for a while. I need to go, Whitman. Certainly. See you tomorrow morning. And Oliver, thank you for seeing this through. I know it wasn't easy. The line goes dead, leaving me alone with the wind and my scattered thoughts. I have to decide what's right for me, even if it's not what Harper wants. Even if it means disappointing the board. Even if it means finally choosing my own path instead of the one carved out by expectation and family legacy. The question is, what the hell do I actually want?
Chapter 32. Harper. I spread the final presentation boards across my office floor, like battle plans, each one a piece of ammunition I'm not sure will be enough. The morning light streaming through my windows catches the glossy finish of professional photographs. The Avery's lobby, bathed in golden hour warmth, guests laughing over champagne in the rooftop lounge. Carlos behind the front desk with his genuine smile that could sell snow cones in January. If I'm going down, I'm taking everyone with me. I adjust the testimonial quotes one more time, making sure Mrs. Patterson's words about her 40-year anniversary celebrations are front and center. Nia peers over my shoulder, coffee in hand. You know this is insane, right? Walking into a board meeting where they've already decided to sell? Probably. I straighten, brushing invisible dust from my burgundy blazer. But I'd rather be insane than silent. The taxi ride to the Avery feels like a funeral procession. My presentation boards are secured in a leather portfolio that cost more than my first month's rent, but today it's my shield. The driver keeps glancing at me in the rearview mirror, probably wondering why his passenger looks like she's preparing for war. The hotel lobby greets me with its usual opulence, but today I notice details I've memorized over months of late nights and early mornings. The way the marble veining catches light differently at each angle. The scent of fresh orchids Elena replaces daily. The soft jazz that makes conversations feel intimate instead of corporate. All of it could be gone in the next 6 months. Miss Lane, Margaret from accounting intercepts me near the elevators. The board is assembled in conference room A. Thank you. I shift my portfolio to my left hand. Margaret, how long have you worked here? 17 years come January. What would you do if someone told you none of it mattered? That all those years could be erased for the right price? Her expression shifts, understanding flickering behind wire-rimmed glasses. I'd fight like hell to prove them wrong. The elevator ascends with mechanical precision, each floor bringing me closer to a conversation that could change everything or nothing. The doors open to reveal the executive level, where power makes decisions and consequences trickle down to people like Carlos and Elena and Margaret. Conference room A buzzes with the low conversation when I enter. 6 board members in expensive suits occupy leather chairs around a mahogany table that probably costs more than most people's cars. Oliver sits at the head, his expression unreadable as always, but there's something different in his posture today. Tension, maybe, or resignation. Ladies and gentlemen, I set my portfolio on the table with deliberate care. Thank you for allowing me to present Whitman, the silver-haired board member who always speaks like he's addressing children, sinks down in his chair. Miss Lane, while we appreciate your work on the campaign, the decision regarding the property sale has essentially been made in a vacuum. I open my portfolio, revealing the first board, without considering what you're actually selling. The room falls silent, except for the whisper of papers as I arrange my presentation. 6 months of research, 3 months of intimate knowledge about this place, and every ounce of passion I possess distilled into visual arguments. You're not selling a hotel. I turn the first board to face them. A collage of guest testimonials layered over architectural photography. You're selling Manhattan's memory maker. Oliver's eyes meet mine across the table, and for a moment I see something that looks like hope. These are letters from guests who've celebrated life milestones here for decades. I trace my finger along Mrs. Patterson's quote. 40 years of anniversaries, 3 generations of birthday parties, business deals that built empires, marriage proposals that created families. I flip to the next board. Financial projections that Margaret helped me compile. But sentiment doesn't pay bills, right? So let's talk numbers. Revenue projections show a 37% increase over the next 18 months, with proper positioning. I tap the chart with my fingertip, but my peripheral vision catches Oliver's stare. His blue-gray eyes haven't left my face since I started speaking, and there's something in his expression I can't decode, intensity wrapped in careful blankness. Board member Thompson shifts forward. Those numbers assume market stability and continued luxury spending. Which Manhattan consistently delivers? I flip to the next board without breaking rhythm, though Oliver's unwavering attention makes my skin warm beneath my blazer. The Upper East Side demographic isn't disappearing, folks. They're looking for authenticity in an increasingly manufactured world. Whitman drums his fingers against the mahogany. Miss Lane, your passion is admirable, but sentiment doesn't override financial reality. Doesn't it? I turn to face him directly, though I'm hyper-aware of Oliver's gaze following my movement. Marriott offered you 15% below market value because they know they can gut the interiors and slap their brand on the facade. But they're buying a shell, not a soul. The silence stretches, punctuated only by the distant hum of Manhattan traffic 40 floors below. Oliver's fingers rest against his temple, and when he finally speaks, his voice cuts through the tension. Continue. That one word feels like permission, and challenge rolled into one. I draw a steadying breath, letting my professional armor slip just enough to reveal the heart underneath. This hotel has survived the Depression, 2 recessions, and a pandemic that shuttered half the hospitality industry. My voice softens, the boardroom formality melting away. It's weathered every storm Manhattan has thrown at it because it's more than marble and mahogany. It's a living piece of the city's story. Oliver's expression shifts almost imperceptibly, something flickering behind his carefully maintained distance. Avery doesn't just deserve financial success, I continue, my eyes finding his across the polished table. It deserves a future, just like the people who've built their lives around it, who've trusted it with their most precious moments, who believe it will be here for their children and grandchildren. The last words hover in the air like a prayer, and for a heartbeat, the corporate machinery stops grinding. In that moment, I'm not selling a campaign or defending a contract. I'm fighting for something that matters more than quarterly reports or market positioning, something worth saving. The applause ripples through the conference room like polite rainfall, measured, appropriate, revealing absolutely nothing. 6 board members clap with the enthusiasm of people attending a dental convention, their expressions carefully neutral masks that could mean anything from grudging respect to complete dismissal. I gather my presentation boards with precision, sliding each one back into my leather portfolio like I'm sheathing weapons after battle. My hands remain steady despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins, muscle memory from years of high-stakes pitches keeping my movements smooth and professional. Thank you for your time. I snap the portfolio closed, the metallic click echoing in the sudden quiet. I look forward to your decision. Whitman nods with the enthusiasm of someone agreeing to root canal surgery. We'll be in touch, Miss Lane. Thompson shuffles papers without looking up. The board will convene privately to discuss next steps. Of course they will, because heaven forbid anyone actually commit to an opinion while I'm still in the room. I stand, smoothing my blazer, and turn toward the door. That's when I feel it. A weight pressing against my shoulder blades like a physical touch. Oliver's gaze burns into my back with an intensity that makes my skin prickle beneath the wool fabric. I don't turn around, don't give him the satisfaction of knowing he's rattled my composure. But every step toward the exit feels charged with electricity. The mahogany conference table reflects the November light streaming through the windows, and in its polished surface I catch the barest glimpse of Oliver's profile. His jaw is set, arms crossed in front of him, but his eyes track my movement like he's memorizing details for later examination. My heels click against marble as I reach the door, and still that burning attention follows. It's unnerving and oddly intimate, as if he's having a conversation with my retreating form that the rest of the room can't hear. I wonder what he's thinking, whether my words landed or bounced off the armor of family obligation and corporate pressure he wears like a second skin. The hallway beyond the conference room offers blessed neutrality. All beige walls and generic corporate art that doesn't demand emotional investment. I exhale slowly, finally allowing my shoulders to drop from their rigid professional line. Miss Lane? Margaret appears beside the elevators, her wire-rimmed glasses catching the light. How did it go? Like watching paint dry on a foggy day. I press the call button. Impossible to tell if anything actually happened. She laughs, a genuine sound that cuts through the sterile corporate atmosphere. That's board meetings for you. They'd deliberate the color of water if you gave them half a chance. The elevator doors slide open with mechanical efficiency, and I step inside, finally allowing myself to breathe fully. Through the closing gap, I catch one last glimpse of the conference room door, still closed, still hiding whatever verdict my passion play earned. But that burning sensation between my shoulder blades lingers long after the elevator begins its descent, like Oliver's gaze left fingerprints on my skin. He's one part of this whole experience I might not be able to let go of.
Chapter 33. Oliver. The board meeting dissolves into the usual post-presentation murmur. Thompson shuffling papers like he's organizing state secrets. Whitman checking his phone with the urgency of a man whose golf tee time waits for no one. I remain seated while they file out, offering non-committal nods and promises to circle back that mean absolutely nothing. Compelling presentation. Whitman pauses at my shoulder. Though I suspect Miss Lane's attachment to the property may be clouding her business judgment. Or sharpening it. The words slip out before I can attempt to stop them. He raises an eyebrow but doesn't respond, leaving me alone with the lingering scent of Harper's perfume and the echo of her voice when she said the hotel deserved a future. The way she looked at me during those final moments, not pleading, not manipulating, just stating a truth she believed with every fiber of her being. I loosen my tie and walk to the windows overlooking the street. 40 floors below, Manhattan churns with its usual late afternoon urgency. Yellow cabs weave between delivery trucks while pedestrians navigate sidewalks like they're running obstacle courses. The city never stops, never pauses to consider sentiment or legacy or the weight of decisions that ripple through generations. My phone chimes against the mahogany table. A text from my assistant. Final campaign reports delivered to your office. Miss Lane's team sent everything via courier. Of course she did. Harper Lane, the woman who just fought like a lioness for something she believes in, has already moved on to tying up loose ends. Probably sitting in her office right now, organizing files with the same intention she brought to dismantling every argument the board threw at her. I take the elevator down to my floor, each descending number marking time I'm not sure how to use. The hallway feels longer than usual, my footsteps echoing off marble that Harper photographed dozens of times for her campaign materials. Every surface in this building carries traces of her work now, angles she discovered, lighting she perfected, stories she coaxed from stone and steel. My office door stands slightly ajar, and I can see the corner of a manila envelope on my desk. Professional delivery, no doubt containing months of research, strategy documents, and creative concepts that could transform the Avery into something remarkable. All of it reduced to paper in a folder, waiting for my signature on a sale agreement. I push the door open and step inside, but instead of heading for the desk, I find myself at the windows again. From here I can see the edge of Central Park, where Harper and I walked through golden leaves that now lie brown and brittle on the cold ground, where she talked about favorite corners of the city with the enthusiasm of someone who never takes beauty for granted. The envelope sits on my desk like an accusation. Months of collaboration, late nights, arguments that turned into something else entirely, all of it packaged neatly for corporate consumption. Harper's final deliverable before washing her hands of the Avery Hotel, and the man too stubborn to see what she was offering. I wonder if she's already moving on to the next client, the next challenge, the next opportunity to prove herself in a world that consistently underestimates her. The thought leaves a hollow ache in my heart that has little to do with business decisions and everything to do with losing something I didn't realize I wanted to keep. The phone on my desk rings, sharp and insistent. Probably another board member wanting to discuss timelines or market conditions, or any of the dozen details that seem insignificant compared to the memory of Harper's voice saying the hotel deserved better. I let it ring, the shrill sound cutting through the silence of my office like an unwelcome intrusion. I can't stomach another conversation about efficiency metrics and cost-cutting measures, not when Harper's envelope sits there like physical evidence of everything I've managed to destroy. Instead, I pull my laptop toward me with deliberate slowness, the screen casting its pale, artificial light across the scattered papers. I no longer have the patience to read. The quarterly reports, renovation proposals, and market analyses that once demanded my attention now feel like meaningless static, administrative white noise that can't drown out the memory of Harper's voice echoing through these same walls just hours ago. Email seems like a safer refuge than confronting the manila envelope sitting accusingly beside my keyboard, its crisp edges a stark reminder of professional boundaries and final deliverables. I tell myself I'm looking for routine correspondence, vendor contracts that need approval, staff schedules requiring review, the usual administrative debris that keeps a century-old hotel functioning in a modern world that moves too fast for tradition. The notification icon shows 17 new messages, each one a small demand for my attention that I'm not sure I can give. I scroll through them mechanically, my eyes moving over words without really processing their meaning. A catering inquiry for a spring wedding that may never happen if we sell. Budget reports that feel increasingly irrelevant. A complaint about the elevator music being too melancholy for the holiday season. Then I see her name in the inbox. Stark black letters against the white background, and my finger freezes over the trackpad as if touching it might somehow make this more real than it already is. Harper Lane, thank you. The subject line sits there like a period at the end of a sentence I didn't want to finish. I click it open, already bracing myself for whatever professional courtesy she's decided to extend. Oliver, thank you for the opportunity to work with the Avery Hotel. It's been an honor to contribute to such an important project. I've learned a great deal from this experience, and wish you all the best with your future endeavors. Best regards, Harper. That's it. Few sentences that read like a template from a business etiquette manual. No mention of late nights in the rooftop lounge, no reference to arguments that turned into something else entirely, no trace of the woman who fought the board with the passion of someone defending her own family. No mention of my lips on her skin, the way she whispered my name when she was falling apart. No mention of what might have been if the two of us weren't too stupid and stubborn to see what was right in front of us. Just thank you and best regards, as if months of collaboration can be distilled into corporate pleasantries. I stare at the screen until the words blur. She's already moved on, already compartmentalized whatever existed between us into professional experience and closed the file. The same efficiency that made her brilliant at her job now feels like a scalpel cutting away everything personal we built together. My chest hurts with something that resembles grief, but tastes like regret. This is what I wanted, isn't it? Clean separation, no messy emotional entanglements, a return to the uncomplicated isolation I've perfected over the years. So why does reading her polite dismissal feel like losing something irreplaceable? I close the laptop and reach for the manila envelope, my hands steadier than they have any right to be. The paper crinkles as I lift it, heavy with months of work that could change everything or nothing, depending on what I choose to do next. For a long moment, I just hold it. Inside are probably charts showing increased bookings, testimonials from guests who fell in love with the hotel through Harper's lens, projections that paint a future worth fighting for. All the ammunition I need to convince the board that selling would be a mistake. Or all the evidence that Harper's work has raised the property value enough to attract premium buyers. I set the envelope down beside my laptop without opening it. The decision feels like standing at a crossroads where every path leads somewhere I'm not sure I want to go. Outside my window, the wind rattles the glass, and I wonder if Harper is sitting in her office right now, already planning her next campaign for a client who won't question her vision or break her heart. I wonder if she misses me as much as I'm starting to miss her.
Chapter 34. Harper. I shouldn't be here. The rational part of my brain, the part that wrote that perfectly professional email and organized my files like the consummate businesswoman I am, knows I should be home, soaking in a hot bath, and planning my next move. Instead, I'm sitting in my car across from the Avery Hotel at 10:30 on a Tuesday night, watching the windows like some kind of ridiculous corporate stalker. The building rises against the dark sky. Most of its windows dark except for the occasional glow of a guest room or the steady light from the lobby. I tell myself I'm here for closure, to say a proper goodbye to the place that consumed my thoughts for months. But that's nonsense, and I know it. I'm here because Oliver never responded to my email. Not that I expected sonnets or declarations, but some acknowledgement would have been nice. A simple thank you for your work, or even a curt message received. The silence feels worse than his usual grumpy dismissals, like I've been erased from his reality as efficiently as I tried to erase him from mine. My phone buzzes against the center console. Jasmine, probably wondering why I'm not at home drowning my sorrows in wine and terrible reality TV like a normal person would. Where are you? Your location says you're still in Midtown. I type back quickly. Tying up loose ends. At 10:30 p.m.? Girl, come home. She's right, of course. Sitting here serves no purpose except to torture myself with what-ifs and memories I should be filing away under professional experiences that didn't work out. But I can't seem to make myself turn the key and drive away. The hotel's entrance is quiet except for the doorman making his rounds and the occasional guest entering or leaving. The warm glow from the lobby windows creates pools of golden light on the sidewalk, inviting and familiar. I know every corner of that lobby now, every angle that photographs well, every surface that catches the light just right. A movement catches my eye on the roof level, a figure silhouetted against the glass walls of the rooftop lounge. Even from this distance, even reduced to shadow and suggestion, I know that outline. The broad shoulders, the way he holds himself like he's carrying invisible weight. Oliver. He's probably up there with a drink, staring out at the city like he did the night we got caught in the rain. The night we talked about childhood dreams and laughed until my sides hurt. Before everything got complicated. Before I found those sale documents. Before we both retreated behind professional walls that feel flimsier every day. I watch him move to what must be the windows overlooking the street. For a wild moment, I wonder if he can see my car from up there. If he knows I'm sitting here like a lovesick teenager who can't let go. My fingers hover over my phone screen. I could text him, ask if he's all right, make some excuse about forgotten files or follow-up questions. But what would be the point? I already said everything I needed to say in that boardroom presentation. I laid out the hotel's value, its potential, its place in the city's heart. If that didn't convince him, nothing will. The figure at the window doesn't move for a long time. He's just standing there, maybe thinking about the same memories that brought me here tonight. Maybe thinking about nothing at all. My chest tightens with something that feels dangerously close to heartbreak. Not just for what we had, those stolen moments between arguments, the way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't paying attention, but for what we could have had if circumstances were different. If he weren't so determined to escape his legacy. If I weren't so stubborn about saving things that don't want to be saved. The rooftop figure moves away from the window, disappearing into the amber glow of the lounge's interior. I lean back against my seat, finally accepting that whatever I came here hoping to find isn't going to materialize. I start the engine, the sound jarring in the quiet street. As I pull away from the curb, I don't look back at the hotel or the rooftop where Oliver stands with his whiskey and his ghosts. Some stories don't get the endings you want. Some battles are lost before they're fought. But at least I fought. The traffic light ahead turns red, forcing me to stop just a few blocks from the hotel. In the sudden stillness, my carefully constructed composure cracks like ice under pressure. Oliver's face floods my vision. Not the polished, controlled mask he wears in board meetings, but the unguarded moments I've hoarded like secrets. The way his jaw tightened when that journalist tried to ambush him at the press dinner. The flash of genuine surprise when I deflected the question. How his eyes went soft and distant when he talked about his father's impossible standards, like he was 12 years old again, and nothing he did would ever be enough. I press my palms against the steering wheel, but the images keep coming. Oliver laughing, really laughing, when I told him about the disaster with my first celebrity client, who insisted on bedazzling everything, including the catering tables. The sound had been rusty, like he'd forgotten how to use it, but real in a way that made my heart flutter. The night on the rooftop, when the rain trapped us together, the way he'd looked at me across the amber glow of his whiskey glass, like he was seeing something that surprised him. His fingers brushing my neck when he helped with my scarf. The moment stretching between us like a held breath. And that night in his office. God, that night. The desperate hunger in his kiss. The way his hands had mapped every curve like he was memorizing me. Not the polished hotel heir or the reluctant businessman, just Oliver. Vulnerable and wanting and completely present. The light turns green, but I don't move. Cars honk behind me, their impatience cutting through my fog, but I barely hear them. The realization hits me like cold water. I've been telling myself this is about the hotel, about saving a piece of history, about proving my agency can handle legacy brands. I've been so focused on the building, the campaign, the presentation boards and profit projections that I missed the obvious truth staring me in the face. The hotel isn't the real question. It never was. He is. Oliver Avery, with his stormy eyes and careful walls. Oliver, who carries his father's disappointment like a weight he can't set down. Oliver, who kisses like he's drowning, and I'm air, but who retreats behind professional courtesy the next morning like nothing happened. I pull over to the curb, ignoring the honking chorus behind me. My hands shake as I grip the wheel, the full weight of what I've been avoiding crashing down on me. I'm not fighting to save the Avery Hotel. I'm fighting to save him, us. The first snowflakes drift past my windshield like tiny white question marks against the dark sky. I watch them swirl in the amber glow of the streetlights, delicate and determined, settling on my hood with the quiet persistence of winter, claiming the city. November snow in Manhattan always feels like a gift, unexpected, transformative, turning the harsh concrete landscape into something softer around the edges. The flakes catch the light from the hotel's windows across the street, each one a tiny star falling to earth. My phone buzzes again. Jasmine, relentless as always. Harper Lane, do not make me come find you. I laugh despite myself. She's the only person who still uses my middle name when she's trying to mother me, a habit left over from college when she dragged me out of the library and forced me to eat actual meals instead of surviving on coffee and determination. I'm headed home, I type back, then add, promise. But I don't move yet. The snow is mesmerizing, transforming the familiar street into something that feels suspended between seasons, between decisions, between what was and what could be. It dusts the hotel's green awning, softens the sharp edges of the building's classical facade, makes everything look like a scene from an old movie where grand gestures and second chances are possible. A couple emerges from the hotel, laughing as they pull their coats tighter against the unexpected flurries. The man spins the woman in a small circle, catching snowflakes on his tongue like a kid, and she swats his arm with affection that's visible even from my distance. They look happy, uncomplicated, like people who've never had to choose between their hearts and their ambitions. I wonder if Oliver sees them from his perch on the rooftop. I wonder if he's thinking what I'm thinking, that some people make love look easy, while others seem destined to complicate everything they touch. The snow starts to fall harder now, fat flakes that stick to my windshield faster than my wipers can clear them. The city's taking on that muffled quality that comes with the first real snow, sounds dampened and distances blurred. It's beautiful and isolating all at once, like being wrapped in cotton while the world transforms around you. I finally shift into drive, but slowly, reluctant to break whatever spell the snow has cast over this moment. In the rearview mirror, the Avery Hotel shrinks, but doesn't disappear entirely. Its warm lights diffuse through the falling snow like a memory that refuses to fade cleanly. Tomorrow, I'll wake up to a snow-covered city and a decision that feels final. Tonight, I'll let myself drive through the quiet streets and remember what it felt like to believe in impossible things.
Chapter 35. Oliver. The boardroom feels smaller than usual this morning, like the mahogany walls have shifted inward overnight. 12 faces stare back at me across the polished conference table, their expressions ranging from politely expectant to barely concealed impatience. Margaret Whitfield taps her Mont Blanc pen against her leather portfolio in that particular rhythm that means she's already made up her mind about something. Behind her, the floor-to-ceiling windows reveal a city dusted with last night's snow, the morning light harsh and unforgiving. Well, Oliver. Charles Pemberton adjusts his wire-rimmed glasses and pulls a thick folder toward himself. I think we've delayed this long enough. The buyer's patience isn't infinite, and frankly, neither is the board's. I keep my expression neutral, but my fingers tighten around the crystal tumbler of water I've been nursing for the past 20 minutes. The condensation has left a perfect ring on the table, a small imperfection on an otherwise flawless surface. The Meridian Group has maintained their offer despite the extended timeline, Margaret adds, her voice crisp as winter air. 15% above market value, with guarantees for existing staff retention through the transition period. It's generous, Oliver. More than generous. Generous. I taste the word like it's gone sour. That's one way to describe dismantling 90 years of history for profit margins. Don't be melodramatic! Pemberton's tone carries the particular brand of condescension that comes with old money and older opinions. Hotels change hands all the time. The Meridian Group specializes in luxury conversions. They'll maintain the standards. Their standards. I settle deeper in my chair, the leather creaking softly. Which involve gutting the interior, rebranding everything from the uniforms to the china, and turning the Avery into another cookie-cutter luxury property with no soul. Margaret exchanges a glance with Pemberton, the kind of look that suggests they've already discussed my potential objections over brandy and cigars at some private club. The thought irritates me more than it should. The numbers don't lie, Oliver. Margaret opens her folder with stuffy efficiency. Our occupancy rates have plateaued. Revenue growth has been stagnant for 3 quarters. The industry is changing and we're not keeping pace. Actually, I say, surprising myself with how steady my voice sounds, the numbers from Harper's campaign tell a different story. The temperature in the room seems to drop a few degrees. Pemberton removes his glasses and cleans them with unnecessary focus. Ms. Lane's work has been adequate, Margaret concedes. But one successful press dinner and a magazine feature don't constitute a turnaround strategy. Adequate. The word feels like a challenge. I think about Harper's presentation earlier, the passion in her voice when she talked about the hotel's potential, the way she made even the most cynical board members lean forward in their chairs. That's an interesting choice of words for work that increased our advance bookings by 30% in 6 weeks. Temporary uptick, Pemberton waves dismissively. Holiday season bookings always spike. The real test will be maintaining those numbers through the first quarter. I stand up, my chair rolling back toward the windows. The snow has stopped falling, leaving the city looking clean and sharp-edged in the morning light. From this height, I can see people bundled in winter coats hurrying along the sidewalks, their breath forming small clouds that dissipate quickly in the cold air. The real test, I say, turning back to face the room, is whether we have the vision to see what this place could become instead of what it was. Margaret's pen stops tapping. The silence stretches long enough for me to count the subtle tick of the antique clock on the mantelpiece. My father's clock, brought from his private office after the funeral. Oliver. Pemberton's voice takes on the tone he probably uses with particularly slow children. We understand this is difficult. Emotional attachments to family properties are natural, but sentiment doesn't pay operating costs. We agreed on this. You're right. I move back to the table, but don't sit. Sentiment doesn't pay operating costs. Vision does. Innovation does. Believing in something beyond profit reports does. The faces around the table range from skeptical to openly annoyed. Robert Jackson, the youngest board member, looks like he wants to say something, but thinks better of it. Margaret closes her folder with a soft snap. If you're suggesting we reject the Meridian offer, she says carefully, you'll need to present a compelling alternative. And Oliver, hope and good intentions aren't business plans. No, I agree. But Harper Lane's presentation was... That gets their attention. Even Pemberton stops pretending to clean his glasses. Lane's proposal wasn't just marketing, I continue. It was a roadmap. Heritage tourism initiatives that could increase our premium bookings year-round. Partnership opportunities with cultural institutions that would position us as more than just a hotel. Event programming that leverages our history while attracting younger demographics. All theoretical, Margaret objects. Projections and wishful thinking. Based on research and industry trends, I pull out my phone and scroll to the notes I've been compiling since Harper's presentation. The heritage luxury market has grown 18% annually for the past 3 years. Properties that successfully blend historical significance with modern amenities command premium rates and higher guest loyalty. Pemberton leans forward. And you believe Avery can compete in that market? I look around the room at the oil paintings of previous Avery generations, at the hand-carved moldings my great-grandfather commissioned, at the view of Central Park that money can't buy. Then I think about Harper's eyes when she talked about preserving something irreplaceable, the way she made this stodgy boardroom feel alive with possibility. I don't just believe it, I say. I know it. Margaret taps her pen once more, then sets it down deliberately. Very well, let's call for the vote. The words hang suspended in the air like a judgment. This is it. The moment I've been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. The faces around the table wait for my final answer, their expressions carefully neutral, but their intentions clear. I think about my father, about his disappointment when I chose to study abroad instead of business school, when I took that consulting job in Hong Kong instead of coming home immediately after graduation. About how he never believed I had what it took to run this place. How he saw my reluctance as weakness instead of wisdom. But I also think about Harper, about the way she sees the hotel not as a burden, but as a canvas. About the staff who've worked here for decades, who know every guest's preferences and every room's quirks. About the couple I watched from my window last night, spinning in the snow like the hotel's magic had touched them too. I rise from my chair, scanning the room of expectant faces. The decision crystallizes in my chest, solid and certain as winter air. I've made my decision, I announce. I'm keeping the Avery Hotel. The words ripple through the room like stones dropped in still water. Margaret's eyebrows climb higher than should seem possible toward her perfectly styled hairline. Pemberton's mouth opens, then closes without sound. Robert Jackson grins outright before catching himself and smoothing his expression into something more board-appropriate. Well, Margaret recovers first, her voice carrying the particular crispness of someone who's just had her carefully laid plans upended. That's unexpected. Unexpected is one word for it, Pemberton mutters, sliding his glasses back onto his nose with more force than necessary. Oliver, I hope you understand the implications of this decision. The Meridian offer won't remain on the table indefinitely. Good. I settle back into my chair, surprised by how steady I feel. I wasn't planning to accept it anyway. The feeling of freedom hits me like stepping out of a crowded subway car into open air. Not because I've chosen to keep the hotel, though that decision sits right in my chest like puzzle pieces finally clicking together. The real liberation comes from knowing exactly why I made it. Not for my father's ghost or family obligation or board expectations. For Harper. For the way she sees opportunity where others see problems. For the woman who made me remember what it feels like to believe in something beyond duty. The financial projections will need immediate revision, Margaret continues, her pen already moving across her notepad. We'll need quarterly reviews, performance benchmarks, contingency planning if the Heritage Initiative doesn't perform as promised. Of course. I watch her write, noting how she's already shifted into damage control mode. Harper Lane will be leading the implementation. I assume that won't be a problem. Miss Lane. Pemberton removes his glasses again, this time to fix me with his most intimidating stare. Are we to understand that only her presentation influenced this decision? The way he says presentation makes it sound vaguely unsavory. I lean forward, letting my own stare sharpen to match his. Her vision influenced this decision, I correct, her understanding of what this hotel represents and what it could become. Her ability to see past quarterly reports to actual value. Value is measured in revenue, Oliver, Margaret interjects, not in sentiment. Revenue follows vision, Margaret. Always has. I think about Harper's face during her presentation, the way her eyes lit up when she talked about heritage programming. The most successful hotels in this city aren't the ones that chase trends. They're the ones that create them. Robert Jackson finally speaks up. The numbers from her preliminary campaign are impressive. 30% increase in advance bookings isn't nothing. Thank you, Robert. I nod in his direction, grateful for at least one voice of reason. Harper's already proven what focused, intelligent marketing can accomplish. Imagine what she could do with full support instead of constant resistance. Pemberton snorts. You're talking about gambling the hotel's future on one woman's ideas. No. I stand again, this time moving to the window where snowflakes have started falling again, each one catching the light like tiny promises. I'm talking about investing in someone who sees the Avery's potential instead of just its problems. The reflection in the glass shows the room behind me, 12 faces processing this shift, some calculating, others resigned, a few genuinely intrigued. But all I can think about is finding Harper, telling her the news, watching her face transform when she realizes her vision gets to live. I need to see her again.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 36. Harper. I'm deep in client notes when my office door swings open without so much as a courtesy knock. The sound jolts me from my review of the Mathis Foundation's holiday gala specs, and I look up to find Oliver Avery filling my doorframe like he owns the place. Excuse me? I set down my pen and leaned back in my chair, crossing my arms. Did I miss the part where you made an appointment? He doesn't apologize. Doesn't even look embarrassed. Just steps into my space, my carefully curated, independence-earned space, with that particular brand of confidence that comes from never having to ask permission for anything. We need to go. His voice carries an urgency that makes my pulse quicken, despite my irritation. Go where, exactly? I glance at my computer screen, where 3 different project timelines blink accusingly at me. I have calls to return, a proposal due tomorrow, and... Harper. He crosses my office in 3 strides. His stormy eyes locked on mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Trust me, please. Before I can form a coherent objection, his hand closes around mine. The warmth of his fingers against my palm sends electricity shooting up my arm. The same jolt I felt that night on the rooftop when the snow started falling. Oliver, I can't just... Yes, you can. He tugs gently, not forcing but persistent. Whatever you're working on can wait an hour. I look down at our joined hands, at the way his thumb traces across my knuckles, like he's not even aware he's doing it. The gesture is so unconsciously intimate that it makes my chest tight. You're being ridiculous, but I'm already reaching for my coat and purse with my free hand, muscle memory overriding logic. I have responsibilities, a business to run. So do I. He helps me into my camel coat, his fingers brushing my shoulders as he settles the fabric. That's why we need to go. The late autumn air hits us like a slap when we step onto the sidewalk. Oliver raises his hand, and a yellow cab materializes from the stream of traffic with the kind of luck that only happens to people who expect the world to bend to their will. The Avery Hotel, he tells the driver as we slide into the back seat. The vinyl is cold against my legs, and I pull my coat tighter around myself. Are you going to tell me what this is about, or am I supposed to guess? Is this a kidnapping? Oliver settles beside me, close enough that I catch the scent of his cologne, something expensive and understated that probably costs more than my monthly office rent. His profile is sharp against the window as he watches the city blur past. "The board meeting," he says finally. My stomach drops. And he looks at me then, and something in his expression makes my pulse race. It's not the careful neutrality I've gotten used to, or the frustration that usually colors our professional interactions. It's something warmer, more open, like he's just figured out the answer to a question that's been keeping him awake at night. "Just trust me," he repeats, and his voice is softer now, almost gentle. The cab lurches through a yellow light, and I grip the door handle to steady myself. Outside, pedestrians hurry along the sidewalks, with their heads bent against the wind, their breath forming small clouds that disappear almost instantly. "I hate surprises," I tell him, but there's no real heat in it. "I know." His mouth quirks up at one corner, not quite a smile, but close enough to make my heart stutter. "That's what makes this fun." The elevator ride feels endless, the brass numbers climbing with maddening slowness. Oliver stands beside me, hands clasped behind his back, watching the floor indicator like it holds the secrets of the universe. "Miss Lane," Maria from housekeeping beams at me as we step into the hallway. "How wonderful to see you again." "Hey, Maria." I manage a smile despite my confusion. "How's your daughter's recital prep going?" "Oh, she's been practicing nonstop. Thanks for asking." Maria's eyes dart between Oliver and me with obvious curiosity. We pass the concierge desk, where James waves enthusiastically. "Harper, did you see the piece in Manhattan Living? They called your campaign Revolutionary Elegance." "That's fantastic, James." My cheeks warm at the genuine pride in his voice. Team effort all around. Oliver guides me toward the stairwell leading to the rooftop, his hand settling at low on my back. The touch sends heat spiraling through me, even through the layers of wool and cashmere. "You realize everyone's speculating that something's going on between us," I mutter as we climb the stairs. "Let them think what they want." His voice carries no trace of his usual careful reserve. The rooftop door opens with a soft click, and winter air rushes to greet us. Manhattan spreads out below like a jeweled tapestry, the fresh snow catching the glow from countless windows and streetlights. The city looks softer somehow, edges blurred by the white dusting that transforms everything into something magical. I pull my coat tighter and turn to face him. "Okay, we're here. Now what? What's this all about?" Oliver moves to stand beside me at the railing, his breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. For a moment, he just stares out at the skyline, his profile sharp against the glittering backdrop. "The board voted," he says finally. My heart hammers against my ribs. "And I told them we're keeping the hotel." He turns to look at me, and the intensity in his storm gray eyes makes my knees weak. "But that's not why I brought you here." "It's not." My voice comes out smaller than I intended. He steps closer, close enough so that I can see the snowflakes catching in his hair. "It's not about the hotel anymore, Harper." The words hang between us, heavy with possibility and terrifying in their simplicity. "What's it about then?" I whisper. His hand comes up to cup my cheek, thumb brushing across my skin with devastating gentleness. "You." My eyes sting, and I blink hard against the sudden burn of tears. Not the angry kind that come with frustration, or the bitter ones that follow disappointment. These are different, softer, more dangerous. The kind that sneak up when your carefully constructed walls crack just enough to let hope slip through. "You don't mean that." The words tumble out in a torrent, a reflex born from years of protecting myself from pretty promises that dissolve under pressure. Oliver's thumb traces along my cheekbone, catching a snowflake before it melts. I've never meant anything more. The certainty in his voice does something to my chest, opens it wide, and leaves me exposed to the winter air, and his storm gray gaze. I want to step back, to rebuild the professional distance that's kept me safe, but my feet refuse to cooperate. This is crazy. I shake my head, but don't pull away from his touch. We barely know each other. We've spent more time arguing than what? Than pretending we don't feel this? His other hand settles on my waist, anchoring me to the moment. I've watched you light up every room you walk into. I've seen you fight for people you barely know because it's the right thing to do. My breath catches. Oliver, you made me want to keep something I've been trying to escape for years. His voice drops to barely above a whisper. That's not about the hotel, Harper. That's about you. The tears I've been fighting spill over, hot against my cold cheeks. I swipe at them with the back of my gloved hand, embarrassed by the display of vulnerability. Hey, he catches my wrist gently, stopping the motion. Don't. This is ridiculous. My voice cracks on the words. I'm standing on a rooftop in the snow, crying like some romance novel heroine. If it helps, I'm probably about to do something equally ridiculous. I look up at him through my lashes, suspicious. Like what? Like tell you I'm terrified. The admission comes out rough, like it costs him something to say it. I spent my whole life running from anything that felt like a cage. But with you, he trails off, and I hold my breath, afraid to break whatever spell is keeping him talking. With you, staying doesn't feel like a trap. It feels like coming home. The words hit me square in the chest with the force of a physical blow, and I have to grip the cold metal railing with both hands to keep my knees from buckling beneath me. The wind whips around us, but all I can focus on is the raw honesty in his beautiful eyes. No one has ever looked at me the way he's looking at me right now, like I'm something precious and necessary and worth fighting for. Like I'm the answer to a question he's been afraid to ask his entire life. My heart pounds so hard, I'm certain he can hear it over the city noise below. The golden glow from the hotel's windows bathes his face in warmth, softening the sharp edges I've grown to love, and I can see every emotion he's usually so careful to hide, written plainly across his features. You kept the hotel, I whisper, voice barely audible above the wind that cuts through my coat like it's made of paper. I kept the hotel. His mouth curves into something that's almost a smile, tentative and vulnerable in a way that makes my chest ache. The man who once told me he wanted nothing more than to sell and disappear is standing here, admitting he chose to stay. For the legacy, for the staff, for me. He takes a step closer, close enough that I can see the slight tremor in his hands as he reaches for me. But more importantly, Harper, more importantly than any of it, I'm asking you to keep me.
Chapter 37. Oliver. Her amber eyes widen, and for a moment she just stares at me like I've sprouted a second head. The wind whips her coat around her legs, and she pulls it tighter with hands that shake, though whether from cold or emotion, I can't tell. Keep you? She lets out a laugh that sounds more like a sob. Oliver, I was ready to walk away from all of this. From you, from the project, from everything. I was almost there, too. The words hit me like a painful physical blow, and I feel my chest tighten. What do you mean? She turns away from me, gripping the railing with both hands as she stares out at the city below. I mean, I had my resignation letter drafted. I was going to finish the campaign deliverables and disappear before you could sell this place out from under me. Harper, I couldn't watch you tear down everything I'd poured my heart into. Her voice cracks, and she swipes at her cheek with the back of her glove. I couldn't stand there and smile while you turned my work into nothing more than a pretty package to attract buyers. The pain in her voice makes my stomach clench. I step closer, wanting to touch her, to offer some kind of comfort. but she holds up a hand to stop me. You want to know the truth? I thought you were a lost cause. She finally turns to face me, and the hurt in her amber eyes nearly brings me to my knees. I thought you'd made up your mind from day one to sell, and everything else was just you going through the motions. I was going through the motions, I admit, the words scraping my throat raw. At first. She shakes her head, and a bitter smile twists her lips. Oliver, even after that night, I still didn't think you'd change your mind. I thought I was just another distraction for you, something to pass the time while you waited for the sale to go through. The accusation stings because there's truth in it, or there was in the beginning. But standing here now, watching the way the snow catches in her dark coils, and seeing the vulnerability she's trying so hard to hide behind her anger, I realize how wrong I was about everything. I know I gave you every reason to think that, I say quietly. I know I was stubborn, impossible, emotionally unavailable. She arches an eyebrow, but there's no real heat behind it now. Just exhaustion. All of the above. I rake a hand through my hair, frustration building in my chest. But Harper, if you thought I was such a lost cause, why did you stay? Why did you keep fighting for the hotel? She's quiet for a long moment, her breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. When she finally speaks, her voice is barely above a whisper. Because I'm an idiot who falls for impossible men with beautiful hotels and daddy issues. Despite everything, I feel my mouth curve into something that might actually qualify as a smile. Oh my God, daddy issues. Don't look so pleased with yourself. But she's fighting back a smile of her own now. It's not exactly a selling point. No, but it's honest. I take a step closer, encouraged when she doesn't pull away. And for what it's worth, I never thought of you as a distraction. You are, the most terrifying thing that's ever happened to me. Terrifying? She tilts her head, studying my face with those sharp amber eyes. How exactly am I terrifying? Because you made me want things I'd convinced myself I didn't deserve. Her expression softens, but she crosses her arms defensively. What kinds of things? I take a deep breath, the cold air burning my lungs. A future. A reason to stay in one place. Someone who looked at this hotel and saw something worth saving instead of something worth escaping from. Oliver. I almost went through with it, you know. The words tumble out before I can stop them. The sale. Right up until yesterday morning, I was ready to sign the papers and walk away. I had my lawyer draft the final documents. Hell, I even had a flight booked to London for next week. Her eyes widen. What changed, huh? I laugh, but there's no humor in it. You did. Everything about the way you see things, the way you see me. I don't understand. When you first walked into this building, you looked around like you were seeing possibilities everywhere. Not problems to solve, or traditions to preserve, but actual possibilities. And when you talked about the hotel, I pause, searching for the right words. You made it sound like it mattered. Not because of the Avery name, or the marble floors, or the goddamn legacy my father beat into my head, but because it was worth something in its own right. She shifts closer, her amber eyes locked on mine. It is worth something. I know that now. I reach out tentatively, and this time she doesn't pull away when I brush a snowflake from her cheek. But for years, all I could see was a beautiful prison. Every room reminded me of some way I disappointed him. Every board meeting felt like another test I was destined to fail. And now? Now I see what you see. The admission comes easier than I expected. A place where people come to celebrate anniversaries and close business deals and escape from their regular lives for a weekend. I see James in the concierge office, who's been here longer than I've been alive and knows every guest's coffee order by heart. I see the way you light up when you talk about showcasing the ballroom's original chandeliers. Harper's breath catches and she bites her lower lip. You actually listened to my ballroom idea. I listened to all of your ideas. Even the ones I argued with. I cup her face gently with both hands. Especially the ones I argued with, because you never backed down. You made me defend positions I didn't even realize I held. Like what? Like thinking the hotel was just a burden instead of an opportunity. Like believing I had to choose between honoring my father's memory and living my own life. Snow continues to fall around us, dusting her dark hair with white. You showed me I could do both. She closes her eyes and leans into my touch, her shoulders finally releasing the tension she's been carrying. When she opens them again, there's something different there. Not the guarded wariness I've grown accustomed to, but something softer, more trusting. She's never looked more beautiful. So, what happens now? She asks, her voice barely audible over the wind. I mean, assuming I don't freeze to death on this rooftop while you work through your emotional breakthrough. I laugh despite myself, pulling her closer. Now, I ask you to stay. Officially. Not just until the campaign launches, but after. The hotel needs someone who actually believes in it. And unofficially? Unofficially, I ask you to stay because I'm completely gone for you. And the thought of you walking out of my life makes me want to burn the whole building down myself. She raises an eyebrow. That's very dramatic for someone who doesn't do emotions. Turns out I'm full of surprises. I brush my thumb across her cheekbone, marveling at how warm her skin feels despite the cold. What do you say? Instead of answering immediately, she slides her arms around my waist, pressing herself against me. The wind whips around us, sending snow swirling in mini tornadoes across the rooftop, but I barely notice. All I can focus on is the way she fits against me, like she was designed specifically for this moment. I say you owe me a proper office, she murmurs against my chest. One with windows that actually open, and a coffee machine that doesn't sound like it's dying. Done. Name your room, your floor. And I want creative control over the spring marketing campaign. No board interference, no second-guessing every decision. Reasonable. And... She pulls back to look at me, a mischievous glint in her amber eyes. I want you to promise me something. What? That the next time you're planning to make a major life decision that affects both of us, you'll actually talk to me about it instead of brooding alone in your office like some tragic Victorian hero. I can't help but grin. Victorian hero? Don't let it go to your head. But she's smiling now, too. The first genuine smile I've seen from her in days. I'm serious, Oliver. No more walls. No more assuming you know what's best for everyone without asking. I can do that. The promise comes easier than expected. Anything else? She considers for a moment, then reaches up to straighten my collar. A gesture so domestic and natural that it makes my chest tighten with something that might be happiness. Take me home before we both get frostbite. We can negotiate the rest over whiskey. And other things. Now you're talking my language. I'm a master of negotiation. We stay wrapped together for another heartbeat, neither willing to break the moment. The city spreads below us like a glittering circuit board, its usual cacophony muffled by the falling snow. I can't remember a time when I felt this perfectly still. And it's all because of her.
Chapter 38. Harper. The elevator doors slide shut, and Oliver's hands are on me before they've fully closed. His lips press against mine, warm and insistent, like he's been holding back for hours and finally decided to let go. I respond in kind, my fingers tangling in the soft waves of his hair, pulling him closer. The tension from the rooftop melts away, replaced by something electric, something that makes my skin tingle and my breath come in soft gasps. You're going to get us caught, I murmur against his mouth, though I don't pull away. My coat slips off one shoulder, and his hands glide up my arms, leaving trails of warmth in their wake. There's no one here, he says, his voice low and rough. His lips move to my jaw, then my neck, and I tilt my head back with a soft sigh. We're the only ones crazy enough to be in this building at this hour. You mean the only ones crazy enough to be on a freezing rooftop in the middle of a snowstorm? I tease, my fingers finding the buttons of his coat and working them open. His chest rises and falls quickly under my touch, and I sense the heat radiating from him, even through his shirt. Admit it. You loved it. His hands slide down to my waist, and he pulls me flush against him, leaving little space between us. The elevator hums softly as it ascends, but the sound feels distant, drowned out by the pounding of my heart. Loved what? Almost freezing to death? Or the part where you gave me the worst emotional whiplash of my life? My voice is light, but there's a flicker of something more serious beneath the words. I trace the line of his jaw with my fingertips, feeling the faint stubble that started to grow in. He pulls back slightly, his stormy eyes searching mine. Both, if you're being honest. His thumb brushes my lower lip, and I can't help but smile, despite myself. Besides, you're the one who started this. You showed up at the Avery Hotel and turned everything upside down. Me? You're the one who kissed me first. Twice, actually. I arch an eyebrow, daring him to deny it. His lips curve into a smirk, and he leans in again, his breath warm against my skin. And you kissed me back. Every time. His voice is almost a whisper, and it sends a shiver down my spine. So really, this is your fault. My fault? I laugh, the sound soft and breathless. You're ridiculous. And yet, here you are. His hands tighten around my waist, and he spins me gently, pressing me back against the wall of the elevator. His lips find mine again, softer this time, more deliberate. It's the kind of kiss that makes my knees weak, the kind that leaves me lightheaded and craving more. The elevator dings, signaling our arrival at his floor, and he pulls away reluctantly, his forehead resting against mine. Come on, he says, his voice thick with desire. He takes my hand, lacing our fingers together, and leads me down the hall to his penthouse. The moment the door closes behind us, he's on me again, his hands moving with an urgency that makes my head spin. My coat hits the floor, followed by his, and then his lips are on mine, hot and demanding. I fumble with the buttons of his shirt, my fingers trembling slightly, and he lets out a low laugh, the sound vibrating against my skin. Cold? He teases, his breath warm against my ear. His hands slide up my sides, lifting the hem of my blouse, and I shiver, but not from the temperature. Not even a little, I whisper, my voice hardly audible. I push his shirt off his shoulders, and he does the same with my blazer and blouse, leaving us both in a tangle of fabric and heat. His hands find my hips, pulling me closer, and I lose myself in him, in the way he feels, the way he tastes. The rest of the world fades away, leaving only us, and for the first time in what feels like forever, everything feels right. His hands slide down my arms, and I let my head fall back with a soft moan. Oliver steps closer, his breath warm against my neck as he leans in to press a kiss just below my ear. I shiver, not from the cold, but from the way his lips linger, slow and deliberate. You're killing me, he murmurs, his voice low and rough. His fingers find the button of my pencil skirt, and he works it open with a practiced ease that makes me gasp. Good, I whisper back, my hand sliding up his chest, feeling the rise and fall of his breathing. His shirt is still half buttoned, and I make quick work of the rest, pushing it off his shoulders. He lets it fall without a second thought, his focus entirely on me. He's moving us backward now, guiding me through the penthouse with a hand on my lower back. The dim light from the city outside casts shadows across his face, and I can't help but smile at the intensity in his eyes. "What's that for?" he asks, noticing the curve of my lips. He stops just long enough to kiss me again, deep and slow, his tongue brushing mine. "Just thinking," I say when we break apart, my voice breathless. "About?" His hands slide under my blouse, his fingers grazing the bare skin of my waist. "How smug you'd be if I told you." I smirk, and he laughs, the sound low and warm. "Try me." He leans in, his lips brushing my jaw. "I was thinking you're not half bad at this." His laugh rumbles against my skin, and he nips at my neck in mock retaliation. "Not half bad? That's the best you've got?" "Well, I'm not handing out gold stars yet." "Yet?" he repeats, his voice teasing. His hands slide up my back, unhooking my bra with surprising dexterity. I'll take that as a challenge. The fabric falls away, and his hands roam freely, leaving trails of heat everywhere they touch. His lips find mine again, and we stumble backward into the bedroom, laughing softly as we nearly trip over the edge of the rug. He lowers me onto the bed, his body pressing against mine, and I can hear the steady beat of his heart against my bare chest. His hands move slowly, savoring every inch of skin as he undresses me completely. My fingers trace the lines of his shoulders, his back, his chest, memorizing the feel of him. "I've wanted this for so long," I whisper, my voice barely audible as he kisses a trail down my collarbone. "Me too," he says, echoing his words from earlier, his lips curving into a smile against my skin. I pull him closer, my fingers tangling in his hair. He kisses me again, slow and deliberate, and for a moment, everything else fades away. It's just us. The quiet hum of the city outside, and the warmth of his body against mine. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. As our breathing slows and the world comes back into focus, he rolls onto his back, taking me with him. I settle against his chest, the steady thrum of his heartbeat, a comforting rhythm beneath my ear. In the quiet aftermath of our love-making, with the city lights casting a soft glow through the window, I allow myself to bask in the warmth of his embrace. "I love you too," I whisper, the words a quiet affirmation of the bond between us. He responds by tightening his arms around me, a silent vow that he will always be there to protect me, to cherish me. This is where I belong.
Chapter 39. Oliver. The first thing I notice is the warmth of her body pressed against mine, the steady rise and fall of her breathing as she sleeps. I don't move, not yet, just lie there in the quiet of the morning, letting the weight of last night settle over me. Harper's hair is a soft tangle against my chest, and I can't resist brushing a hand through it, my fingers catching on the glossy black coils. She stirs slightly, a soft hum escaping her lips, but she doesn't wake. I slip out of bed carefully, not wanting to disturb her, and pull on a pair of sweatpants. The penthouse kitchen is all sleek lines and stainless steel, and I stare at the appliances like they're some kind of foreign technology. I've never been much of a cook. My idea of breakfast usually involves a coffee and a pastry picked up on the way to a meeting, but this morning feels different. I pull out eggs, bread, and whatever else looks vaguely breakfasty from the fridge and set to work. The eggs sizzle angrily in the pan, and I can't remember if I'm supposed to stir them or let them sit. Toast pops up, dark on one side and barely browned on the other. I'm scraping the burnt bits into the sink when I hear her laugh behind me. "What is that?" Harper's voice is warm with amusement, and I turn to see her leaning against the doorway, wrapped in one of my button-down shirts. Her hair is a glorious mess, and she's smirking at me like she's just walked in on a particularly bad comedy routine. "Breakfast," I say, gesturing to the chaos on the counter. "Don't be so judgy." She raises an eyebrow, stepping closer. Oliver Avery, billionaire hotel heir, can't scramble eggs. Shocking. She picks up a piece of toast, inspecting it. "Is this supposed to be artisanal charcoal? Or did you just forget how timers work?" I snatch the toast out of her hand. "It's called texture." Adds depth to the flavor. She laughs again, the sound light and easy, and it does something to my heart I can't quite explain. "You know, for someone who's spent his whole life in luxury, you're oddly incapable of basic survival skills. Did your trust fund come with a personal chef or something?" "Yes, actually," I say, flipping the eggs with more confidence than I feel. "And he's probably weeping in a corner somewhere, watching me do this." She moves to stand beside me, her arm brushing mine as she reaches for a fork. "Here, let me help before you burn down the whole building." She nudges me out of the way with her hip and takes over the pan, her movements smooth and practiced. "You just stand there and look pretty, okay?" I lean against the counter, arms crossed, watching her. "Pretty, huh? That's the best you've got?" "It's early." She glances over her shoulder at me, her eyes twinkling. "Give me until coffee to come up with something better." The eggs she's scrambling look infinitely better than what I was attempting, and I feel a little embarrassed. "You're showing off." "Someone has to," she says, flipping the eggs onto a plate. She hands it to me with a flourish. "Here. Breakfast, by someone who actually knows how to cook." I take the plate, catching her wrist before she can pull away. "Thank you," I say, my voice quieter now. For a moment she looks surprised, but then she smiles. That warm, radiant smile that makes my chest tighten. "Anytime," she says softly. Her fingers brush mine, and we stand there for a moment, the space between us charged with something I can't quite name. Then she steps back, breaking the tension with a wink. "But seriously, if you want to keep me around, you're going to have to learn how to make more than charcoal toast." "I'll hire a tutor," I say, and she laughs again, the sound filling the room like sunlight. We settle at the kitchen island with our coffee and the salvaged breakfast, Harper's legs swinging slightly from the high stool. She's stolen my shirt again, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and I find myself distracted by the way the morning light catches the gold in her brown skin. "So," she says, spearing a forkful of eggs, "what happens now? Do we pretend last night never happened and go back to our corners like professional boxers?" I nearly choke on my coffee. "Is that what you want?" "I asked you first." She gives me that look, the one that means she's not backing down until she gets an answer. I set my mug down, suddenly nervous in a way I haven't been since boarding school presentations. "Actually, I have a proposition for you." Her eyebrow arches. "If it involves more terrible cooking, peace out." "It's about the hotel." I clear my throat, feeling like I'm about to jump off a cliff. "I want you to stay on permanently as our exclusive PR partner." She goes very still, fork halfway to her mouth. "What does that mean exactly?" "It means no more project timelines, no more wondering if you'll have to pitch for the next campaign. The Avery Hotel becomes your sole client." I lean forward, warming to the idea as I speak. "You'd have creative control, a guaranteed annual retainer, and carte blanche to make the hotel everything you've been envisioning." Harper sets down her fork, studying my face like she's looking for the catch. And what do you get out of this arrangement, besides someone to fix your burnt toast? A partner who actually gives a damn about the place. The words come out more honest than I intended. Someone who sees what it could be instead of what it's been. She's quiet for a long moment, coffee steam curling between us. When she finally speaks, her voice is careful. This isn't some romantic gesture disguised as a business deal, is it? Because mixing personal and professional is complicated, I know. I run a hand through my hair. But here's the thing, Harper. You've already changed everything. The hotel, the staff, the way I think about the whole damn legacy. And yes, last night changed things too, but this offer stands regardless. She tilts her head, considering. Regardless. Even if you decide you never want to see me outside a boardroom again, I still want you handling our PR. You're that good. A slow smile spreads across her face. Oliver Avery giving compliments before 9 a.m. I think the apocalypse has officially started. Don't get used to it. She laughs, and the sound loosens something tight in my chest. What about your board? Some of them barely tolerated me on a temporary basis. Let me worry about the board. I reach across the counter, covering her hand with mine. There's something else. She raises an eyebrow. More terrible breakfast offerings? This isn't just a business proposal. The words stick in my throat for a moment before I force them out. I want you in my life permanently too. Not just the hotel's life. Mine. Her coffee mug pauses halfway to her lips. Are you asking me what I think you're asking me? I'm asking if you want to find out what this is. A gesture between us, suddenly feeling like I'm 16 again and asking someone to prom. Whatever this is, we've been dancing around for weeks. I want to stop pretending it's just professional tension. She sets down her mug with deliberate care. Oliver Avery, are you asking me to be your girlfriend while sitting in your kitchen wearing your shirt and eating eggs you nearly incinerated? When you put it like that, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds perfect. Her smile starts small and spreads across her face like sunrise. Absolutely perfect. I blink. Perfect. You think I'm going to let some other PR firm swoop in and undo all my hard work? Please. She leans forward, eyes sparkling. And you think I'm walking away from the most stubborn, impossible, surprisingly sweet man I've ever met? Not happening. Sweet? I make a face. That's going to ruin my reputation. Your reputation was already shot the moment you decided to keep a hotel you've been complaining about for months. She reaches across the counter and straightens the collar of my shirt. Besides, someone needs to teach you how to cook actual food. So that's a yes? To both? That's a yes to both. She stands up from her stool and walks around the counter to where I'm sitting. Though I have some conditions. Of course you do. She stops in front of me, hands on her hips. First, I get final say on all creative decisions. No more of this collaborative nonsense where you shoot down my ideas just because they're different. Done. Second, you're going to learn to make at least 3 edible meals. I refuse to live on takeout and whatever passes for food in your refrigerator. Harsh but fair. I'm up for cooking lessons, by the way. I pull her closer, my hands settling on her waist. What's the third condition? Her expression softens, the teasing edge giving way to something warmer. You have to promise me you won't run when things get complicated. Because they will get complicated. Harper. I brush a thumb across her cheek. I spent months looking for reasons to run from you, and I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. She grins. Good. Because I'm about to make your life very interesting, Oliver Avery. I'm counting on it.
Chapter 40. Harper. The Avery Hotel lobby has been transformed into something that makes my heart swell with pride. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over polished marble floors, while strategically placed spotlights highlight the blend of classic architecture and subtle modern touches we've woven throughout the space. Guests in evening wear mingle between displays showcasing the hotel's history alongside glimpses of its future, and I catch snippets of conversation that tell me the rebrand is landing exactly as I hoped. "This is incredible, Harper." Oliver's voice is low near my ear as we pause at the top of the grand staircase. "I don't think I've ever seen the lobby look this alive." I adjust the emerald silk of my dress and glance up at him. "That's because you've been hiding in your office instead of appreciating what you have." "Had?" he corrects, his hand warm against the small of my back. "Past tense. Present tense involves appreciating what I have right here." Smooth talker. I lean into him slightly, enjoying the solid warmth of his presence. "Save some charm for the press interviews. Trust me, I have plenty in reserve." We descend the staircase together, and I feel the weight of curious gazes following our movement. Oliver looks devastatingly handsome in his charcoal suit, the kind of tailored perfection that photographs beautifully, and I know we're giving the press exactly the image they want. Successful, polished, utterly in sync. "Mr. Avery, Miss Lane." A photographer from Manhattan Society waves us over. "Could we get a few shots by the heritage display?" We move toward the exhibit I designed to showcase the hotel's most significant moments, vintage photographs, original blueprints, and artifacts from decades of hosting everything from political summits to celebrity weddings. Oliver's posture shifts into what I've come to recognize as his public mode. Shoulders back. Expression pleasantly neutral but commanding. He takes my breath away. "Miss Lane," the photographer continues as his camera clicks, "the transformation is remarkable. How did you balance preserving the Avery legacy with modernizing the brand?" The key was understanding that legacy isn't about being stuck in the past. I turn slightly toward Oliver, letting my hand rest on his arm. It's about honoring what came before while creating space for what's next. The Avery Hotel has always been about excellence. We just needed to remind people what that looks like today. "And Mr. Avery, there were rumors you were considering selling. What changed your mind?" Oliver's jaw ticks almost imperceptibly, but his voice remains steady. "Sometimes you need a fresh perspective to see what's been in front of you all along. Miss Lane helped me understand that the hotel's value isn't just financial. It's cultural, emotional. That's not something you walk away from lightly." His eyes find mine as he speaks, and there's something in his expression that makes my pulse quicken. The photographer captures it, and I know that look will end up in magazines across the city. "One more question," the reporter from Heritage Lux calls out. "Miss Lane, you're well known for taking on challenging rebrands. What made the Avery Hotel special?" I pause, aware that Oliver is listening intently. "Some projects are about changing perception, others are about changing hearts. The Avery Hotel was both." I glance around the lobby, taking in the animated conversations, the genuine smiles, the way staff members move with renewed pride. When you find something worth fighting for, you don't let go, even when it fights back at first. Oliver's thumb brushes across my knuckles, where my hand rests on his arm. Even when it's stubborn and impossible? Especially then, I grin up at him. The best things usually are. The photographer snaps another shot, and I know he's captured something real, the moment when two people stop performing for cameras and just exist in each other's orbit. "Thank you both," the photographer says, lowering his camera. "This is going to be a beautiful spread." As we move away from the press area, Oliver leans down to murmur in my ear. "You realize they're going to have a field day with those photos?" "Good." I squeeze his arm. "Let them talk. We've got work to do." The elevator hums quietly as we ascend to the rooftop lounge for a moment of quiet. the sounds of the party fading below us. Oliver's hand finds mine as the doors slide open, revealing the familiar space where so much of our story unfolded. The city sprawls beneath us, a tapestry of lights that never fails to take my breath away. "Much better," Oliver says, loosening his tie as we step onto the terrace. "Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for the press coverage, but you'd rather have a root canal than answer another question about your vision for the future." I slip out of my heels, sighing as my feet touch the cool stone. "You did well down there. Very statesmanlike." "Statesmanlike?" He raises an eyebrow. "That makes me sound ancient." "Distinguished?" I correct, moving to the railing. "Like someone who knows what he's doing." "Careful, Lane. Compliments like that might go to my head." The November air carries a bite that makes me grateful for the cashmere wrap around my shoulders. Below us, the city pulses with its usual energy, yellow cabs weaving through traffic, pedestrians hurrying along sidewalks, the steady rhythm of life that never stops. Hard to believe it's been 8 months since I first walked into your office. I lean against the railing, watching his profile as he surveys his domain. "You hated me on sight." "I did not hate you." Oliver joins me at the railing, his shoulder brushing mine. "I was skeptical." "You were convinced I was going to turn the hotel into a neon circus." "Well, you did suggest those LED installations for the lobby, which tested beautifully in focus groups. Thank you very much." I bump his shoulder with mine. "You just couldn't see past your father's voice in your head, telling you change was dangerous." His jaw tightens slightly. "My father's voice has been notably quiet lately." "Good. It was time you started listening to your own." The silence between us is comfortable, filled with the distant sounds of the city and the warmth of shared history. I watch him from the corner of my eye, noting the way the tension has left his shoulders, how his expression has softened since those early days when he carried the weight of legacy like a punishment. My heart stutters against my ribs as I turn to face him fully. The words I've been rehearsing for 3 days sit heavy in my throat, and suddenly all my practiced speeches feel inadequate. "Oliver." My voice comes out soft, tentative. He turns toward me, those storm gray eyes focused entirely on my face. I reach for his hands, lacing our fingers together. "There's something I need to tell you." His expression sharpens, reading something in my tone. "What is it?" I lean closer, rising on my toes so my lips are near his ear. The familiar scent of his cologne mingles with the cool night air, grounding me in this moment that will change everything. "I'm 3 weeks pregnant." The silence stretches between us like a held breath. Oliver's eyes search my face, and I watch as the understanding dawns across his features, the slight widening of his eyes, the way his lips part as if to speak before closing again. His hands tighten around mine, anchoring us both to this moment that feels suspended above the glittering city. "Really?" His voice comes out rough, barely above a whisper. I nod, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I took the test yesterday morning, then again last night, and this morning, just to be absolutely—" He silences me with a passionate kiss that steals every coherent thought from my head. His hands frame my face, fingers threading into my hair as he kisses me with an intensity that reminds me of that first night we gave in to the pull between us. But this is different, deeper, filled with something that makes my chest swell with emotion. When we break apart, he's smiling, not the careful, controlled expression he wears for the cameras or the board, but something radiant and unguarded that transforms his entire face. "You're happy?" I search his expression, needing to be certain. "Happy?" He laughs, the sound bright against the November air. "Harper, I'm—" He shakes his head, as if words aren't sufficient. I'd convinced myself this kind of life wasn't for me. Family, permanence, any of it. And now, his thumb traces along my cheekbone, his touch gentle. Now I can't imagine wanting anything else. He pulls me closer, his forehead resting against mine. You've changed everything. The hotel, my life, me, and now this. A snowflake drifts between us, catching the light from the rooftop's subtle illumination before dissolving against the warmth of his jacket. I glance up, watching as more flakes begin to fall, dusting the surrounding rooftops with a pristine white that makes the city look softer, more forgiving. First snow of the season, I murmur, feeling the delicate crystals melt against my cheeks. Oliver follows my gaze upward, his arms tightening around me. Seems fitting. New beginnings and all that. So poetic for a hotel mogul. I've been taking lessons from this brilliant PR executive I know. She's taught me a thing or two about seeing the bigger picture. The snow falls harder now, settling on our shoulders and catching in his hair. Around us, the city takes on a hushed quality, as if the snowfall has muffled even the perpetual hum of traffic far below. The rooftops of neighboring buildings gleam white under the streetlights, and I realize this moment, standing here with Oliver, watching our child's first snow before it's even born, will be etched in my memory forever. We're really doing this, I say, not quite a question. We're really doing this. His smile hasn't faded, and something in his eyes tells me he's already imagining the future we're building together. So am I.